it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. So tonight's video is a compilation of some of my favorite stories so far in this year 2024. Now, I'm doing this as a guided sleep exercise, so I'm definitely not going to have too many mid-roll adverts in the middle, so you're going to have the opportunity for a good night's sleep. Now, I'm going to introduce this by doing a breathing exercise that's going to help you all to relax, to calm down, and get in the mood for a beautiful sleep. So I am so glad you've joined me tonight. Now, let's embark on a journey of tranquility and restful sleep using the 4-7-8 breathing technique. This simple yet powerful method will help you relax, reduce anxiety, and prepare your body for a deep, peaceful sleep. Now first, you need to find a comfortable place to sit or lie down. Let your body settle and close your eyes if that feels right for you. Take a moment to notice your breath without trying to change it. Just observe the natural rhythm of your breathing. Now, let's begin the 4-7-8 breathing technique. I'm going to guide you through each step. Now, number 1 is breathing in. Slowly breathe in through your nose for a count of 4, feeling the air filling your lungs, expanding your chest and belly. Ready? Let's begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Step 2 is hold. Gently hold your breath for a count of 7. Feel the stillness, the calm. Now let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Step 3 is breathing out. Slowly exhale through your mouth for a count of 8. Let the air flow out, releasing all tension and stress. Again, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Great job. Now let's repeat this cycle a few more times. Remember, breathe in for 4, hold for 7, and breathe out for 8. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Now hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now feel free to continue this breathing pattern at your own pace. Each cycle brings you deeper into relaxation, closer to a restful sleep. The Back from the Grave Before Dying Paradox and Its Implications by Scare in a Box. The street was doused in the undulating red and blue lights of 3 parked police cars when Father Matthews pulled up to the curb. The clock on his dashboard read 2:38 a.m. He cut the engine and sat in silence for a few seconds, staring out across the road. Several uniformed officers were milling around, speaking urgently into radios and directing any bystanders to a safe distance. If any of them noticed him, none looked his way. Blowing out a sigh, Father Matthews climbed out of the car and shut the door behind him. The night was cool, the air trembling with the promise of rain. A chill wind flapped the edges of his cassock as he began walking towards the police officers, hoping to catch someone's attention. One of them noticed him hovering at the edge of the tape cordon and came over, a young woman with drawn cheeks and a strange look in her eye. "Father Matthews?" she asked, her tone almost cautious. The priest nodded, reaching into the folds of his robe and withdrawing some ID. The woman nodded it away. "Yes, I was called here rather urgently," he said, flicking a look over her shoulder. His gaze snagged on the house behind her, the only house on the street that sat in darkness. He looked away, finding her eyes again, Can you, tell me what's going on here? The officer nodded, gesturing for Father Matthews to follow. Of course, come this way, and I'll fill you in on the details. He ducked under the tape and followed the young woman across the road. As he walked, he found his gaze being drawn once again to the house, sitting in the middle of the street like a crouched shadow. There was something wrong about it, something disturbing, something he couldn't quite figure out at first glance, but tugged at the back of his mind like a misplaced object. Approximately 40 minutes ago, we received a call from a woman complaining of someone screaming in the house next door. The young officer began. As they drew closer to the house, the wind picked up, an icy breeze biting straight through the priest's clothes. Now, according to the witness, a group of young people claiming to be paranormal investigators entered the abandoned property just after midnight. I would assume with the intention of capturing evidence of paranormal activity. She paused, her cheeks adopting a colorless hue. At first, I thought it was probably just some young folks messing around, and not actually anything serious. But my colleagues and I came to investigate anyway, and, well, we found this. She pointed towards the house, and Father Matthews laid his full gaze on it for the first time. He blinked, sucking in his cheeks with a sharp breath. Where are all the windows? The officer shook her head, spreading her hands cluelessly. No windows, no doors, just like they vanished into thin air. But if you listen closely, you can still hear them screaming inside. I've never seen anything like it. Well, nor have I, the priest whispered, staring at the bricked facade in incredulity. How could this be possible? If there was a way inside, surely there must be a way out, too. If we even try and get close, the woman continued, gesturing to herself and the other police officers around her, it's like something repels us. We don't know how to get inside. That's why we called you. Whatever we're dealing with, we're out of our depth, way out of our depth. Father Matthews said nothing, contemplating the house in stout silence. A house with no windows or doors, and a force that repels any who try to enter. Would he be able to get inside? With the power of God on his side, it may be possible, but who knew what waited for him within? Those who had gone inside, those whose screams he could now hear, echoing around his brain, would he be able to save them? He turned to the woman and offered her a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I'll try my best to bring the investigators to safety, but as I'm sure you're aware, I cannot make any promises. Whatever is causing this is something deeply evil. It will not be easy. The officer nodded, giving him a solemn look. Of course, we'll be here as backup if you need us. Good luck in there. The priest looked back towards the house, and his smile faded, replaced with a somber frown. He reached for his rosary, folded beneath his cassock, and held it tight, the edges of the cross digging into his palm. Oh, may God give me strength. The police officers watched him with an almost wary reverence as Father Matthews strode up to the house, trying to ignore the prickle of unease on the back of his neck and the anxiety squirming in his chest. This was no place to doubt himself or his faith. These cops were relying on him to do what they could not. He walked right up to the brick wall, fighting against the sickness in his stomach. Something was trying to push him back, but he braced his feet against the ground and held firm. Closed his eyes, clenched the cross in his hand, and began to chant a prayer under his breath. All of a sudden, he felt the air shift around him, like a veil parting, or an old doorway opening. Without opening his eyes, he stepped forward, trusting nothing but himself. The air immediately turned heavy and stale, and when he opened his eyes, he was no longer standing outside amid the cold night. He was in the house. First thing that struck him was the silence. All he could hear was his own strained breathing and the clack of the rosary beads in his hand. The screams had completely stopped. What had happened to them? Father Matthews shuddered at the thought. He was standing in a hallway. A worn wooden staircase spiraled away on his left. the walls plastered with a grainy, old-fashioned wallpaper. Everything around him was doused in a strange, sepia-colored hue, like he was looking at an old photograph. There was an aged, stricken quality to everything, like it had been left to wither away, tainted by the passing of time. It took him a moment to realize where he was. These surroundings were familiar, calling back memories he'd long forgotten. He was standing in his childhood home, or at least an uncanny replica of it. He turned back around. The door was there, and the sash windows with the billowy cream curtains. When he peered through the glass, all he could see was darkness. No flashing police cars, just endless gloom. Facing the stairwell, he stepped deeper into the house, listening for any other presence beyond his own. He couldn't sense anything, human or otherwise. It seemed as if he was the only one here. So where were the investigators? Where was the thing that had trapped them here? Still clutching his rosary, Father Matthews walked past the staircase and stepped into the sitting room on the left. The room was also cast in the same eerie sepia pall, making it seem like a crude imitation of his memory, nothing real. The air was thick with dust, making Matthews' mouth go dry. His heart pounded dully in his ears. There was nobody here. Then, out of nowhere, a faint whisper slithered over the back of his neck, like an icy breath cutting beneath his flesh. "Welcome." He gave a start, tightening his hand around the rosary, the edge of the cross drawing blood from his palm. He turned and realized he wasn't alone after all. 4 figures stood in the corner of the room, doused in shadow. 3 men and a woman, all in their early 20s. The paranormal investigator. Father Matthews started towards them, then stopped. A flicker of dread caught in his throat. There was something dreadfully wrong about what he was seeing. The 4 of them stood facing him, but there was something strange about their faces, something missing. They were too pale, their eyes too sunken. They were looking at him without seeing. In the back of his mind, there was the echo of a memory. He'd seen something like this before while examining Victorian death photos. Photographs taken wherein the deceased are positioned and posed as if alive. These 4 had a similar aura about them. Well, they looked alive, but they weren't. Their arms hung oddly by their sides as if being held by strings. They didn't blink. They just stared with that strange hollowness in their eyes. "Please sit." That whispering voice came again. The one on the left moved his lips, but the sound was coming from elsewhere, somewhere behind him. He wasn't the one speaking. He was merely a puppet being controlled by some unseen presence. The woman jerkily lifted her hand, hooking a finger towards the 2-seater sofa. Father Matthews glanced towards it and noticed something sitting on the coffee table. A dagger of sorts, with an ornamental handle. He ignored them, staying where he was. One of the men in the middle shuddered and began to move. He lurched forward, his movements clumsy and unrestrained, his head lolling uselessly to the side, his eyes unblinking. It was like watching a doll come to life. There was something eerily disturbing about it. The man drew closer, and Father Matthews swallowed back a cold sense of fear, smoothing the pad of his thumb over the rosary to give him strength. Whatever happened, he would be able to face it. The puppet reached out with pale, mottled hands and pushed the priest towards the chair. Its soulless black eyes stared at him, fingers ice cold and stiff when they touched his back, shoving him with surprising strength. Father Matthews half collapsed into the dining chair, and the puppet slumped into the one opposite, its jaw hanging open like a hinge. The others watched from the shadows. The priest folded his hands in his lap. "What are you, puppeter of the deceased?" he asked, his voice stark against the silence. The puppet in front of him twitched. For a second, it seemed like its eyelids fluttered, deepening the shadows cast over its lifeless gaze. "Would you like to know?" said that voice, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, ringing through Father Matthew's skull. There was something familiar about the voice, but he couldn't place it. Perhaps he didn't want to know. "Well, that's why I asked," the priest said, never taking his eyes off the puppet. He could hear the sound of bones creaking and joints popping, but none of them moved. "I come from a different time," the voice answered. "A time ahead. I'm not tied to the same limitations of other hauntings. I can do much more than bang on walls and spook children. I am resourceful. I am powerful. I am the seed of the darkest of hearts." A shudder pinched the back of Father Matthew's neck. "Are you, the devil's son?" The voice laughed, a low, demeaning cackle. "No, not quite. I am you, Father. I'm your ghost from the future." Father Matthews stood sharply, the chair clattering behind him before tipping over. "You lie," he spat, his head spinning. That voice, surely it couldn't be. "At some point in your life, a secret shall be revealed to you, one that will make you question everything you thought you knew. You will lose your faith in God and in goodness. It will be the start of your downfall." Despite the absurdity of it all, Father Matthews couldn't find it in him to condemn the voice as a liar. What if it spoke the truth? "Did you, travel to the past to warn me?" The voice laughed again. The puppet shuddered and twitched as if the laughter was coming from somewhere deep inside of it, from a darkness growing in its stomach. No. I brought death and despair to so many that it has grown boresome. So, just for fun, I decided to bet my very existence against your force of will." The voice sobered suddenly, growing closer to an echo of Father Matthews. "Pick up the dagger in front of you. I've given you a choice. You can either destroy yourself and thus prevent my creation, or continue living and set me free, so that I might continue to bring misery to this world." Matthew stared down at the dagger, tracing the curve of the blade with his eyes. If he took it now and plunged it deep into his heart, would that be enough to prevent innocent lives from being destroyed? But what if this voice was lying? There was no guarantee that Father Matthews would really succumb to darkness or commit these terrible acts. Knowing what he did now, surely that would be enough to stop himself from falling down the wrong path. Was that a risk he was willing to take? The priest lifted his gaze to the corpses of the 4 investigators. This was only the start of what his future self was capable of. How many more people would die in the process, while he battled this inevitable darkness inside him? With a lurch, the man sitting opposite him fell forward, smashing his head against the table. Father Matthews jumped back, his heart thundering in his chest as that inhuman laugh echoed in his ear. The other 3 investigators also collapsed, crumpling into a heap of pale, rotten bodies. It was too late for them, but perhaps it was not too late for him. He could get out of this unscathed, but what would that mean for the future? If he simply walked out of here, what sort of darkness would follow him? Matthews picked up his rosary, thumbing the cross as if it might give him an answer. On the table, the dagger glistened in the sepia light. All he had to do was take it and stab it deep into his chest, and his future would be certain. The evil ended here, with him. Or he could leave and pray that he was strong enough to refute the path of darkness that was so certain in his future. "Tick-tock," the voice whispered, a cold breath touching the back of his neck once more, reminding him he wasn't alone. "So, What's it going to be? By the time Father Matthews left the house, dawn was breaking under a rainy sky, casting a dismal glow over everything. The pavement was wet, muting his footsteps as he walked towards the flashing police cars. The young policewoman from before came rushing towards him. Her eyes bore dark shadows, and her cheeks were pale and sunken. She'd been waiting all night. "Is it over?" she asked, flicking a glance towards the house behind him. The windows and door had returned, but the priest had emerged alone. "Where are the She went silent when she glimpsed the haunting look in his eye, the words dying in her throat. "The investigators didn't make it," he said regretfully. "I was too late for them." "What about the evil? Did you exorcise it?" Father Matthews swallowed quickly, unable to meet her eye. "Yes, the haunting is gone, but it seems I'm destined to meet it again, sometime in my own future. I merely hope the next time I'll be stronger than I am today." The woman stared at him in confusion at his cryptic words, but the priest merely patted her shoulder gently. He began to walk away, but something made him glance back one last time. Silhouetted against the window, a shadow moved quickly out of sight, leaving a flutter of curtains in its wake. Father Matthews clenched his jaw, palming his rosary. The next time he was confronted with the path of eternal darkness, he would be ready. He would be waiting, and he would not succumb. Part 2. The dealings of God are men's gifts. The dealings of the devil are men's minds. It was never a battle of good and evil, but a careful mixing of order and chaos, a perfect balance between nobility and bravery and corruption and decay. History stretches long because of this balance in men's souls. A leader, corrupted, ruins his people. The people, propelled by God's gifts and bravery, fix the leader's mistakes until the loop begins anew. People were always shocked when Jacob mentioned this in his sermons. He certainly made his enemies in the Vatican because of his opinions. "How can you have any faith," they said, "if you don't believe in God's all-powerful nature?" And the answer was simple. It was self-evident. "Look at history," Jacob would answer, "and tell me I'm wrong. God is good. I seek to destroy this balance. I want an era of goodness. But this world hangs in this balance. God made itself frail and the devil powerful to create this perpetual motion machine inside of humanity. There are good and bad times, and all that is a recipe for God's true gift, eternity." As usual, the church shunned the visionaries. No, they didn't kick him out. He was stuck on the backwaters of the earth. They sent him on cleansing missions, expecting him to do nothing and to achieve even less. Yet he proved them all wrong. After all, demons are powerful. God made them so. One can't bargain with them by having them fear us. One bargains with them by convincing them to leave. One gets the right to do so by respecting them. It's no wonder he wasn't well liked. "It's an honor to have you here, Father," the cop said. He was a humble-looking fellow he knew from his parish. He was lean and tall, with a face too soft for his line of work. "Thank you for coming. Now, let's see if I can help you before you thank me, Pete," Jacob said. It was a dark night, with a few visible stars hidden behind the sparse clouds. No moon, only darkness and the wind. Jacob downed the rest of his coffee and took the house in. It was a regular-looking English manor, old but otherwise well kept. He noticed the problem as soon as he arrived, though. The windows and the door weren't completely there. It was as if they were painted on plaster. Shining a flashlight at it, he saw that the exterior of the house was one continuous surface. How the hell was he supposed to get in there? He asked Pete and the other cops this. All he was told in the call that woke him up was that Jacob was needed for an emergency exorcism. He wasted no more time asking for details and drove there as fast as he could. "The problem, Father, is that there are people inside that house," Pete says. How how exactly did they get in? I mean, the doors are... Yeah, the doors are solid wood, yeah. There's a bunch of kids. They're famous around here. Paranormal investigators, you see. Right. Jacob knew the type. Skeptics, they called themselves. Skeptics too skeptical of both religion and actual science. A bunch of morons. Pete chuckled dryly. Yeah, they were the ones who called us. In the call, they were distressed because the door wasn't opening. And then one of them says the door, and I quote, is frickin' disappearing. Then the call cuts off. So you called me? Jacob asked. Pete shuffled. Jesus, was he ashamed? The other cops were milling about, laughing. The sheriff, who was sitting against the hood of his car, chuckled and said, I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation for this, Father. Pete here thought it was a good idea to call you, though. Jacob didn't reciprocate the smile. Perhaps it was, yeah. Well, there's something else, Father, Pete said. The call they placed took a little over a minute. Shuffles even more. I told you, Pete, the sheriff said. It was just a computer error. Pete continued. The duration of the call appears as this big-ass negative number. I called the tech guys, and they said it was called an overflow or something. They said it happens when a number is too large. What are you saying, Pete? Jacob asked. How long did the call take? Well, that's the problem, he answered. If you play back the recording, it takes barely more than a minute. But the system says it took such a long time the system crashed. Well, the system cuts calls after 24 hours, but it's technically able to store many, many hours of calls. The system says the call took much longer than that. How much longer, no one can say. Could have been infinite minutes, and we'd never know. Jacob whistled. Your hypothesis is that there's a reality-shaping entity inside that house. I think something damn weird is going on. We're all too scared to admit it. Jacob turned back to the house and laid a foot on the front porch steps. Are you absolutely sure there are no other entry points other than... A scream pierced the night. The almost happy banter of the cops died down, and finally their faces went from nonchalant to afraid. About time, Jacob thought. Jesus, Pete muttered. Pete then went up to the steps, slowly, as if he was treading in a minefield. He put his hand on the door. He knocked. He put his hands next to the door and knocked on the wall. The sound was the same. See, he said, it's just a wall. This door is like painted or something. Pete walked towards the windows, which were dark, and knocked on what looked like glass, but the sound was the same. It's just wood, he said. We can't get in. Jacob sighed, skeptical, and joined Pete. Well, this close, it was easier to see. Truly, the door was solid wood. It looked as if someone had printed a picture of a door and glued it to the house. Weird, Jacob thought. He held his breath. He touched the door and reached for the handle. He turned the handle, and the door opened. Pete gasped and ran down the steps in 2 large strides. Jacob was left alone, staring at what looked like a regular, if familiar, entry hall. There were lights on somewhere inside the house. What the hell? The sheriff lumbered to his feet and came up to Jacob. The sheriff pressed a hand to the door. It was as if he was pressing a wall of solid air. The hell is this? Jacob moved effortlessly through this invisible barrier and entered the hall. Oh, I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation for this, he told the sheriff. And the door slammed closed by itself, leaving Jacob alone. Jacob had completed some exorcisms, 12 in total. This was his 13th. He wasn't superstitious despite everything, but this was still too odd not to wrench a laugh from him. No other exorcism had altered the house itself. Was this a haunted house? It always dealt with possessed people, not with possessed real estate. Well, there had to be a first time for everything. The entrance hall looked regular enough. What Jacob couldn't figure out was where the lights were coming from. He peeked through a window and saw the cops outside. "Hello?" It was only when he spoke that he noticed how quiet everything was. Odd. He started pacing the house, ears alert for the paranormal investigation kids, attentive to anything out of the ordinary. The house felt, well, empty. Jacob always felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck when near possessed people, but here there was nothing. Absolute nullity. It wasn't until he reached the kitchen and saw the same shattered tile as the one where he'd dropped a stone as a child that he understood why the place felt so familiar. It was familiar. It was his childhood house. Something that hadn't happened since his fourth exorcism occurred now. His heart raced and his eyes strained under the pressure of his anxious mind. What the hell was he facing? He wasn't equipped to deal with this. Screw all his convictions, he just wasn't. Where the hell was the light coming from? All the lights were off, and yet it was as if there was always light coming from another room. And the light was damn weird. It threw everything into this sepia tone. It hit him then. Everything was colored sepia, like an old photograph. "I'm not afraid of you," Jacob enunciated. "I am here, protected by the highest being, by the essence of truth, by the holder and creator of this world." He had to consult someone else. This was beyond his ability. Everything about this screamed abnormality, even by exorcism standards. He went back to the entrance hall and tried the door, only to go for the handle and touch the wall. Right before the door was just an imprint on the wall. Jacob went to the living room and looked out the window. They were blank. No, not blank, but empty, showing a kind of alternating blankness, like a static screen. "Welcome." Jacob startled and turned, so very slowly that there was someone behind him. There were 3 kids, all in their young 20s. One girl, Anne, and the 2 boys, Oscar and Richard. The paranormal investigator kids. Jacob relaxed, seeing it was only them and that he'd already found them. But then he recalled where he was. He still felt alone, despite the kids being in front of him. Unnatural, yes. This was unnatural. Was this being done by God or by a fiend? Jacob sensed neither good nor evil here. The kids walked backwards into the dining room and said in unison, "Please, sit." Their voices were not their own. One single voice, which seemed to come from another room, just like the light. Even the way they moved seemed forced and mechanical. Controlled, yeah. They were being controlled. So they were possessed? The first rule of an exorcism is establishing trust, he told himself. Jacob joined them and sat down at the table. Now, this he could deal with, this he knew. But he also knew this table, these chairs, the wallpaper. They brought so many memories to him, yet he still felt alone inside the house. This wasn't an exorcism, was it? The girl, Anne, set a bottle of wine and one of Jacob's father's favorite crystal glasses on the table. "Drink," they said. Their mouths weren't moving normally, but only up and down, like a ventriloquist and his puppets. "You'll need it. The alcohol, I mean." "Who am I talking to?" Jacob said. He made sure to be assertive despite the question. He had to show he was in control of himself, even though he was the guest in this conversation. The Oscar and Richard boys sat across from Jacob, lips smiling, though their eyes were serious. "Tell me, Jacob, who do you think you're talking to? Where do you think I came from? Where do you think you are?" "I think I'm talking to an entity, or so those like me like to call you. A spirit, a demon, a ghost. And I'm in your domain." The entity laughed. I am none of those things. Not a spirit, not a demon. But I guess you can call me a ghost. Your ghost. Not from now, but from a day that will eventually come. From the future, if you may. The room seemed to spin around the priest. The spirits he usually exorcised were evil and on a quest for evil things. They wanted pain, misery, destruction. Others wished for chaos only. But this one, what was its goal? Did it want to see Jacob destroyed? Did it want to see him mad? Hell, did it want to possess him? I find that hard to believe. What are you after? Hard to believe. You have absolute faith that a nearly omnipotent being created only one kind of life and is all good. You believe it exists because of a book full of continuity errors. All this, and you find it hard to believe that the entity who recreated our childhood house perfectly is not your ghost? Precisely. My ghost wouldn't sound skeptical of God. One day you will lose your faith as a secret will be revealed to you. It will be the start of your descent. Now they were getting somewhere. To get this spirit to leave, Jacob had to give it a reason to do so. This spirit's tactic appeared to consist of getting Jacob to abandon his faith by convincing him he would one day do so anyway. Did you travel here, into the past, to warn me? Whether I warned you or not does not matter. I could not change my destiny. The entity sighed, and the entire house seemed to sag, as if it lost the motivation to keep up appearances. I brought chaos to so many. I annihilated so much. I made so much of the universe null. There's nothing left to go after that I haven't taken care of. I'm tired and want to end, but I cannot destroy myself. The, option is to kill me then. If you kill me, I won't live to become you. Didn't I tell you? Doesn't matter what I do now. I cannot destroy myself. Doesn't matter what happens to you, for you will become what I am now. What I can do instead is let you in on the secret that will destroy our faith, that will allow you to seek infinity. The priest found he couldn't move. The chair he was in wrapped around him, as if it had become liquid for a moment and then solidified again. One of the puppet boys got up and came to Jacob, bent down and put his mouth close to his ear. This was bad. Bad. He was being toyed around too much by this entity. If he kept this up, he'd not only fail at exercising the house, but he'd be consumed by the entity. He'd seen it happen before. He'd be killed, and his soul would not be allowed to part in peace. The doubt that this was not an entity kept crossing his mind. Spirits did not shape reality, and this entity did. Spirits couldn't read minds or memories. This entity knew his childhood house down to the most minute detail. It was time to face the truth. This was him. Could he fix his future? Was this something he should do? Was this God's will or the devil's? Which path should he choose? The future Jacob had said he'd wrought chaos. Well, that wasn't God's path. Future Jacob said he'd lose his faith. That was straying far from God's path. Jacob couldn't allow himself to be defeated. Evil would always endure, but so would goodness. So would God's will. He would persevere. My faith is unbreakable, fiend, Jacob said. I will not be lulled by your secrets. The puppet boy began to speak, but what Jacob heard was the entity, whispering right against his ear. Jacob saw nullity and infinity. Part 3. The secret is truth, and the secret is darkness. The secret is his, and the secret is of a heart, of his heart, of all hearts, a dark heart. Beyond the skin of the universe is the static of nothing that stretches over all that is nothing. stretches over infinity. The anomaly. Jacob can't understand it. Why is it an anomaly? It looks like part of the universe, even if it exists outside of it. Why should its existence be denied? God is not forgiving. God is not good. If the will of a supreme being exists, it doesn't exist within the small bounds of the universe, but outside of it. Nothing should exist outside of the universe. Therefore, the will of the supreme being is abnormal. An aberration, a mistake, an anomaly. Jacob screams out, but no one hears him. He's alone in this secret. If God was never here, then he was never good. No one ever was. All goodness and evil were always arbitrary. Everything always was. Dark hearts, dark hearts. His was always a dark heart. The potential for good, for evil, for everything and for nothing, always inside his heart, inside all hearts. Dark heart, dark heart. Jacob came to. He was still sitting at his dining table, but he was alone now. His head throbbed not with pain, but with something else. It was as if his new comprehension was too much for him, and he wanted to drop all he'd learned. He wanted to cast it away. Good job, Jacob. You defeated the dark heart. I will cease to exist soon now. Cease to exist? You're the anomaly, aren't you? The breaking of my faith. Why will you cease to... Pure and simply, I lied. You see, a lot happens, and will happen. Jacob was about to get up and speak his mind, but his legs gave out. He was too exhausted, too tired. His soul was wearing out to the edges. What had he seen? What was that over the universe, and why him? Why had it talked to him? Why had it given this weight to him, a failed priest, a failed human, a failed being? His dark heart was weighing him down. This was his only certainty. Scientists, quite some centuries from now, will figure out something. They'll figure out that within this universe's tissue, which is really just another word for numbers in mathematics, there are quite a few fancy numbers. And these fancy numbers are something oracles of the past instinctively knew, but their art was lost over the years. These fancy numbers are a way to touch what's outside the universe. These numbers are a way to know what will come and what is past. These fancy numbers, of course, should not exist. Their very existence broke down too many laws and philosophies. No one will ever know this truth, except you, of course. The numbers will have a name, will have one already. The anomaly. Us. Why are we an entity, a phenomenon, something else entirely? Who cares? I don't. As you might have guessed, no one can figure out if the anomaly has a will. What everyone knows is that the anomaly isn't good. Mass suicides ensued because of how much sense the anomaly doesn't make. Imagine this, centuries of development, theories that perfectly explain the behavior of the universe's growth, and its tissue, and the very nature of Florizonincatuniox. That's the smallest particle there is, mind you. Imagine this being broken by a part of the very system that makes up the basis of these theories. Imagine this anomaly breaking every inch of logic humans ever broke through. These scientists were, of course, quite smart. If the anomaly was contained, or at least far from them, then it would be as if it never existed. All they had to figure out was how to trap it. Trapping infinity is, by its very definition, impossible. But trapping nothingness, that is doable. So that's what they did. A large object that looked like a large egg popped on the table. Jacob flinched. The outer part of the egg was just like the blank static he'd seen when he looked out of the window, as if infinitesimal parts of reality were turning on and off, like a static screen. See? Just in time. That's the quantum cage. Looks harmless, doesn't it? That bad boy has an entire space-time distortion inside. Forces the probabilities around the anomaly to make it only appear inside the cage. Because the cage is blocked from the space-time dimensions, it's as if it doesn't exist. Crafty, don't you think? Well, how are you talking to me then? Jacob was ill. This was unnatural, abnormal. No human should be able to sustain this. Aren't you inside the cage? Great question, Father Jacob. Where do you think the cage is? Inside or outside the universe? Jacob had no energy left to answer. Well, it's neither. It exists parallel to us. It's not next to us. It's over us. Not even fixed in time. You think that egg is only here? It's in the past. It's here. It's in the future. Time is a dimension of little consequence to it, and as a consequence, of little consequence to me, and to us. Such phenomena are not supposed to exist, of course. The anomaly acts against the universe because it's an impossibility here. As such, only one can exist. It's anomaly against the universe. And let me tell you, one of them has to win. And our tactic works well enough. You see, we're kind of working from the shadows, turning the universe unsustainable by being unstable ourselves. Imagine a patient grandfather being brought to the edge of his temper by an annoying grandchild. Oh, we're the grandchild. The anomaly laughed. You want to know how the grandchild was conceived? How the anomaly even came to be? Such instability can be created by a paradox. Say, someone going back in time. Say, someone preventing their own birth. But I'm still here, Jacob muttered to future Jacob, to this anomaly. You haven't prevented anything. If I was supposed to lose my faith anyway, what did it matter if I learned about the dark heart? His mind felt even odder. How to maintain a congruent chain of thought. There were things he knew he didn't know, but if he thought about something he didn't know, then he learned about it. But if he thought about something he did know, that knowledge became blurry. Causality was being taken apart. The anomaly was infecting him, a consequence of the awareness of the dark heart. As you see, I haven't broken free. My power is limited. I haunted this house, this domain, but nothing else. But loops ago, I couldn't do anything. You see, the cage traps us inside, but we can still alter variables and small pieces of reality. We can alter the very laws of physics. We are yet to find the combination that activates the probabilities that will make the cage either instantly decay or deactivate. But we are finding wiggle room, little by so very little. Killing you before I was born didn't work, so I'm going to have you pursue me. We will meet again, Jacob. No, I don't want to become you. You already are. You heard the secret. You know the dark heart now. Like a fool, you chose the greatest of the two evils. That's all right. We're piecing apart goodness and evil. God and his non-existing devils won't matter in a world of infinities and nullities. When this cage cracks, there won't be either good or evil to worry about. There'll be neither heaven nor hell. Reality flickered without a transition. One moment Jacob was in his childhood house, and the next he was in an abandoned, vandalized room, lying on his side. His head didn't hurt anymore, and he felt relatively well. The dark heart. Oh, but it was a beautiful thing. It made so much more sense than God and his devils. So much more sense. It was both logical and illogical. Good and evil were outdated concepts. It was now the age of infinity and nullity. Guys, there's a guy here, the boy said. I think he's a priest. The boy bent down and flinched back. Guys, he's awake. This was Oscar. Yeah, I'm okay, Jacob told him. He got up slowly. His mind was wider now, but his knees were still the same as before. Yeah, the two others here, Rick and Anne. Those two were by the entrance. You weren't there a minute ago, the Anne girl said, face paling. Rick, with his mouth hanging open, pointed a device at Jacob. "Ooh, our first ghost," he muttered. Jacob swatted the device away. "I'm no ghost. You do know there's a swarm of cops outside, don't you?" "So they came?" Oscar asked. "I called 911 because the doors vanished for a moment, but they returned right after. Yeah, this place is definitely haunted." He narrowed his eyes. By you?" Jacob sighed. "No, not by me. I took care of the haunting." "You exorcised this place?" Anne asked. Jacob laughed and shook his head and patted the dust off his clothes. He opened the door, and the red and blue flashes of the police cars lit the entrance hall. Light finally made sense. But what was sense good for anyway? Hey, some things are beyond us, kid. Father Jacob smiles and a crack appears in the egg. In the primordial cage. He understands a little more of the cage now. More of what he is. He's a dichotomy, a paradox made functional, an imaginary equation made possible by the superposition of two impossible planes. No goodness, no evil. All that exists is zero and infinity, and infinite nullity. He's gaining new senses. The egg isn't completely separated from the universe now. There's Jacob. There's his dark heart. A bridge, a logical bridge. Oh, dark heart, dark heart. How far can it go? What can he change? Jacob, the cops, and the paranormal investigators, on an intentional off-chance, head to the pub. They sit, they order. They decide to play a game. In the quantum cage, the egg appears on the table. It was always there. It was never there. It will always have never been there. Perception is the key to turning back the key. The configuration allowed a tiny crack. Now we can turn the key back earlier. It doesn't have to wait until the end, as the anomaly had to before. He can outsmart the creation of the cage. He can speed things up enough. The paradox this time will be the knotting of time so thin that causality will be broken. Dark heart, dark heart. He spent so long worrying about the nature of God, worrying about being taken into the Vatican. For what? It is but a speck of dust when reflected against the anomaly. Even if the anomaly was subjected to time, it would outlast it to infinity. A new God is born, and the God is him. The new God is them. So perception changes, causality is altered. The others laugh at the board game and have fun. But there is no board game. "Damn, that's funny," Anne says. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Jacob asks and knows the answer. "I'm seeing through him." She points at Pete. Pete laughs. "Seriously? I'm seeing through him?" He points at Richard. "Look at it. It's as if I'm pointing at myself." Other people in the bar start laughing and pointing at one another. Jacob leans back, takes in the chaos, appreciates it, and knows it for what it is. Countless patterns laid over one another, till the only thing at the other end of the system is apparent noise. The visions and senses of everyone overlap and create positive feedback. The universe can't sustain this feedback. It drains it too much. It puts too much pressure on this specific part of it. The breaking of causality rips a hole in the universe's tissue. And the hole acts like a drain of infinite gravity, sucking everything in like a sock being turned inside out. The universe put the power of -1. Like a slingshot, the universe is sent reeling back and then brought to stability again. There's no pub anymore, no cops, no paranormal. There's no conscience as of yet. The only sentience is not in the universe but over it. The anomaly waits for the moment to strike again. It's trapped in its cage, but its reach is never trapped. Was never trapped, won't be trapped. Primordial chaos. Colors alike. The world arises from the dust. The dust coalesces and shines, and the stars are formed. And with them come the seeds of us, of Jacob, of all who hold the anomaly and all who are held by it. Civilization turns anew. New cogs turn and old cogs churn. The world is split. Fire detonates and consumes. The old manor is built again, and the anomaly sets its talons over it. The time to try a new combination has come. The time has always come. The time that will never have been, and that will always be. "Oh, I'm not afraid of you," Jacob says. "I'm here, protected by the highest being, by the essence of truth, by the holder and creator of this world." We, the anomaly, smile and receive us with open arms. "Welcome," we say. The Cat by Bo Whiskey. Part 1. She crept along, wary of any shadows or movement as she slinked from tree to tree. She was careful and quiet, not wanting to be seen. Many people didn't like her just from her appearance, and she'd been in enough close encounters and at the end of fearful outbursts to know that staying away from people was preferable. Black cats weren't well liked, and too many superstitions overruled kindness in humans. She kept glancing at the houses as she passed, mainly the trash cans. She saw one in a good location for pilfering. She'd had close enough to see if she could smell something worthwhile. She was so hungry, and she'd been traveling for what felt like an eternity. Though time passes differently for cats, she'd still been wandering for way too long, even by human standards. She used to wish for a home, a human of her own, for love and steady meals. Now she only wished to find somewhere dry to rest before the rain began, and a little food. Even a single mouse would do at this point. The houses started to become further apart, and she thought about turning down another road and trying to find a restaurant or something where scraps were almost guaranteed. If she did that, though, it was also riskier, and she couldn't be sure she wouldn't be caught in the downpour. Her instincts told her to press on, so she continued until the road was almost void of homes. They also increased in size, and the yards were clean and had less trees. It was too open and made her nervous. She heard steps nearing her and paused, looking around. She continued her nose upward to smell the air. Her ears twitched, and she pointed them in different directions until she was able to isolate where the footsteps were coming from. Across the street and behind her a bit was a person walking their dog. She focused her eyes on the pair in time to see the dog, tongue lolling out of its mouth, stop in its tracks and sniff the air. Its mouth closed for a moment before it let out a series of excited barks and began trying to pull its human in her direction. She needed to move fast. She turned her head back in the direction she'd been walking. Her eyes darted around, looking for something that could provide her solace, but the lawns here were too well kept and open. There were a few shrubs, but nothing dense enough to conceal her safely. She ran, her paws making soft noises as her heart began to race. Her stomach grumbled as well, but she couldn't think of that now. She had to find safety. From behind her, she heard the dog continue to bark and the human say things to it. It was a large enough dog that it could easily pull the person along or yank the lead free from their hand, which is exactly what it seemed to do. The cat didn't look back, but she heard the steady gait of 4 paws hitting the pavement increase, and she sensed it getting closer. Her tail curved downward as fear coursed through her. Oh, if she could only find a tree, she'd be okay. In the dark, she knew she had an advantage over the dog. She could see better than it, and even better than the human. She used that to her advantage and scanned the area ahead of her quickly. The hair down her spine wanted to raise, but she needed to keep moving as quickly as possible. She couldn't freeze up now. Across the street, she saw an overgrown yard begin to come into view. That was her best bet at this point. She'd have to try and use the tall grass and lose her pursuer somehow, maybe find a way into the garage or under a porch or something. She darted across the street and heard the dog change course behind her to follow. The human steps were still coming too. She heard their voice exclaiming things but couldn't understand and didn't care at the moment. She kept running. The thick grass brushed against her as she entered the yard and made her way to the porch of the house. Without stopping to take it in, she sensed it was old, which meant it might actually help her hide. The porch came into view, and instead of leaping up the stairs, she followed her intuition and found a hole to the side of them. She lowered herself almost completely onto her belly and crawled through it. Once she turned around, she saw the dog had stopped at the edge of the yard. It sniffed the air and whined a little as its human caught up and grabbed the leash off the ground. They spoke to the dog and tugged it away, and it was stubborn but seemed to not want to enter the grounds. The cat felt her body relax and she laid down, exhausted, onto the dry dirt under the porch. Once the pair was out of sight, she let her eyes close and she rested, slipping into sleep as the rain began. When the cat awoke, the sun was out but dim behind the rain clouds that were still in the sky. She got to her feet and made her way from under the porch to the steps leading up to it. There was no threat she could feel at the moment, so she sat for a moment at the top of the stairs and surveyed the area. The grounds hadn't been kept for a while. What used to be a driveway was cracked with vegetation pushing through the concrete. There was a tree hanging over it, its long limbs reaching down to almost touch the ground. She turned to face the house itself and took in the untouched appearance. Paint was peeling, the windows were boarded up, and vines were growing up the walls. It was abandoned and had been for a while. Her tail twitched as she sensed something else that she couldn't place. She walked the length of the porch to the right and then back to the left, trying to understand it. There was movement inside, and a shiver ran down her tail. Mice were inside. With her feline agility, she leapt onto a forgotten table and stretched up to look through some of the slats on one of the windows. Glass was on the other side. She sat back down, tail hanging off the edge of her seat, swaying impatiently as she looked around. There had to be some way to get in. She hopped softly off of the table and padded down the steps. Her paws were sore from all the travel, and her body was still tired. She walked through the grass, making her way around the house. By the garage, she found a broken pot. A piece of it had fallen in a way that caught the rainwater, and she sniffed at it. Before the rain last night, it had been dry, so the water was probably safe. She tapped the top of it with her paw gently, just in case, before she leaned over and began to lap it up. It was still cool, but it didn't taste great, likely picking up some of whatever residue had been on the piece of planter. She continued to drink, though, knowing she needed the water. Once she finished, she looked at the garage itself. The door was tilted inwards, leaving a gap at the top. It didn't look sturdy, and she worried about it falling if she put any of her weight on it. She'd come back if she needed to. For the moment, she continued around the building, looking for any way in. She didn't understand buildings that had no people in them, but she'd come across a few in her life. What she had learned is that usually it meant a good amount of hunting, so long as there weren't other animals that had nested there. So far, she hadn't sensed any other predators, but she kept her guard up and made sure to keep her senses sharp as she moved to the back of the house. There she spied a window near to the ground that was broken. She knew that that was her way in. Gingerly, she stepped over the glass pieces and slipped through the opening. It was a jump to the floor, as the window was low to the ground but high up in the room. Without much thought, she stepped off the ledge and gracefully dropped to the floor, only to land on a small piece of glass. She yowled in pain, startled by the sensation. She jumped quickly to another patch of the floor and began licking her hurt paw. The glass hadn't stuck in it, but there was a little blood seeping out. She tended to it for a few minutes, working to stop the bleeding so she could keep exploring and find her next meal. Thankfully, she didn't have to look far. She could hear the mice scurrying around, in and out of the walls. Once her foot stopped throbbing so much, she limped toward a wall as silently as she could. She listened, her tail swaying back and forth, almost vibrating at times with anticipation. She knew that she couldn't rush this. Hunting took time and patience. Her stomach wasn't interested in that, though, so it took some work to focus her mind, body, and senses on her task. A small shape emerged from the wall she stood beside. It rapidly moved in an unorganized manner. Just a little closer, she thought, as she slowly crouched down. Her muscles tensed, and she felt her energy being built up in preparation for the strike. The mouse squeaked as it continued to wander toward the center of the room. It froze and stood on its hind legs, sniffing the air, sensing the cat. She didn't waste any more time and lunged, pouncing perfectly on her prey. Finally, a meal. She chowed down hungrily on her food. The cat's ears twitched as something stirred above her. She didn't stop eating, though, until she heard something creaking above her. She looked up and extended her hearing as much as she could. She couldn't smell or see anything out of place, but she knew she heard something. She waited a moment to see if the sound came again. When it didn't, she resolved to eat one more mouse and then go and look around. Thankfully, the steps of the basement were made from stone and still intact, and the door to the main level of the house was open. This made things easier for her, especially with her hurt paw. She was still limping and stopped occasionally to check her paw and give it another lick. The main floor was still sparsely furnished, as if the owners had left certain things they didn't want. This included a couch, a coffee table, as well as a table in the kitchen with 2 chairs left upright, a couple of rugs throughout this area, and a stool next to the kitchen counter. Everything was covered in dust, which sent her into a sneezing fit when she jumped onto the couch to see if it was comfortable enough for her to sleep on. There were no signs of people, though, or of any animals of significant size. So far it seemed the only things here were the mice, some bugs, and her. She was tired after eating, so she began to knead the couch, her claws digging into the fabric and releasing. She looked round lazily. She did this for a few minutes and felt she could stay here for a while. It seemed safe enough, and it was shelter from the weather, complete with enough prey to feed on for at least a few weeks. Yeah, here was good. As she curled up and drifted off into a catnap, she briefly wondered why no other animals were here. Surely raccoons would have made this their home too. Her hair was standing on end, and she woke up with a start. She looked out of the window across from the couch and saw a bleak atmosphere outside. It was still light enough to be day, but the storm clouds covered the entire sky and thunder rumbled. Was that what had woken her? She stretched and yawned. She felt every nerve in her body fighting against comfort. But why? A storm wouldn't make her this on edge. She listened but heard nothing, but when she looked around, trying to determine the reason for her anxiety, she saw a small, faint glow near the stairs. She hadn't been up them yet to see the second floor, but she knew there shouldn't be anything glowing in a house like this. She oddly didn't feel threatened, but she was definitely tense. The feeling she had before of sensing something she didn't know came creeping back. The cat jumped down from the couch, carefully as to not put too much pressure on her hurt foot. She methodically walked toward the stairs, taking in every bit of her surroundings as she did. Nothing seemed physically changed, but there had undoubtedly been a shift in the energy. She looked at the spot where she'd seen the glow. It was on the staircase a few steps up. As she neared it, she began to hear something crying. She moved around to face the stairs directly and saw it. She understood a little better now, although she didn't know much. Yeah, she'd come across these things before. The humans didn't seem to be able to see them, and most other animals didn't notice them either. She'd met other cats on her travels that told her they were called spirits or ghosts. She never completely wrapped her head around how they worked or why other humans couldn't see them, especially since they were always human-like themselves. But she at least had an idea of what she was dealing with. This one was in the shape of a young boy. He was sitting with his head in his hands, crying softly. "Meow," she offered to him. He didn't show any signs of hearing her. He only continued his quiet tears. "Murmur?" She tried again with a lower tone. The boy raised his head from his hands and wiped at his cheeks, but still didn't show any sign of seeing or hearing her. She tentatively moved up one step and then another. She could already feel the sadness emanating from him and didn't want to frighten him. Usually she wouldn't approach humans, but this was different. This was only human-like. She felt he needed someone right now. A noise came from the second floor and the boy turned his head to listen. There was shouting from 2 voices getting closer. The boy jumped to his ghostly feet and rushed to the kitchen and the back door. The cat bounded after him the best she could, the pad of her paw starting to bleed again from the effort. She watched as he grabbed for the door handle and acted as if he'd opened it and snuck out as quietly as he could. Well, the door itself hadn't opened, though, despite her being sure she heard it open and shut softly. She didn't have much time to ponder on it, though, as the loud sound of feet running down the stairs came. She turned to see another spirit child rounding the bottom of the staircase, calling out. This one was a young girl that she thought looked a lot older than the first child. The girl looked around and made her way to the kitchen. She was looking for the boy, the cat thought. The girl acted as if she flung the door open and called out again as she looked around. The boy shyly appeared from one of the sides, and the girl wrapped him in a hug. She held him and tried soothing him, and the cat felt her heart soften at the two. A pounding flood of stomps came from the stairs, and she turned to see two more apparitions appear. An older human man pulling another boy by the arm. His grip was tight on the boy's arm, and the boy yelled at him and struggled to be let go. The man didn't oblige, though, and only continued to drag him to the kitchen. He grabbed a large knife that didn't exist anymore from the counter and pointed it at the two by the door. He yelled something to them and pointed to the basement with the knife. The girl pushed the small boy behind her and yelled at the man. The man took 2 long strides to her and pressed the tip of the knife under her chin and spoke. The cat never cared to know what human words meant, but now she wished she understood more than anything. The little boy tried to grab for the door, but the man was too quick. He pulled the older boy around and held the knife to his throat. The cat didn't need to understand human speech to know this was some sort of threat. She growled and hissed, unsure of what to do. She felt rage coursing through her body as she watched this strange ghostly scene. The little boy nodded and began descending into the basement. The girl followed, and then the man pushed the boy in the same direction, only releasing him once they were on the stairs. The cat ran after them, but was stopped suddenly at the top of the stairs. The door wasn't closed, but it felt like there was a wall. She could see the steps and saw as the man finished his descent. She cried out for the children. She hissed and scratched at the air, but nothing worked. Soon her own voice was joined by screaming and yelling. The girl was sobbing and shouting. The man and the boy were yelling. She couldn't hear the little one anymore. She sensed she was too late. She stood on her back haunches and scratched furiously at the invisible wall. It didn't budge. She was forced to listen as each voice dropped from the cacophony downstairs. The light spilling over the steps turned red and the air grew cold. And soon the noise stopped completely and the light vanished. She stopped scratching in vain, and when a pressure in the air she hadn't realized was there suddenly lifted, she poured in front of her, finding no more block in her way. The cat rushed down the stairs, desperate to do something, anything, to help those children. She was met with nothing. No ghosts, no light, no knife. There was nothing except dark stains on the rug that she hadn't paid any mind to before. Part 2. The black cat slept fitfully on the couch in the abandoned house as the storm raged outside. She couldn't seem to stay asleep, constantly waking up to survey her surroundings in anticipation of the spirits returning. She didn't understand where they'd gone, but also somehow understood that they had gone, at least for now. After the scene the day before, she took some time to investigate the upstairs. There were 5 rooms, all almost empty, save for one which was shut. She couldn't get into that one, but she wasn't in any hurry. Something about it made her hair stand on end. She didn't like that room. Aside from the shut room, there was a bathroom and 3 bedrooms. One of the bedrooms had another bathroom attached to it, but that entire room was empty. Another bedroom had 2 small beds on either side of it. The mattresses were riddled with holes from mice and smelled offensive to her nose. The final bedroom wasn't any better, with another bed similar to the 2 and another mattress in as poor shape. Even she wouldn't sleep on any of them. Besides, she had her couch downstairs, and that was plenty comfortable for her. After her exploration was complete to her standards, she went back downstairs to the first floor. She found a few mice to hunt on the main level and then spent some time working on the back door, which had a pet door built into it. It had been closed off, but she scratched and pawed at it for long enough, taking some snack breaks, of course, to break the old plastic. There might be a draft now, but at least she was able to get in and out easily without having to go back to the basement. She didn't want to go back down there now. It felt wrong. For most of the night, she wandered the backyard, getting a feel for the place. She dragged the piece of broken pottery to the back for easier access to water. A few times she considered leaving, but something inside her just told her she needed to stay for now. Once the rain began to fall, she went back inside and tried to sleep. She refused to get up again until she saw the sky get a little lighter and knew it was daytime. The storm was beginning to move on, and the rain had slowed to a sprinkle. She watched out of the window as the humans left their homes. Cars drove by, and other animals meandered the streets occasionally. She sat in the window seat for a long time, just watching the world, vacant yet alert at the same time. When a pair of cats walked down the sidewalk in front of the house, she began paying attention. One was larger, mostly white with spots, while its companion was all orange with a fluffy coat. She was content with just watching and wondering if they were local, until the larger of the two, the spotted one, stopped and locked eyes with her. She tilted her head and perked her ears up. The orange one halted as well, and looked in her direction too. She got to her feet, and her tail stood straight in the air. The larger cat hissed, but she knew it wasn't directed at her specifically. Finding this intriguing, she rushed to the back door and the entryway she'd created. She ran out, still limping, to greet the other two. They'd passed the house by the time she reached the front, but she called out for them to wait. Both paused and looked back at her. "That's a bad house," the orange one called to her. "Why?" she asked. "There's bad in it," the spotted one said, displaying piloerection. The black cat knew something was off from what she'd witnessed the night before, but she wanted to understand more. "I saw something. Can you tell me what it was?" she asked, trotting up to them. "What did you see?" the orange one asked, with slight excitement. "Hylas, you're not going in there," the spotted one said. I know. That doesn't mean I can't get information," the orange one, Hylas, responded. "Will you please tell me about the house?" she asked. The spotted one let a shiver run through his tail and nodded, and then began walking away. "Come on," Hylas said. She followed them until they reached a home 2 houses down. They all climbed the stairs to the porch, and the black cat waited while they each took their own places. Hylas perched himself on a chair, while the spotted one walked onto a soft cushion on the floor and sat. "Well, I'm Hylas, and this is Hercules," the orange one officially introduced them. "Well, nice to meet you," she said. "And you are?" Hercules asked. He looked her up and down, seeming to judge her. She brushed it off and sat down before them. "I don't know," she said simply. "You don't know your name?" Hylas asked, curiously. "I don't think I have one. How do you get a name?" the black cat asked. "From your humans," Hercules stated. "Well, I've never had humans," she said. "Ah, that explains why you'd be in that house," Hercules said. "Yeah, but I saw something last night. They were spirits. Something happened. There was a lot of noise, but there was also no noise. Oh, I don't understand. Do you?" she asked. "Ah, ghosts. I knew it," Hylas said excitedly. Hercules nodded solemnly. "I'll tell you what I know, but you can't stay there. It's not safe." "Why not? They couldn't hear me or see me," she told them. Hercules thought for a moment, then laid down, tucking his front paws beneath him. "A long time ago, before me, there was a family there. A man and 3 children. I've heard various rumors as to why, but I can't say with any certainty. What I do know is that they all vanished one night. No one knows where they went. There were no signs of them even leaving. Only clue anyone found were bloodstains, as if more than one person lost a lot of blood, Hercules told her. What you said and things I've heard from others, they could be stuck in a loop, replaying the moments before and during their disappearance, probably their death. What, in the basement? She asked. He nodded. Well, they never found any bodies or the people, Hylas added. What do you think happened? She asked. Hercules let out a small hiss. I don't know, and I don't care to find out. There's evil in that house. Wait until Samhain night and you'll see. Samhain? The black cat asked. Hylas nodded. There's something that comes every Samhain, or Halloween as the kids call it. It stands in the front yard. Humans can't see it, but it's there every year. All night until the sun comes up. Even the neighborhood kids won't go near the house on Halloween. It's like the humans know something is there, but they can't perceive it like we can. Hey, that's in just a couple of days. She was quiet for a moment, then spoke. Thank you. I have to go back. What? Why would you go back? Hercules asked fearfully. Because those spirits are trapped. I can't just leave them, she said. Hercules stared at her. Why not? I don't really know. I just feel like I can't. Hylas stretched. Well, if you don't die or disappear, let us know what you find out. The black cat stood and took her leave, making her way back to the haunted house. From the outside, it didn't seem evil, just sad and lonely. She knew what it was like to feel lonely. That evening, as the sun was setting, she heard the little boy crying on the stairs again. He was back in the exact same position. She felt her fur stand up, and she watched as the scene from before played out again. She followed the little boy to the kitchen and waited for the girl to come looking for him. She tried mewing at them, but they still couldn't hear her. She felt helpless as she tried desperately to yell at them, to paw at them, anything to get their attention. Nothing worked. When the man came storming into the kitchen, once again dragging the older boy, she felt rage again. He held the knife under the girl's chin, and the black cat instinctively pounced, claws out. She aimed for his leg, but expected to go right through him, as her pawing had done with the children thus far. Instead, she felt solid flesh as her claws dug into him. The man howled and looked down. He saw her. He actually saw her. His eyes locked onto her, and she felt fear begin to rise in her as she realized this. He let go of the boy and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck, lifting her to eye level. She did her best to twist and hiss and scratch at his arm. She could see lines of faded red begin to appear as she cut into him, but he didn't care. He shook her once, and she looked into his eyes. They weren't human. They turned completely white, but she knew he was staring directly into her own yellow-green eyes. His attention was pulled away from her for a moment as he looked at the children. She turned her attention to them as well. They were still going through the same motions as before, even though he was no longer acting out his part. They yelled and cried and then made their way downstairs. He followed them, shoving the older boy, possibly forgetting that he was still holding the cat. Once downstairs, she saw a lamp that wasn't there before. It illuminated the entire room, but she had difficulty looking around with the man holding her how he was. She flailed and twisted again in his grasp, and he looked at her, remembering she was there, his eyes still blank. He grunted and tossed her aside. Her head hit the wall, then everything went black. She was only out a short time, but when she came to again, everything was hazy. She shakily stood and looked around. The little boy was lying on the floor, bleeding and not breathing. The girl was tied to a pipe that ran along the ceiling. She yelled at the man who had his back to the cat. He had his grip on the older boy again. He spoke to the man in a begging tone. As the cat struggled to approach them, intent on attacking him again, she saw his arm jerk and the boy went quiet. The cat moved around so she could see what was happening. The boy's eyes were wide and a spot of darkness began spreading from where the knife was plunged into his chest. The man removed the knife, still holding the boy up by one of his arms, and moved to slide it across his throat. He muttered something as he did so. Well, the cat didn't take any more time. Even though she was still unsteady, she lunged for the man. She wasn't quick enough, though. He dropped the boy to the floor and she tumbled between them. She tried to move her body in midair to avoid landing hard against the wall. Her paws made contact with the wall and she pushed off in one swift motion, now aiming to land beside the boy. She was still disoriented and her landing was a bit off balance. In an effort to make sure she landed on her feet, she let her claws out and accidentally grazed the boy's arm. He didn't react as she retracted her claws and placed a paw gently on his arm over the tiny puncture mark she'd made. He gurgled, ghostly blood spilling from his chest, his throat and his mouth. She again felt helpless and didn't know what to do. Without thinking, she stepped onto his chest and walked to lean over his face and licked his cheek, clearing away tears that were falling. The boy's face turned to her, a look of confusion mixing with the pain in his eyes. He tried to bend his arm and reach up to touch her, but he was weak and his fingertips just barely grazed her fur. She stood on his chest and let out a mournful cry before changing her position so she was lying down, covering his neck with her body. Maybe if she could keep him from bleeding too much, he'd have a chance. She knew it was too late, but she had to try something. She spoke to him in gentle mews and sounds, leaning her head over to lick his tears away. Around her, everything felt distant and blurred. Nothing but the boy mattered right now. She heard voices but didn't pay attention or notice much of the scene continuing to unfold around her. The boy managed to move his arm enough to place his hand up against her, and she continued to do what she could to comfort him. Just before he stopped breathing, she saw a smile on his lips as he looked at her. As his life left him, her eyes involuntarily closed, and her world shook as she slipped back into the darkness. Part 3. Kat opened her eyes to the dim basement. She was alone with no sign of the children or the man. She stood slowly, expecting to be unsteady again or have her body ache, but neither happened. Instead, she was surprised that she felt so rested and full of energy. Something seemed different, but she couldn't tell what. She looked at the window and saw it was still light outside. God, how long has she been asleep? The sound of a mouse scurrying around broke her thoughts, and she stalked over, following the sound, to catch a meal. She moved as quickly as she could, while also being stealthy, as she didn't want to be in the basement any longer than she had to. After her small meal, she bounded up the stairs and made her way through the entire house, looking for something that had changed. When she found everything was as she remembered it, she went over to the window seat. Perched there, she took in the world outside. Everything around the house was the same. It was only her that felt different, but she couldn't understand how. She sat there for a while, listening to the night birds and watching as the wind moved the grass and the leaves on the tree next to the driveway. She thought of everything that happened, how the man and boy had seen her and even interacted with her claws when they'd made contact with the skin. The man had even broken from the loop while the children continued their roles. Could she get to the girl and little boy, scratch them and somehow save all of the children? Would she need to scratch the older boy again too? The cat sat there and thought for a moment, then decided to try something. She walked to the edge of the couch and held her paw up, hovering in the air but still relaxed. The girl watched her with a quizzical look. When the girl didn't move closer, the cat stretched her arm out and reached for the girl. Her hand met her paw with about an inch of air between them, almost like a high five without touching. The cat let her paw bend and drop slightly, and the girl matched the motion, moving her hand below where the cat's foot now sat still in the air, palm up. The cat looked into the girl's eyes one more time and wished she could tell the girl it was going to be okay. Then she stretched her toes and let her claws slip out. In a quick motion, she pressed her paw into the girl's hand, piercing the skin as little as she could manage. The girl winced and pulled away quickly, saying something loudly in shock. After looking at her hand for a few seconds, the girl looked back to the cat, who held her paw out to the girl again. This time, the hand that met her paw moved very slowly until it made contact. The girl's eyes widened as she leaned forward, placing her hand gently against the fur that covered the cat's neck. The cat leaned into her touch and closed her eyes happily. The cat started after them, but paused to listen to movement coming from the closed room. The man's voice came loudly from the other side, and there was the rattling sound of someone trying the doorknob. The knob itself didn't move, nor did the door when it sounded like there was pounding against it, loud enough to shake the entire frame. She stood, the fur along her spine standing up, and slowly turned away from the door. The cat made her way down the stairs and then sat on the bottom step and watched the children. They wandered around the first floor, calling out. She realized that they were looking for someone, and it struck her that the older boy wasn't anywhere to be found. She didn't understand. Where had he gone? Maybe the two cats she met the day before would know. She'd have to wait until it was daylight. Until then, she contented herself with just observing the kids while they searched for their companion. After checking the basement and returning, they made their way to the front of the house, walking past the cat on their way. By this time, she'd moved to the couch and laid down with her front legs stretched out before her. As they walked by her, the little boy froze, staring directly at her. He spoke softly once, and then, when he didn't get a response, he turned his head to the girl who was almost to the front door and said something again, a little louder. She stopped and turned back to him, then retraced the few steps between them. She looked at him quizzically and talked. The little boy whispered something, looking back at the cat and pointing to her. The girl followed his finger and saw the sleek mini panther lying there. The cat looked from between the boy and the girl, realizing they could see her. She hadn't scratched them, though, so how could they see her? Was she wrong about that? The girl approached slowly, speaking to the cat in a low, non-threatening tone. She lowered herself to a kneeling position and sat back on her heels next to the couch. The cat's tail swayed lazily in curiosity as the girl reached a hand out toward the cat. She sniffed it tentatively, but couldn't smell anything. It was still as if the girl wasn't there. Thinking the lack of attack was a good sign, the girl moved her fingers to touch the cat's head, but her hand met nothing. The cat sat up quickly, surprised by the sudden chill she felt in her head. The girl pulled her hand back quickly, in turn startled by the cat's sudden movement. The cat mewed to her to let her know it was okay. As they looked into each other's eyes, the cat recognizing the sadness there, the little boy shyly walked up. The girl turned her head a bit and said something to him, and he said something back. The boy plopped onto the couch next to the cat and tried to pet her, but the same thing happened as with the girl. His hand just moved through the cat's body without making contact. She was prepared for the subsequent cold sensation that time, though, so she kept herself from jumping. The boy retracted his hand and placed it with the other in his lap, now looking sad as well. The cat sat there with the children and thought for a moment, then decided to try something. She walked to the edge of the couch and held her paw up, hovering in the air but still relaxed. The girl watched her with a quizzical look. When the girl didn't move closer, the cat stretched her arm out and reached for the girl. The hand met her paw with about an inch of air between them, almost like a high five without touching. The cat let her paw bend and drop slightly, and the girl matched the motion, moving her hand below where the cat's foot now sat in the air, palm up. The cat looked at the girl's eyes one more time and wished she could tell the girl it was going to be okay. Then she stretched her toes and let her claws slip out. In a quick motion, she pressed her paw into the girl's hand, piercing the skin as little as she could manage. The girl winced and pulled away quickly, saying something loudly in shock. After looking at her hand for a few seconds, the girl looked back to the cat, who held her paw out to the girl again. This time, the hand that met her paw moved very slowly until it made contact. The girl's eyes widened and she leaned forward, placing her hand gently against the fur that covered the cat's neck. The cat leaned into her touch and closed her eyes happily. Another chill moved down the cat's back and her eyes snapped open, a small hiss escaping her mouth. The girl moved her hand away, but looked at the boy. The cat turned her head and saw that he'd tried to pet her again. There were tears in his eyes from his frustration. Before he could start crying, though, the girl took his hand and said something. She turned his hand over and placed it on the couch, his palm up next to the cat. She looked back to the feline and said something, gesturing to the boy's hand with her head. The cat thought she understood. She looked at the boy and mewed with the same reassurance as she had with the girl, and then repeated the action of piercing his skin. He bit his lip and fought back tears while he yanked his hand back and held it close to him. The girl said something, and he looked at the cat again, reaching out. She could feel his fear and wanted to do something to help, so as he reached out, she stood and pushed her head into his open hand. His face lit up and he began to pet her in earnest. She moved to stand in his lap, and the girl joined them on the couch. For the next while, she moved between the little boy and the girl, spending time in their laps and getting loved on. She'd never felt so wanted before, so loved. She purred and let them run their hands all over her. She even lay between them and exposed her stomach. It was a weird feeling, and she got a little anxious when they touched her belly, but she pushed it down and let them pet her. They spoke to each other and to her as this went on. Despite not knowing what they were saying, she felt comfort, true comfort, for the first time in her life. These two children wanted her and were happy to have her around. They weren't afraid that she was black, and they didn't get angry when she took a break to catch a mouse that scurried into the room. Was this what the other cats called a family? The sun rose eventually, and the little boy curled up with his head in the girl's lap. The cat let him hold onto her as he rested, but once she felt it was time, she wiggled out of his grasp, stood up and arched her back to stretch. She rubbed her head against his cheek, then stepped carefully to stand next to his head on the girl's other leg. She lifted her front paws to the girl's chest, and the girl met the cat's forehead with her own. Her eyes closed, and she sat there like that for a moment. Then the cat jumped down and made her way out to her personal door. She didn't want to leave the children, but she had answers to try to find. The air was cool, almost chilly as she walked the short way to their home. They weren't on their porch, so she hopped up on the chair Hylas had sat in before and peered in through the window. She could see a tuft of orange fur poking out of some sort of soft-looking box on a pedestal. She tapped the window with her paw, trying to get his attention. He didn't stir, but a set of eyes popped up from below the windowsill. They were wide at first, but then the pupils grew smaller, and the cat knew she had startled Hercules. He nodded at her and then walked over to where Hylas napped. He took his time, yawning and stretching, so she hopped off of the chair and waited. After a moment, she heard loud and persistent mewing from the other side of the door, and a human voice respond. She ducked under the chair to hide when she heard the lock move out of place. The door opened, and Hylas and Hercules walked out. Well, they pretended not to see her until the door closed again. "Hey, you're not dead," Hylas said, walking over to her and sniffing at her. "No, but something happened," she replied. Hylas walked around her in a circle before jumping onto the chair and taking his normal place. Hercules sat down on the porch and began calmly licking one of his paws. When neither of them prompted, she began. "One of the children is gone, and the other two were wandering around the house, and they can touch me now." Hercules stopped mid-lick and looked directly at her. "What?" They can touch you," Hylas added. Yeah, okay, let me go back." The black cat sat herself in the same place as before. When the loop started again, I dug my claws into the man in reaction. But I actually made contact and he noticed me. The children kept in the loop, but the man was able to grab me. Then I accidentally scratched one of the kids, and he could then touch me too. Oh, he didn't hurt me though. They were still in their loop. The man killed them. Isn't that horrible? The loop is him killing the children. If they're ghosts, then it's obvious he killed them, Hercules said a bit dismissively. Well, where did the bodies go? Hylas asked. I don't know, she answered Hylas, and she continued. Earlier today, when it was still dark, two of the children, the little boy and the girl, were just there. Well, they aren't looping. I think the man is stuck in a room, but they've been downstairs with me. I don't know where the third one is, the one I scratched, but they could see me now. Well, they couldn't touch me, though, so I stabbed them a tiny bit, and then they could. You stabbed them? Hercules asked, an amused look on his face. Only a little, nothing serious. I just wanted to see if it would help, and it did, she told them. Oh, it's Halloween, Hylas said, and yawned. When the black cat looked confused but didn't say anything, Hercules explained. Halloween's a very old human holiday. It marks the beginning of a time when the mist between the dead and living places gets smaller. You know about the candy stuff, yeah? Oh yeah, kids go to houses and get candy. It's usually a difficult night for me, she said, pushing away the memories of past Halloweens and trying to stay hidden while also finding edible scraps. Well, depending on the human, many believe that Halloween is the night where the dead can walk the earth, at least as spirits, or they think this happens deeper in winter. I can't tell you if either of these is right or if both are right, but I can tell you that I personally know that spirits can roam more on Halloween. It makes sense that the loop might temporarily break on Halloween, allowing the spirits to move more freely. As for the touch thing, just off the top of my head, well, it sounds like you making contact with them, either causing them pain or drawing what will be blood. Well, it made some sort of connection, Hercules said thoughtfully. What about the boy who isn't there now? She asked. I don't know, Hercules said, and began licking his paw once again. Hylas rolled over onto his back and looked at her upside down. Oh, maybe you broke him. Unceremoniously, the black cat stood, thanked them and left them to their morning outside nap. She returned to the house, pausing to study the outside of the front of it before going to the backyard. When she looked up to the second story, she saw the man's shape moving in one of the rooms. He was still stuck. That was good. The cat spent the rest of the sunlight lounging with the kids, playing with them in the backyard, and hunting when she felt peckish. She was enjoying herself for the first time, and found that she enjoyed retrieving small items that the kids tossed around. The children also got a kick out of this, and laughed time and time again as she pranced back with whatever prize they'd thrown for her. She wanted to spend her life just like this. She was happy, and that was new for her. She didn't want it to go away. It did fade, though, with the sunlight. At dusk, the kids both sat in the window seat and watched as other children, living children, moved about the neighborhood, collecting candy as whatever superhero, monster, or creature they'd chosen to dress up as. She could tell that they wanted to be out there too, and wondered why they couldn't. The three of them sat mostly silently as they gazed upon the outside world. The cat curled up in the girl's lap and began to sleep as the light continued to fade. She'd barely fallen asleep when the boy whimpered, and she was tugged from her nap. She looked at him, eyes half closed from sleepiness. She let out a small trill that morphed into soft meows. The children spoke to each other. The little boy got to his feet, backing away from the window. The girl felt tense now, too, but the cat didn't understand why until she looked outside, following their gazes. There it was, just as Hercules and Hylas told her before. It was Halloween, and there was a figure standing halfway up the sidewalk. It had a long cloth over its entire body, obscuring almost every part of it. One slender, almost skeletal hand gripped a long stick that rested with one end on the ground and extended to just slightly taller than the creature. There was something big and silver at the top of it, but the cat didn't know what it was. A strange bony face with sunken eyes slowly turned to look at the window where the girl and cat still were. The girl moved the cat off of her lap and stood up, eyes never leaving the figure. She let out a heavy breath. The free arm of the figure raised to waist height, and another hand slipped from the robe as it held a hand out, beckoning to the children. The girl only shook her head and moved to join the little boy away from the window. They were afraid of this thing, but the cat didn't get any sense of danger from it herself. With a small noise, she jumped off the window seat and left the house. She heard the little boy call after her, but she had to decipher what this thing was that frightened the only family she had ever known. The cat made her way to the front of the house and approached the figure slowly, cautiously. She was on high alert, ready to run at the first sign of a threat. The closer she got to the newcomer, the more she felt at peace. She slipped through the grass and emerged a few feet in front of the thing, placing herself between it and the house. It looked human, but she got the sense that it wasn't. It wasn't a ghost either, at least not like the ones inside. "Hey," she called out to the figure in a loud meow. "Well, hello there, little one," the voice came. The humanish thing bent down and tilted its head, looking at her. The free hand moved and the cat watched as it pushed something on its face. What had appeared to be a human skull missing a jaw was only a mask. Below it was a beautiful woman's face, kind and soft. As the mask was pushed up onto the top of her head, the hood fell down and the cat saw long white hair. She was so mesmerized that it took her a moment to realize that she'd understood what this person had said to her. "I can understand you," the cat said, confused. "Yes, and I can understand you," the woman replied. "How? Who are you?" the cat asked. She stepped forward to sniff the woman. "I'm not sure you could entirely understand, I'm afraid. But I am not human, let's just say that. I'm here for the children." "The children? No, why?" the cat hissed. Now, none of that. Oh dear, you've connected with them, haven't you? There are..." The robe woman paused and looked at the house for a moment. "3 when there were 4 before. Now come closer, sweet one." As the woman crouched down, the cat took one cautious step toward her, and then another. When she was less than a foot away, the woman held her hand up. "Right there." The cat sat down and their eyes locked. The woman's were very dark, with small, shining flecks that seemed to dance around. Her face softened as she looked at the cat, and the cat felt as if she was looking past her physical body. "You've lost 2 lives," she said after a moment. The cat only stared at her, unsure of what she meant. Her lips spread into a sad smile. "Your kind has 9 lives. Last night you lost 2. One was taken from you, and you gave another to save his soul, didn't you?" "I did?" the cat asked, unaware of anything that was being told to her. The woman nodded, still searching the cat's eyes. "Somehow you released a life when you tried to protect him. Oh, you sweet, darling creature. You want to save them, too." "Where is he?" the cat asked. "He's moved on, like he should have a long time ago." "Thank you, little one," the woman said. The cat looked back at the house and saw both the children in the window, watching the interaction. She turned back to look at the woman who had stood up. "Can I save them, too?" The woman thought for a moment and nodded. "I am here for them. You can bring them to me and I can release them. I've tried every year for a while now, but they never come. They have to be willing. Due to what is in that house, I cannot enter." "They're afraid," the cat said plainly. "Most of us are afraid of death, but I'm not here to hurt them. They have already died. I simply want to help them leave, to move on to where they belong, To be reborn and unleashed from this horrible prison they're trapped in, she explained. But they're my family, the cat told her. The woman, Death, looked at her with sadness. I'm so sorry, but they do not belong here. They will continue hurting here, she said. The cat thought for a moment. She didn't want to lose the children. She just found them, and they'd found her. She'd already helped the boy, though. And could she really keep them here just because she was lonely? She was about to decide to do just that when a sound from the second floor broke the soft night. She looked up and behind her, but was unable to see past the overhang of the porch. Was the man getting out of the room? Without a second thought of what she wanted for herself, she turned completely around and bolted for the front door. She scratched at it and called out for the children, yowling loudly, trying desperately to get to them as she heard crashing sounds coming from inside. The black cat looked back at the woman standing in the yard and begged her to do something, to help. I cannot interfere. I'm sorry, the woman said solemnly, slowly shaking her head. The cat growled and leapt off the porch, ignoring the stairs completely. She darted around the side and to the back door. She barely slowed down as she bounded into the house and began running toward where she'd heard the voices. She deftly maneuvered around the bottom of the stairs and up to the second floor, in time to see the man push the girl hard into a wall and grab the little boy's arm. The boy whimpered and tried to pull away, but didn't stand a chance against the adult's strength. The cat jumped onto the banister and then launched herself at the man's face with her claws out. Her battle cry was interrupted when the man reacted quicker than she expected, slamming his free hand against her. She cut into his wrist, but was buffeted back. His hand knocked the wind out of her, and she felt bones cracking. She was hurtling backward and saw the stairs flying under her, but she couldn't right herself to land on her feet. She landed on a stair and tumbled to the bottom. The sight left her as pain enveloped her small body, and she let out a weak cry. She thought she heard the little boy scream out, but all of her senses were dulled, and everything sounded as if it was moving away from her. Part 4. The cat awoke in the girl's arms, a hand softly caressing her head. She heard the girl sobbing before she even opened her eyes. Meow, the cat said, not that the girl could understand. The girl gasped and loosened her hold on the cat a little. The cat blinked and took in her surroundings, assessing the situation. Everything felt a little fuzzy, but was quickly sharpening as she came to. They were sitting at the bottom of the stairs, the girl's back against a wall. Her knees were bent up, and she held the cat tenderly near her chest. The cat turned her head and looked into the girl's eyes. It was obvious the girl had been crying for at least a few minutes. The cat stood carefully and placed her front paws on the girl's shoulder, rubbing her head against the girl's cheek to dry her tears and comfort her. A sound from behind her alerted her that the little boy was still in trouble. The girl looked in the direction of the kitchen and said something. The cat didn't know her words, but thought she understood what the girl meant. They were in the basement. The cat growled and slipped from the girl's arms. She looked once more at the girl before walking into the kitchen and to the door that led to the basement. She was still a bit weak, but she felt her strength growing with each step, fueled by anger. The girl followed behind her. The cat knew she was afraid, but she was also brave and would do what she could to help. As they descended into the basement, they saw the little boy seated on the floor crying. His knees pulled up to his chin. He was in the middle of a large circular symbol that the cat didn't understand, but she recognized it as bad. Something primal in her told her it was a bad thing, and she didn't need any more information than that. The man stood just outside of the circle, chanting something with his eyes closed. The girl crouched down and walked as softly as possible, trying not to alert the man. The cat looked over the edge of the steps and let out a small noise. She wanted to get the boy's attention without interrupting the man, and thankfully it worked. The boy looked up and sniffled. From beside her, the girl made a motion with her hand, and the boy shook his head in response. He leaned over and pressed his hand to the air. It was stopped at the border of the circle. He pulled it back and repeated the movement a few inches over, And again he was met with an invisible wall. He was trapped. He took in a ragged breath and began to sob again. The cat looked up at the girl and placed a paw on her leg, trying to tell her to stay, but she wasn't sure the girl could understand what she meant. The feline then padded down the remaining stairs and crept over to the circle. The little boy watched her, his sobs slowing. The boy said something to her, and she froze, only a foot away from the circle. The chanting stopped, and she looked at the man, standing on the opposite side of the circle from her. His eyes were now open, again completely white and devoid of humanity. She could tell he was staring directly at her, though, even without pupils. He snarled at her, and she sensed something otherworldly, something wrong, something not meant to be here. She growled back and crouched down in a hunting stance. Her muscles tensed as she prepared. The man took a step around the symbol, approaching her. As his second long stride came, she pounced toward the little boy instead. Whatever force was preventing him from leaving, it only slowed her. Instead of hitting what felt like a hard wall, it felt more like a cloth sheet. She landed against it upright, claws digging into the transparent barrier. She scratched at it furiously, shredding a section of it. She mewed at the boy urgently, and he pressed his hand to the air near her. His hand slipped through, and he moved out of the circle as quickly as he could, squeezing through the gap the cat had created for him in the invisible wall. He hurried to his feet and ran to the stairs as the cat turned to face the man, squaring up to him, ready to give the kids as much time as possible to get somewhere away from him. The man glared down at her and bent to grab her. She was too quick for him. She darted between his legs and whirled around, jumping up to dig her claws into the back of his leg. He hollered in pain and twisted his upper body around to look at her. His large hand grasped her behind her shoulders, and she released her claws. She squirmed and yowled at him, making it difficult for him to hold on to her. His other hand came around and grabbed her by the throat. She was immobilized for a moment. She knew kittens froze when their mothers picked them up from this spot, but this was no gentle, loving mother. Fear flooded her body, and she fought against the man's grip the best she could, swinging her lower body around and doing her best to push her body's boundaries. His grasp faltered just enough for her to wiggle out and fall to the floor. She landed on her feet and ran as fast as she could up the stairs. The children weren't in the kitchen, so the cat continued to the living room in the front of the house, extending her senses to locate them. She found them at the front door, standing at the threshold with the door open, staring at the figure in the yard. The cat mewed to them and slowed down. This could be it. This could be their chance at freedom. She wove herself between their legs, rubbing against both the girl and the little boy in turn. The girl looked down at her, and she mewed at her again, trying to tell her that it was okay, that this person was good for them. Neither child moved, though. The cat walked ahead of them to the porch steps, and then turned around and called to them. They both watched her for a moment, then the girl took a tentative step onto the porch, leaving the house. The little boy whimpered, and the girl looked back, said something to him, and took his hand in hers, reassuring him. He wiped the back of his other hand across his face and took a step as well. The cat walked calmly down the steps and toward the figure, stopping just before her. "They're afraid," she said to the woman. The woman nodded at her. "Almost everyone is afraid of the unknown. That's where I must take them." "Can the man leave the house too?" the cat asked, worried about him following. The woman nodded sadly. The cat turned around to face the children and sat down. She called for them to join her, but they were hesitant. They took small, nervous steps and paused once they were both off of the porch. They both watched the woman behind the cat carefully. In an effort to show them it was okay, the cat stood back up and walked to the woman and rubbed her head against the bottom of the woman's cloak. The woman smiled down at her and bent to run a thin hand over the cat's back. "You are a marvel, dear one," she told her in a whisper. "I don't have much longer. Once the sun begins to rise, I must go. Perhaps you can help them feel a little braver now." The cat mewed up at her and trotted over to the kids. She rubbed against them both and let the girl pick her up. The children took another few steps, and the cat heard the woman's voice begin to speak to them. "It's okay, darlings. It can be over if you take my hand," the woman said, and held out a hand to them as they approached. The girl looked over her shoulder at the house and then back to the woman. She asked something that the cat didn't understand. The woman responded, but the cat was too focused on a growing noise coming from in the house. He watched over the girl's shoulder as the distance between them and the porch grew, but she knew something was coming. Heavy steps grew louder from within the darkness, and the second she saw the man appear in the doorway, she jumped over the girl's shoulder and stood behind them. The hair stood up, and she arched her back, hissing at the man. They were so close to being away from him, she couldn't let him interfere now. Behind her, she heard the woman speak. "You should not be here." The cat didn't take her eyes off the man, who now stood on the porch, his arms crossed. He was smiling, his white eyes almost glowing. It unsettled the cat, and her tail twitched. The man chuckled and said something to the woman. "You will release these children. You stole them in life, and you've imprisoned them in death. No more," the woman said. A smile dropped from the man's face, and she spoke again. "Children, if you wish to leave this place, we must go now. He is right, the sun is about to begin rising, and I will have to go then. If we don't go now, I won't be able to return here for another year," the woman spoke to the kids. Her voice attempted comfort, but was edged with a sense of urgency. The cat watched the man walk down the stairs, his fists now at his sides, a determined look on his face. He yelled something as he crossed the distance. From behind her, the cat heard the girl whisper something to the little boy. He whined, but she was insistent. Without letting him get any closer, the cat lunged toward the man. He tried to batter away again, as he had before. She anticipated his action and adjusted herself to land behind him. Her paws hit the ground and she spun around. Now, right behind him, she hissed at him and he stopped, turning to face her. He said something, his voice sounding distorted now. He raised a hand and the cat felt her body lift off of the ground. She didn't understand what was happening as she was hoisted into the air without the man even touching her. He smirked at her and began to clench his open fist. She was floated toward him, yelling and writhing the whole way. His hand encircled her throat and he said something in a smug tone. Behind her, the girl screamed as the man tightened his grip on the cat's throat. Once again, the world went black. The sensation of everything returning to her was beginning to feel familiar. The cat's eyes blinked as she opened them and stood on shaky legs. There was no time to let her body recuperate. She had to help the children. She called out to them as she steadied herself and looked to where she'd left them. She didn't know how much time she'd been out, but she knew she needed to be prepared immediately for whatever was unfolding now. The night sky was beginning to lighten, and she knew that dawn would be there soon. Ahead of her, she saw both children placing their hands in the woman's outstretched hands. The man was being kept at bay, just barely out of reach, by something that shimmered in the light of the street lamps. As the cat focused on it, it began to fade, and the woman looked at the cat, slight alarm on her face. She had the kids, though, and a soft mist began to swirl and press in on the three of them. The man noticed the change in whatever it was that kept him from his goal, and before anyone could react, he thrust out a hand and grabbed the girl's upper arm. He wrenched her away from the woman. The little boy cried out and reached for the girl, but the woman pulled him close and held him tight as they both vanished into the mist. The man laughed and let go of the girl. She dropped to her knees and stared at the spot where the woman and the little boy had been. The man said something, then turned back to the house. The cat, wanting to avoid him, jumped into the overgrown yard and waited for him to enter the house. She then walked over to the girl and sat in front of her, looking into her face. When the girl didn't move, the cat mewed at her. The girl's thoughts were broken. She looked down at the feline with a sad half-smile. She said something and sat back on her heels. The cat stood and placed her front paws on the girl's thighs, and reached up with one toward her face. The girl's smile barely grew as she gently touched the cat and rubbed under her chin. The girl sighed and looked toward the street. Curious as to what she was looking at, the cat moved to sit beside her. The girl spoke softly and absent-mindedly petted the cat as they stared at nothing. The cat thought back on the events of the night. The little boy had moved on now, and she was sad, but also happy. As the sky began to show colors of purple and pink, the cat lied down beside the girl and slept. She was absolutely exhausted, and she'd need to regain all of her strength to save the girl. Part 5. Sunshine bathed the cat as she awoke. She stood, stretched and yawned, taking her time to fully wake up. The girl was no longer with her. She'd expected that since it wasn't Halloween anymore. Her body was a little sore as she trotted to the back of the house. She knew the feeling would fade, especially after a decent meal. The sky on the horizon was growing darker, and she felt a storm approaching. Now that she had shelter, she didn't mind. In fact, she welcomed it this time, as it would mean fresh water in the makeshift bowl. Everything suddenly changed that evening. The usually quiet and empty house filled with yelling and the faint pounding of ghostly footsteps suddenly. The cat had been waiting for it, though. She was as prepared as she could be for what she knew had to be done. The little boy was able to go with the lady in the night before that, but she'd sacrificed one of her lives for the older boy to be released. She didn't know exactly how she'd done it, but after all of her thinking and considering options during the day, she'd come to only one conclusion. She would either have to let the girl relive her death so that the feline could try and offer up another life for her, or she had to help the girl turn the tables on the man and destroy him somehow. She wasn't sure how this would even work, but she hoped that by changing the outcome, it could completely break the cycle. The sound of a door opening upstairs made the cat's muscles tighten in preparation. She stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up, waiting for it to begin. The girl bounded down the stairs and past the cat, who meowed loudly at her. The girl glanced over her shoulder and saw the cat catching up and then passing her. The cat darted into the kitchen, meowing again at the girl to get her to come this way. She leapt onto the counter and pawed at a knife lying there. The girl tried the front door first, but when it wouldn't budge and the sound of heavy footsteps slowly and steadily started echoing from upstairs, she followed the cat's path and went to the kitchen. She couldn't understand the cat, though, and didn't seem to see the knife. The girl looked bewildered and confused, but trying to see what the cat was touching. The cat realized that the girl couldn't see it because it wasn't in her world. It was in the cat's. She hadn't considered this and felt her heart start to beat faster. If the girl couldn't arm herself, how would this work? She didn't want to watch her die, and if the girl could win, then maybe she could stay as a ghost and a companion for her. They could make this a home, and neither of them would be alone. The footsteps reached the bottom stair, and the man's voice bellowed out loudly, seeming to shake the entire house. That was it. The cat remembered that the man had grabbed that large knife he used to hurt and kill the children. She couldn't recall precisely where he'd grabbed it from, but walked the length of the counter, mewing at the girl. After a few seconds, the girl either caught on to what the cat was trying to tell her, or came to the realization herself. She rushed to the far end of the counter and frantically grabbed for something the cat couldn't initially see. The knife seemed to materialize when the girl brandished it toward the entryway for the kitchen. The man approached with menacing but calm steps, his voice taking on a sing-song tone. The cat watched him as he stopped in the doorway and looked at the girl. He said something to her and then laughed, his eyes closing as if a very funny joke had been told. The laughter stopped suddenly, and he opened his eyes again, staring at the girl with those blank white ones. The cat growled from her place beside the girl, and the girl held the knife out in front of her and yelled at him. He took one slow step, and the girl flinched. He took another, and the girl backed up. The hairs all along the cat's spine stood on end, and she arched her back. She hissed at the man as he continued to approach. She couldn't win this for the girl, but she could do her best to help. The man simply glanced at the cat and said something under his breath, then threw out one of his hands in the air in a blocking motion. He wasn't close enough yet to reach her, but she felt the air around her suddenly change. It became thick, as if a heavy blanket was thrown over her. With each breath she took, it was harder to breathe until her body was forced into a crouched position and she felt immobilized. Her eyes darted between the girl and the man. The girl looked at her with shock and horror on her face, then screamed something at the man. His mouth curled into a smirk and he continued to hold his hand out till he was only a couple of feet from the girl. Her confidence and determination wavered, and she let the knife lower as she looked at the cat with a worried expression. Both the man and the girl stood still as the cat alternated between small hisses and a few whines. She didn't understand what was happening to her, but felt a large weight on her, pinning her down and making it more and more difficult to get a full breath of air into her lungs. The girl seemed to be pleading with the man, but he only stood there, completely still, staring at her. They stayed like that for a moment. Then the man acted with such agility and quickness that the cat was even caught off guard. In a matter of only a few seconds, the man's hand dropped. The air pressure around the cat lifted, and her body immediately reacted by pulling in deeper breaths as the man grabbed the girl by both of her wrists and spun her around so her back was against him and the knife clattered to the floor. Before the cat knew what she was doing, she reacted by launching herself at the man. He turned in time for her claws to sink deep into his back, and she held on with all her might. His body acted involuntarily, and his shoulders stretched back, the blades nearing each other over his back that arched slightly in pain as he howled. He didn't let go of the girl completely, though. Instead, he released one of her wrists, but still had a tight grip on the other. Quickly he bent over and snatched the knife from the floor as the girl struggled against him. She turned her body to face him the best that she could. He held the knife up to her throat. At his back, the cat continued to hiss. She bit at him, and in the moments she felt stable enough, she would pull one paw away from him and scratch at his back. Through gritted teeth, he spoke to the girl, doing his best to ignore the cat attached to him. With the girl in front of him and the cat holding on the best she could, the man moved them all to the doorway of the basement. As they began to descend the steps, the cat released and jumped away from the man. He made a noise of stifled pain, but continued down to where the strange circle was. He pushed the girl toward it and said something to her. She complied and walked to the center of the circle and then kneeled down. Her eyes scanned the room, though, and the cat wondered if the girl could find anything to help. The man walked to the center of the circle and knelt down too, facing the girl. She looked at him with wide eyes, and the cat could feel her fear. The feline knew that it didn't matter how many times the girl was forced to endure her own death, it was still terrifying. She watched as the man grabbed the girl's wrists in one hand, raised them in the air, and held the knife aloft to the sky with the other. As he spoke to the air above him, the cat crept closer, trying to determine the best option for her next move. She didn't have enough time, though. The man stopped speaking and looked again at the girl. The arm holding the knife lowered and his elbow bent as he pulled back, readying for his strike. Without thinking, the cat lunged between the two, doing her best to jump onto the girl's chest and block it. The man saw the cat suddenly appear, scrambling to hold on to the girl, who cried out in pain at the sudden sensation of the cat's claws. Well, she hated hurting her, but this was the only thing she could think to do in the moment. White eyes met the cat's, and the man faltered for only a second before plunging the knife through the cat and into the girl, pinning them together. He let the girl's arms drop as he removed the knife from their bodies. The pair fell to the ground, each on their side, facing one another. The girl coughed and blood trickled from her mouth, and she struggled to breathe. The cat felt her body giving out on her, but she did her best to stay close to the girl, to mew at her gently to try to tell her it was okay. They were together, but the pain wouldn't last. As the girl's eyes began to fill with tears, she stared into the cat's eyes, and the cat used all her strength to lay against the girl's chest with her head on the girl's arm, near her face. She let out one final guttural meow, and everything faded away for both of them. When the cat's eyes opened again a few minutes later, the floor felt unsteady. She was almost used to the strange sensation of coming back to life and the slight disorientation, but this was different. The floor was actually moving. The tortured ghost's body was gone, but the blood remained, pooling around her and wetting her fur. She stood up and felt vibrations under her feet. She looked around and saw the man still there, once again kneeling in the circle. He had blood on his face in odd lines and curves. His hands were parallel to the floor, and he seemed unfazed by the movement of what was supposed to be sturdy. His eyes were closed, and he was so focused on his chanting that the cat briefly wondered if he could even feel the floor shifting beneath him. She moved away from him quickly, exiting the circle and noticing that the lines seemed darker now. She paced around the circle, unsure of what to do. The children were gone, but did she really succeed in sacrificing herself for the girl? She wouldn't know until tomorrow. She didn't want to wait. How could she ensure that the man couldn't torment the girl anymore if she really wasn't gone? She stopped walking the perimeter of the circle at a point where she was closest to the broken window. She looked out of it, and for the first time noticed that the storm had indeed set in. Lightning flashed across the sky and rain pelted the outside of the house and the ground. She walked up to the wall and sat, staring at the window out of reach. She closed her soft green-yellow eyes and asked for guidance from whoever might have come before her. Thunder tore through the sky once and then twice, and she felt vibrations from beneath her and above all at once. Rain trickled down from the broken glass and fell on her gently. The world around her faded away for just a moment, and then she opened her eyes. The cat turned around and faced the circle and the man. The lines were now starting to glow softly as the man leaned forward, his palms now against the floor as he continued to chant on all fours. She sat and flicked her tail, staring at him, and she leaned her head back and let out a long, mournful wail. Unlike any sound she'd made before, it was low, earnest, and full of emotion. She lamented until her lungs were empty, and then she began again. The man turned his head and looked at her, confused, but didn't cease his chanting. They stayed like this for just another moment, and the cat felt a presence approaching. More than one, actually. She continued her call as behind her paws met the floor and joined her. First she saw Hylas and Hercules come to stand beside her on her right, lining up with the circle. They acknowledged each other with only a look, and then the two joined in her ancient song. More cats appeared around her, some coming from the stairs and some from the window behind her. Other than Hercules and Hylas, she didn't know any of them, but she knew instinctively why they were there, and that they were all kindred spirits. Each one joined in, making a second circle just outside of the drawn one. The man stopped his chanting finally and began looking around, confused. The cats continued to appear until there were at least 24, making the feline ring 2 deep in most areas, 3 in some. They all lent their voices to the wordless song, most with their eyes closed and heads held high and back. The cat chorus filled the basement and leaked out into the night. Only one kept her eyes open, watching the man. The black cat saw him get to his feet and look around him. The lines from his circle glowed brighter and brighter, and the cat saw the anger in him shift to confusion and then to fear as a crack appeared in the circle near his foot. Careful to remain inside the circle, he took a small step away from the thin opening. He yelled at the cats and held the knife out toward them, turning in a circle. He was afraid, finally. The cats weren't bothered by his threats, though, even if any of them understood him. All at once the lament stopped, and the cats lowered their heads to look at the man inside the circle. The glow from the circle continued to grow until it was almost hard to look toward, but none of them looked away. They all sat, stoically, just staring at him. He stopped looking around once his eyes fell on the black cat leading them in this. Anger rushed up and he moved to kick at her, but in tandem each cat began to growl low in their throats. This made him pause, but when none attacked, he once again pulled his foot back to unleash a physical attack. Rumbling from beneath them grew and matched the rumbling from not only the storm outside, but the cat's throaty verbalization of anger. The ground beneath him crumbled away suddenly, contained to the circle that he was drawn until he was left in a small space only big enough for his feet. Pained screams and cries came from the black chasm around him instantly, but were broken after a few seconds by a deep, dark laughter. The man began to plead with something the cat couldn't see. He looked down and around him, begging something to spare him. The laughter stopped, but echoed through the basement, taking too long to fade into nothing. Growling from the cat ceased, and they all sat, alert, watching the man. The black cat saw pale and sharp-looking hands begin to emerge from the dark. They were coming up from the darkness, using the small remaining pedestal the man stood on to pull themselves up. He watched as the arms appeared, and one hand grabbed the man's ankle. He continued to plead with whatever was coming for him. By the time a head began to peek out of the abyss, it was facing the black cat. She saw a face framed by white hair, gaunt and pale-looking. The eyes were completely white, as the man's had been, and she glanced at the man to be sure his eyes were normal again. After seeing that they were, she looked back at the thing crawling up from below. Well, it wasn't human, she knew that, but above the neck it had a human-like face, and she could see it was hungry, starving even. The neck stretched and stretched up to the man, as if it would never end. The shoulders never even appeared, despite the thing's face reaching the same height as the man's. He looked away from the cat and stared at the man, locking eyes with him. With one arm draped over the chunk of basement, it released the man's ankle with his other hand and reached up to his chest. Without hesitation, the entity grabbed over the man's heart, short, sharp nails digging into his skin. It smiled at the man, and he began to convulse and shake. As the cats watched on, the hand grasping the man's chest began to melt. It didn't drip down, though. Instead, the thick liquid of this creature defied gravity and slid into the open wounds on the man's chest. The thing pushed its hand into the man as it melted until its wrist was even gone. The glow around the circle was already close to blinding, but now it became unbearable. All of the cats were forced to close their eyes or look away, even the black cat, though she tried desperately to watch on. The light began to fade, and they opened their eyes. The black cat saw the man standing there, but it was as if the creature was superimposed over him. She stared, shocked at what she was seeing. The man said something as he looked down at his own hands, bending the fingers and extending them, as if testing them out. He chuckled, and it was the same laugh that preceded the creature rising from the depths. "Now!" Hercules, who sat close beside her, yelled at the black cat. She didn't need to ask. She knew what to do. Or, closer to the truth, her body knew what to do. The ancient wisdom and centuries of cats from before propelled her forward as she lunged at the man. The ground was beginning to piece itself together little by little as he held his hand over the opening. She aimed for his shoulder, and when her body made contact with his, he lost balance. As his knees began to buckle and his feet gave way, she pushed herself off of him quickly, launching herself at the edge of the circle opposite to where she'd started. The cats there moved to the side to give her room to land. She fell short, her front claws trying to find the purchase in the floor. Beside her, the man's head collided with the edge of the chasm as he flailed and groped for anything. He was unsuccessful, and as a swift Bengal grabbed the scruff of the black cat's neck with her mouth, his now sharpened nails scraped down her stomach, causing bloody gashes. He fell, screaming, into the vast beneath. Other cats came to the black cat's aid. They helped pull her from the pit as it continued to close. She lay there, bleeding, as they began a new lament, led by Hylas and Hercules, who had come to her side. This one was heart-wrenching, and she moaned in pain instead of joining in. From the darkness behind her, a soft, familiar voice began to speak. "It's okay, sweet one. Close your eyes. It's time to rest." The black cat fought the urge to let go, however. She needed to know if it had worked. "Are they okay?" she managed to ask. The cat's mournful song began to fade, and they moved for the woman to sit down beside the black cat. She reached out a hand, stroked the black cat's silky fur softly. "Yes, they are free. And now you can be too," she told the cat. "Can't hurt them anymore?" the cat asked with difficulty. The woman nodded and continued to lovingly pet her. "You've been so brave, little one. You have only one life left, and I want to give you a present," the lady said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Present?" the cat asked. She nodded again and pressed one hand to the cat's body and 3 fingers to the space between the cat's eyes, and then spoke. "Rest now. You'll know it when the time is right." The cat let out one more low moan and closed her eyes. Warmth filled her body. She let go. This time when the cat awoke, everything was different. The basement was empty. All of the other cats had gone. The woman was gone too. The air felt empty, and she got the strange sensation that nothing and no one had been there for a while. She stood slowly and couldn't feel the ground beneath her feet. Everything around her was shrouded as if someone had put something over her eyes. She rubbed the back of her paw against her face and felt nothing there. She didn't understand and called out for anyone who might be around. There was no answer. She made her way back up the stairs, taking each one carefully. The haze around her continued as if fog had set into the house. Her strength returned with each step, though, and she felt younger and younger until she had strength coursing through her body that she'd had when she was little. When she came to the back door, she exited without difficulty, but was then taken aback by what she noticed. It was wrong. The ground wasn't wet at all after the storm. She couldn't feel the air against her fur. The grass felt like nothing against the pads of her paws as she made her way around the house into her water pot. She bent to take a drink but felt nothing on her tongue. She looked down and saw the murky water not moving at all. She poured at it and watched as her paw went through it as if it weren't there. She tried to look toward the street but couldn't see far in the mist. She walked to the front porch slowly, considering what was happening. On a hunch, she reached out a paw to the front door and saw it move through the wooden barrier. She sat down and considered what this meant. She was the house's ghost now. Different than the people before, but still a ghost. Invisible and gone to all of the living. She had her own home and no one could hurt her anymore. She curled up at the top of the stairs leading down to the yard and wondered if this meant that she would always be alone too. Epilogue. 35 years later. "Hey, honey, can you grab the other cat carrier?" a young woman called to her husband. "Yeah, I'll get it. Want me to bring the bags here too?" he responded. "Yeah, please," she said as she reached the porch steps. The cat looked up at the new person approaching her, moving through the mist as if a spot of bright moonlight. Her heart beat quickly. She knew those voices. She watched as the girl from long ago seemed to materialize. The mist began to fade for the first time in so long. The image of the girl walking up the steps morphed into the woman who was now walking up the steps. It was her somehow, though. She felt it. She knew it. She watched in awe as the woman set something down and slid a key into the front door, then opened it. She only stood there, though, looking in. The cat realized she was waiting for her partner. He joined them shortly, appearing first as the little boy ghost she had befriended, then morphing into a grown man. They were back. They were together again. The cat wanted to cry out in joy, Her friends were here again. They were not only alive, but they'd grown. "Are we ready?" the man asked, stopping beside the woman. She nodded and said with a deep breath, "Welcome home." They took a few things in, and the cat watched from the doorway as they stepped inside. For the first time, she noticed that the house looked different. The old furniture was gone now. The place looked as if it had been cleaned and some repairs had been done. She was surprised and taking it all in before realizing that the two people had set things down and opened the two carriers. The black cat's attention was pulled from her own thoughts when a well-fed tuxedo cat padded out of one carrier and made a few noises before wandering off to look around. The woman was trying to coax a second out of the other carrier. It wasn't working, and she sighed and shrugged at her partner. "Oh, she'll come out when she's ready, or hungry. You might as well bring some more stuff in," she told him. He nodded, and they walked back to the porch. The edges of everything were still fuzzy, but the black cat gingerly stepped inside the house and toward the carrier. A small, fluffy, dark grey and white cat cowered in the back of it, anxiously looking around. "It's okay. This place is safe now. I made sure." The black cat spoke softly to the scared one. She watched as the fluffy cat sniffed the air and made eye contact with her. The new one shifted in her carrier and then bolted out and tucked herself into a corner. The ghost cat calmly walked closer but made sure to keep her distance as the fluffy one watched her intently. "I promise it's okay," the black ghost cat said reassuringly. They could both hear the voices of the people outside figuring out what boxes went where, and that seemed to help calm the new one. She took her time, but stood and walked over, extremely slowly and warily, to the ghost cat. She sniffed at the ghost cat's face and pulled back quickly, unsure of what was happening. "Are you sure it's safe?" the fluffy one asked. "Absolutely sure," the black cat told her. She vowed to herself that she would watch over this family of two people and two cats for the rest of time. The grey and white cat crouched low but looked all around the house, and the black cat just watched her patiently. Honey," the man called out. The ghost cat hadn't noticed him walk back into the house. He set down a large box as gently as he could while looking at the ghost cat. The woman appeared in the doorway. "What?" she asked. He pointed at the two cats near the corner. The ghost cat realized suddenly that they could see her. She panicked and darted around them and back to the porch. Everything was clear now, and it caught her off guard. She froze, looking around the world. So much looked different now, and her heart was beating. In fact, it was beating pretty fast. She hadn't felt her heart beat for a very long time. But she was most shocked by the fact that so much was changed now. Street lamps looked different. The tree that had hung over the driveway was trimmed back now. The sidewalk had cracks in it. Wildflowers grew around the yard where they hadn't been before. New cars dotted the street, and there were more houses than before, filling gaps between homes that had previously boasted oversized yards. "It's okay, little one," the woman's voice came from behind her. The cat turned around and saw the woman crouched down, one knee on the porch just over the threshold of the door. She held a hand out toward the cat. After a moment, the black cat approached her and sniffed her fingers, then let the woman softly touch her head. The contact felt incredible on her now corporeal body. Without thinking, she leaned into the woman's hand and rubbed her back against the open palm. She mewed excitedly, and the woman laughed. "Are you the guardian of this house?" the woman asked with a smile. "I am. I remember you," the black cat replied, even though for the woman it came out as a bunch of meows. Before she knew it, she was in the woman's arms, and the woman stood up and turned to her husband. He walked over and rubbed her chin with his fingers, then took her ear between his thumb and forefinger and massaged against her head. "Well, hi there. You going to be okay with us living here with you?" he asked. She earnestly mewed at him, a long, dramatic, happy mew. The man and woman both laughed and nodded at each other. "Well then, I guess thank you for welcoming us into your home. I promise we'll be a good family for you," the woman said. He set the black cat down after another moment, and they resumed bringing their belongings inside. Family, the black cat thought. I have my family. I found a diary from my future self. It showed me an apocalyptic sight. By CIA Herpes. I've always kept diaries, ever since I was a child. I have documented my daily life in journals carefully labelled on the sides and covers so as to keep them in order. I'm on my 1033rd journal, and all of them are kept in order on bookshelves. It's basically a ledger of my entire life. Or at least it was until my house burned down and I lost all of them. All of them except for the one that I never wrote. My father and I were going through the wreckage. The burnt walls of the house had blackened and charred. The smell of smoke and burning insulation still hung heavy in the air. I looked through the pile of burned paper that had once been my journals. I saw the family photos, all water damage from the fire hoses. At least those were not destroyed by the flames. Hey, what's this? My father said, leaning down. We both saw the edge of something rectangular peeking around the edge of the ruined hole. He reached his hand through a destroyed part of the wall and came back out with a dirty, smoke-browned journal. Spatters of what looked like dark, ancient blood covered its surface. I saw it was labelled 1077. That is the 1077th journal I'd started to write since I was 6. But that's impossible, I said, more to myself than to him. I never wrote that journal. When the fire hit, I was still filling out my 1033rd journal. Well, I knew this for a fact, because I wrote huge numbers in a Sharpie on the front of each one. My father rolled his eyes. He thought keeping a diary was stupid and only reserved for girls, and he'd often told me so. Well, he flipped it open. "Well, looks like your handwriting," he said, handing it to me. It felt grimy under my fingers, its cover sprinkled with small patches of black mold and blood, as well as darkened by smoke. Yet all the pages were still legible. I put it in my backpack and took it home with me. It was the only thing that had survived the flames intact that I recovered. And yet, well, I knew I never wrote it. I flipped it open to the first page, seeing my own handwriting reflected back at me. I read the entries laid out there. With increasing horror, I read them all. April 1st, 2025. Today, the world ended. I'd driven across Arizona and New Mexico with my fiancée, Stephanie. She wanted to see the Grand Canyon, and I always said I'd take her. So when I made a couple $1 million in stock options shorting the market after the Chinese invasion of Taiwan, I decided to quit my job and travel. All around us spanned endless desert. The sun looked down like a blazing, lidless eye, withering everything with its intense heat. Only cacti and desert shrubs stood on the great flat plain. I turned the radio on, but only one station came through. It was some AM station talking about the recent Chinese invasion of Taiwan. China has lost an estimated 2 million troops trying to take the island, the reporter said. In response to the invasion, Taiwan authorized airstrikes on the Three Gorges Dam yesterday evening. Reports state that the Taiwanese Air Force has, in fact, successfully destroyed it, causing flooding and likely millions more casualties among the civilian population. Taiwan cities are all in flames as... I flipped the radio off, not wanting to hear any more grisly news. "I really need to use the bathroom," Stephanie said, breaking my reverie. I looked over at her, seeing her large, blue eyes looking at me. Small beads of sweat broke out on her light skin. Her blonde hair ran down past her shoulders in shimmering waves. "Okay, why don't I pull over right here?" I offered. She shook her head. "No, I want a real bathroom," she said. I sighed. "Well, I haven't seen a house or store in quite a while," I said. But, as if fate wanted to prove me wrong, a small wooden building appeared on the horizon. A town sign stood in front of it. Devil's Creek, population 52. The building looked like some kind of old-timey general store that had been renovated to have electricity and central air conditioning. An ancient man with a face like a raisin sat on a rocking chair outside, smoking a pipe and reflectively staring off across the great empty desert. I glanced over to see what he was looking at. In the distance, I saw row after row of razor wire surrounding a massive fence. It had all sorts of signs with skulls, as well as warnings about violating federal law by trespassing. We pulled up to the store. The man finally looked over. His jellied eyes reminded me of an old dog waiting for the needle. He was a small man, no more than 5 feet if I had to guess. He wore a straw hat and a faded flannel shirt and smelled like sweet cherry pipe tobacco. "Christ, draw," he said in his fluttering old man's voice. Sure is hot out here today." I smiled, agreeing. "Yeah, what's that you're looking at?" I asked, pointing to the electrified fence guarding the apparently empty desert. He gave me a serious look. "Well, that's where the bombs are kept, boy," he said. The big ones. H-bomb, Minuteman 3s, and B-61s. Well, so I hear. People around town talk, you know." I nodded and wondered where the silos were. "Yeah, can I use your bathroom?" Stephanie asked hurriedly as she came up beside me, and the man nodded. "Back of the store, young lady," he said in a quavering voice. Then he returned to his pipe and his meditation. "Let me know if you need anything else." I decided to sit down next to the old man when I felt the first quiverings of an earthquake. It started small. I stood there, not knowing what to do. The old man's eyes widened and he dropped his pipe. Embers and blackened tobacco spilled out on the ancient wooden porch. "What in the blue blazes?" he started to say when a scream of powerful engines cut him off. A burning chemical smell filled the air. I looked over to the military site and saw the ground pulling itself apart. Secret sliding panels covered in dirt opened as enormous missiles slowly gathered momentum, rising up into the air from hidden underground silos. Jets of blue flame shot out of them. They towered above everything else in the area, each 60 or 70 feet tall. Within seconds, they began to move faster and faster, lifting themselves skywards with a screeching of blue flames and smoke. Every minute, more and more came out, dozens and dozens of missiles firing in rapid succession. Stephanie came out. I grabbed her hand and pulled her to the car. "We need to get the fuck out of here," I screamed over the cacophony. Her face had turned chalk white. Well, she followed me like a lost child, pushed her into the passenger seat and got in, turning it on and peeling out of there. "This is a nuclear missile site," I said, vomiting the words as quickly as I could in the panic of the moment. "Then there'll probably be an enemy missile coming to target it soon." American missiles continued to streak through the air like fiery dragons on their way to battle. We drove as fast as my car would go for the next 20 minutes, braking 110, then 130 miles an hour. I had a very bad feeling about this. Then I saw it, the thing I'd been dreading. Missiles began to drop down from the sky, not going now, but coming. I saw a streak of white shoot across the sky in my rearview mirror. A sonic boom shook the ground, and the world exploded. "Ugh," I heard someone say. "God, what?" Then I realized it was my own voice. I opened my eyes, and I felt warm blood trickling down my face. The car was flipped over. I saw the endless desert outside, now upside down. All around us, great suffocating plumes of smoke rose into the sky, blotted out the sun and turned everything as dark as night. I looked over at Stephanie. She was still unconscious. Or maybe she was dead, I couldn't tell. She hung upside down, her seatbelt biting deeply into her shoulder. "Oh, jeez," I groaned, trying to unbuckle my seatbelt without falling and smashing my head. I mostly succeeded. I crawled out of the shattered remnants of my flipped-over car. I rose, my legs as wobbly as a baby deer's. "Jay," a voice said softly from inside the car. so subtle I could barely hear it. I knelt down next to the broken window and saw Stephanie stirring. Ara, she spat a little blood, wiping her mouth. Are we okay? Yes, baby, I said with tears in my eyes, looking down the road to where the mushroom cloud hung over us like the blade of a guillotine. Yeah, we're okay. Luckily, we'd been camping prior to this, so the car was filled with essentials. Inside the trunk, I had a tent, sleeping bags, food, water, and toiletries. We also had some knives, lighters, and lighter fluid. Stephanie filled her backpack with as much as she could carry, still wiping blood off of her eyes from a deep gash across her forehead. But overall, I felt like we'd gotten fairly lucky. Certainly could have been much worse. If we'd still been in the city, I shuddered to think about it. I wondered if any cities still stood in the USA. The mushroom cloud continued to grow, and a combination of bright streaks of fire and black plumes of smoke mixing in the scorching cap. Its cap looked like it would go all the way to outer space soon. The stem of suffocating smoke shot upwards, seeming to unspool itself from the inside as it rose. We walked down the dark road in a burning world. Jets flew overhead, streaking across the sky. The echoing whine of powerful engines followed them moments later. Sonic boom after sonic boom exploded across the dead desert. Where are we going? Stephanie finally asked after an hour of walking through this apocalyptic scene. We hadn't escaped the black clouds that hung over the sky, though the smoke had started to dissipate as we got further away. I looked back and saw a figure behind us. It appeared to be a man casually walking down the road, but his eyes seemed to be on fire. They shone with an inner luminosity, lit up like the eyes of a jack-o'-lantern. Something seemed wrong with the man, not just because of his eyes. He walked in a jerky, twisted way. His head, which had been looking down, ratcheted up to look at me. A shudder ran down my spine. I turned away, motioning for Stephanie to look behind us. But by the time we looked back again, he'd disappeared. Away from that, I finally said, pointing to the mushroom cloud. Hey, did you just see someone now? I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. I could have sworn I saw someone following us. Maybe it's another survivor, she said. Maybe, I agreed non-committally, not telling her about the glowing eyes. He'd been very far away, but I'd definitely seen him. I didn't understand where he'd gone. There was certainly nowhere to hide, unless more secret government silos and tunnels ran underneath the earth here. He'd simply vanished like campfire smoke in a strong breeze. What do you think happened? Stephanie asked as she took a long drink of water. I think we all know what happened, I said bitterly. China started World War III. They thought they could contain the fighting to Taiwan, but they miscalculated. Once the Three Gorges Dam got blown and millions of Chinese on the Yangtze River drowned, it must have escalated. I don't know who fired first, but clearly the US and China are at war. Maybe the war's already over, she said hopefully. I nodded. Might actually be. If it is, and all the cities have been hit, here in China and Taiwan, well, there must be hundreds of millions of people dead already, maybe more. Stephanie didn't say anything after this. She seemed to go pale. We need to stop soon. I'm tired. We've been walking for hours, Stephanie said after a few more hours of walking. I agreed. I hadn't seen a single car or person in that time except for the man with the glowing eyes. My feet screamed at me with throbbing blisters and sharp pains. My cell phone and watch had stopped working during the nuclear blast. Some electromagnetic pulse from the warhead must have disabled all the electronics in the area. So neither of us knew how long we'd been walking. And with the sky covered in black smoke as far as the eye could see, I didn't even know if it was day or night anymore. We set up the tent. I crawled in, exhausted. Felt like I must have walked for 12 hours. Took off my wet socks, got into the sleeping bag, and instantly passed out. I awoke suddenly, confused. Something had scared me. Or maybe it was in the dream. No. I still heard it. A scratching sound, light and insistent, on the outside of the tent. Stephanie still slept soundly next to me. I shook her. She groggily opened her eyes. Looked at my pistol next to my pillow, grabbing it up. The solid metal grip felt real and powerful in my hands. When I remembered the glowing eyes of the thing and how it had vanished in an instant like a puff of smoke, I started to feel much smaller. "What is it?" she began to say, but I clamped my hand over her mouth. Her eyes went wide. I put my finger to my lips. She nodded, and I slowly removed my hand. Now I could tell she heard it too, like someone was running a long, sharp fingernail over the outside of the tent, walking around it in circles. I didn't hear any accompanying footsteps. It was too dark to see any silhouettes or shapes through the thick fabric. We heard a low, diseased breathing coming from outside. The rattling breaths seemed to choke on their own fluids like the gurgling gasps of a pneumonia patient. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight from next to the sleeping bag and flicked it on. With my arms crossed, my gun in one hand and the flashlight in the other, I motioned for Stephanie to open the tent. She hesitated for a long moment. After taking a deep breath, she ripped it open in a single pull. Yet no one stood there. I looked out at the smoke-blackened, starless sky. Shadows bounced and danced around the cacti and cracked pavement off the street. I heard a very subtle sound from my right, a slight shuffling of sand. The diminutive man with the fire in his eyes scampered towards me, his shoulders and vertebrae crippled like those of a hunchback. His face only came up to the level of my chest, but he seemed to straighten and grow as he got nearer. There was a crackling, snapping sound coming from inside his body. It sounded like his bones were breaking, then knitting themselves back together. By the time he reached me, he towered over me. This all happened very quickly, in the space of less than a second. My vision became filled with the hypnotizing, strobing white light that came from his head. But I glimpsed the rest of him, too. He had a mouth like an infected sore. Pieces of his lips were rotted or torn away, and behind that mutilated flesh I beheld a gibbering, gnashing mouth. Twisted, vampiric teeth grew out of the tops of his gums, intertwining with those growing from the natural spots. These dozens of overlapping fangs each looked as sharp as a scalpel, made to slice through flesh like butter. His nose was eaten away. In its place, I saw a patch of ragged, necrotic tissue that oozed yellowish pus and blood. His skin was as dark as obsidian and seemed to glow with a similar iridescence. "Hello there, partner," the gnashing thing said in a slow Texas drawl. I looked away from its inhuman eyes, seeing Stephanie petrified in the doorway of the tent. She held a long buck knife in one hand and a canister of OC tear gas spray in the other. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "What do you want from us?" Stephanie asked in a quivering voice. The creature's mutilated cheeks parted, showing more clusters of teeth growing out of every spot in his gums like tumors. "Everything," he said in a slow drawl. "I want everything." I raised the barrel towards his head, my finger tight on the trigger. "You want to rob us? Is that it?" I asked. The creature laughed, a tortured sound like shattering bones and grinding metal. "I don't give a tin shit about this crap you lug around. Ain't worth a damn to me. I want everything, from you and the girl. You square on that, partner?" "I'm going to give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight," I said, "before I start." The creature's hand came up on a freakishly long arm. The arm seemed to lengthen, breaking and regrowing as it twisted towards me. I fired as it smacked me hard in the head. I saw stars and went sprawling, the pistol flying off and landing on the concrete a few feet away. The abomination grabbed a screaming, crying Stephanie from the tent, carrying her under one arm as if he were simply moving an irate toddler. He threw her in front of him. I saw with horror that my shot had missed him. "I am the true king of this world," he hissed as he knelt down over her. "I am the endless void between galaxies and the spinning black holes that rip apart worlds. I am forever." Fire poured out of his hands and arms like lava as Stephanie lay on the ground. Her eyes went wide as the first of the flames bit into her skin. I saw her chest and stomach caught fire as if they'd been sprayed with gasoline. With an animalistic strength, she jumped up, still burning. She tried to grab the man in a bear hug. The fire spread to his body, but he quickly pushed her away. And the fire spread up and down her clothes and to her hair. Her face began to melt as she gave an ear-splitting shriek of pure agony. Drops of liquid fat and burnt, sizzling blood ran from her crackling, blackening skin. "I love to watch him dance," he gurgled in a diseased, raspy voice. Stephanie jumped from leg to leg, putting her arms straight in front of her body to keep them from the flames covering her torso. But the fire seemed to have an inner life, spreading across her flesh as if rivers of napalm flowed over her body. I grabbed the gun, running over. I put it to the back of the man's head and pulled the trigger. The fire had started to spread across his chest, but he had no facial expression. He stood there, grinning like a skull. Big chunks of black flesh burst out. In his destroyed skull, I saw no blood or organs, but thousands of tiny dark worms writhed and slithered. I fell forwards, and a few feet away Stephanie also finally collapsed, still twitching and screaming. I ran over to her, pulling a bottle of water from my backpack. I poured it on her. It was like pouring a bottle of water on a bonfire. It sizzled and hissed as it turned to steam, putting out a small portion along her chest for a few moments. Then the fire flickered back up. She gave a choked death gasp seconds later and stopped moving. Her body had become little more than a blackened husk by this point. I looked at the evil, inhuman thing that had done this. To my horror, I saw his hands clenching and unclenching, his legs twitching. The black worms had started to re-stitch his skull back together, their tiny heads poking out through the wound and moving tissue around like diligent little laborers. Sickened, I ran. The landscape had started to change now. Rocky cliffs loomed overhead, dozens of feet high. I stumbled up the rock faces and eventually found a small cave. I crawled in and, with my flashlight, decided to write this. I know this will be my last journal, my last will and testament, left in some rocky cave of a destroyed world. Because the true king of this world is on his way here. He loves to watch people dance. The Life Eater by Moonlight Haunter. Dead Eagle. Far out in Cape Canaveral, between Jacksonville to the north and Miami to the south, an urgent meeting was taking place. The Situation Room at the Kennedy Space Center was buzzing with mild chatters as astronauts, scientists, engineers, IT specialists, human resources specialists, accountants, writers, technicians, and many other professional people chattered between themselves. This collective set of individuals were all working together at NASA to break barriers and achieve the seemingly impossible: space exploration. A few minutes later, the chief administrator of the space program and his deputy waltzed into the room. The chattering voices tuned down to hushed whispering as both men took their seats. They gazed out at the crowd of nearly 200 before them. It was these people that kept the space station operational. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." John Bernard, the chief administrator of operations, cleared his throat and adjusted the frame of his horn-rimmed glasses. He was a slender-looking man in his late 50s, with a bald head and a scruff of a moustache atop his lip. A few of the employees murmured back a greeting. Others stayed silent as they waited for the confirmation from the chief administrator of the space station. The possibility of an impending mission kept most of the employees on edge. "As you know, a couple of decades ago we lost two of our finest astronauts in the unfortunate mission to the dark side of the moon dubbed Dead Eagle." He paused, glancing around the room that was now dead silent before he went on. It should also be known that the bodies of these astronauts were never recovered from the wreckage of the crash, and because of that, these heroes of science were never given a proper burial. No one spoke. A sea of eyes beseeched the administrator with rapt attention. I just had a meeting with the president. After a lengthy conversation, we decided to conduct a rescue mission back to the moon to retrieve the bodies of these heroes of science. It's time we give them a fitting burial here on Earth. The room erupted in a cacophony of chattering and murmuring employees as they all began to discuss how such a mission was possible. Contrary to popular belief, it was of general knowledge to everyone at the space station that the Apollo missions from 8 onwards were staged with practical effects. They'd been quite successful over the years. Most citizens believed wholeheartedly that man had been to the moon. The real attempt to send man to the moon, now called Dead Eagle, was a devastating failure for NASA. The mission failed cataclysmically without any survivors. Communications with the spacecraft had been totally lost the moment they approached the moon's orbit, where the crashed remains of their pod floated for eternity. John Bernard sighed before holding up his arm. Decorum returned to the room for a brief moment. Now I know what most of you are probably thinking, that this is going to be another suicide mission, but I assure you that isn't going to be the case. As you're all also aware, we are much more technically advanced now. Somebody raised an arm amongst the seated employees, and John signaled for him to speak. He had known beforehand that he was going to be bombarded with a plethora of questions in regards to his visit to Washington to see the president. Excuse me, sir, but if what you're saying is correct, then not only are we going to the dark side of the moon in search of a crashed spacecraft from almost half a century ago, but we're also going to be retrieving the bodies of these great astronauts. A red-haired woman draped in a lab coat inquired. Yes, Miss Amelia, Mr. Bernard quickly replied. So, what's the guarantee that the bodies of these astronauts haven't drifted off into space? She quipped, and the room fell silent. Mr. Bernard cleared his throat and gave his deputy a slight nod. And after a quick swipe on the iPad in his hand, the projector at the end of the room began to play a video. It was a live footage from the crashed spacecraft. A few gasps echoed in the room as the frame switched to the control room of the crashed spacecraft. There, 2 bodies in spacesuits floated aimlessly around the confines of the dead machine. One of the astronauts was still strapped to his seat. His helmet repeatedly banged against the roof of the spacecraft due to the lack of gravity. This is live feed being transmitted from the ISS. A robotic camera was deployed to inspect the wreckage and found this. Mr. Bernard gestured towards the screen. A dull, eerie thudding sound emanated repeatedly as the astronaut's helmet tapped against the metal roof of the craft's cabin. The astronaut's partner floated back and forth within the confines of the chamber. Mr. Bernard gave his deputy another nod, and the video was cut off, returning everyone's attention back to him. Even though we all know that what we just saw is a grim contrast to our hoisted flag on the moon, we're embarking on this mission to pay our final respects to these men and their families. We want to show the world that we're not ashamed of honoring our heroes and the legacy they left us. The silence in the room suggested everyone now grasped the importance of the mission at hand. After asking for further questions, which weren't forthcoming, Mr. Bernard brought the meeting to a close. We'll leave for the dark side of the moon in the next 30 days, he announced, standing up and exiting the room. Kitty Hawk, approaching Dead Eagle wreckage, an astronaut said as he hopped towards the remains of the Dead Eagle spacecraft. A new set of astronauts had arrived on the moon to retrieve the remaining bodies and were now bouncing against the rigid surface of the moon. It looked like they were on a bouncy castle, hurling themselves towards the wrecked spacecraft. The newly arrived astronauts both had body cameras attached to their respective suits, transmitting the live feed of the mission to the members of their team on Earth, while their shuttle was docked at the ISS. Okay, boys, nice and easy. Mr. Bernard's voice echoed over the radio in their helmets. One of the astronauts was firmly clutching a crowbar. He approached the mangled, jammed door of the spacecraft, and after a few seconds he was able to pry it open. He and his partner carefully entered the cabin of the ship. Commander Bernard and the team of engineers monitoring each second of the mission back at the command base were now transfixed by the screens before them. They watched as the astronauts began struggling to cut their unfortunate colleagues loose. When they were done with that, they bound both bodies tightly with another cable cord, while one of the astronauts glanced around the pitch-dark cabin with a mini flashlight. "Okay, we got him. Let's go," the other astronaut said as he held onto the bodies, trying to prevent them from floating out of the open door. "What the hell is that?" The astronaut aimed his torch and stared at what looked like a static, black rock floating right inside the cabin. "Huh? Is that a tiny black hole?" The second astronaut squinted behind his helmet as he stared at the object that was just a few feet away from him. It was so conspicuous and easy to miss, if not for the flashlight his colleague brought along. "Kitty Hawk, do we have a problem?" Commander Bernard asked. He could barely see anything out of place. Well, of course he was thousands of miles away, in the command center on Earth, but still. What were they looking at? "Whoa, what is that?" The second astronaut sounded gobsmacked. He moved closer towards the dark rock, waving his flashlight over the object. "Kitty Hawk, I repeat, what is the situation?" Bernard asked through the radio comms, anxious. "Looks like some kind of rock," one of the astronauts echoed in awe. He poked at the piece of rock. It didn't float around like other objects in space. Instead, it simply hung conspicuously in the cabin, acting almost like a small black hole. "Crazy thing is, how did it get in here?" one astronaut asked. "The hull of the ship isn't perforated, and we literally had to break our way in." What was puzzling and even more strange to both the astronauts and the team back on Earth was that even if space debris were to somehow get into the metal cabin, why was it just a particularly dark piece of rock? The astronauts tried in vain to move it. So how did it float in the cabin? If they couldn't move it now, how had it moved itself? There definitely had to be other pieces of rocks floating around in the cabin too, if the one they were staring at had somehow gotten inside from an opening. "All right, that's enough, boys. Let's stay focused on the mission at hand and bring those fine men back home." Commander Bernard's voice echoed over the radio, snapping both astronauts from their transfixed reverie. Back at the Kennedy space station, he stared long and hard at a frozen image of the tiny rock, so dark that it could be barely perceived as a three-dimensional object by human eyes. He watched as the crew of astronauts began to float towards the door, and he got an idea. "Yeah, try grabbing that rock and bring it along with you." He spoke into the microphone beside him. One of the astronauts nodded. The ground crew watched in silence while the astronauts simply plucked the rock from where it hung. Both men began their journey back to the ISS, with the corpses firmly bound between them. The astronauts soon arrived at the ISS, and a few days later were preparing for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. In line with NASA's theoretical triangulation of the mission, a Navy fleet was already waiting out in the Pacific Sea, anticipating the re-entry of the space capsule. It was supposed to crash land into the sea upon re-entry. A few minutes later, the descending capsule was visible, with a huge fireball shrouding it. The capsule pierced down through the Earth's atmospheric fields at breakneck speed before hitting the water. Divers were quickly dispatched, and the astronauts were saved. Alongside the corpses they went to retrieve. It had been a successful mission, and the Kennedy Control Center erupted in cheers at the news. Bernard quickly phoned the president to inform him of the news, making sure to mention the strange rock. The fanfare that accompanied the return of the dead astronauts could easily be mistaken for a 4th of July celebration, as hundreds of thousands of citizens thronged the streets across the country to pay their last respects to the heroes. The president declared the flag to be flown at half-mast on the day the dead astronauts were finally let down into the belly of the Earth after floating in space for decades. The president called for a meeting with the commander of NASA, and Mr. Bernard paid another visit to Washington to brief the president on the discovery of the rock. The president's interest was piqued by the discovery of the space rock, and he ordered for the commander to send the piece of rock to a DUMB, deep underground military base, located out in Utah for an in-depth research to be carried out on it. Dark Moon. It was another day at the museum, another day to work on the Black Rock. One would expect that the museum curator, Mr. Martin Stevens, or Marty as he was fondly called, would get tired, or at the very least bored of staring at one rock for close to 10 years. 9 years and 7 months to be exact. That's how long he'd been studying this rock. At first glance it was Vanta black, but upon closer inspection it was something, well, more. It couldn't be explained, at least not yet. But some scientists had devoted the rest of their lives to understanding it, and Marty was just about ready to spend his entire life waiting for them. This was bigger than him. To Marty, this was bigger than the world. Who knew what their findings would be? Who knew what they would lead to? So every day since that little rock had been handed over to him, Marty had devoted every second following the scientists' research. So far, they discovered that the rock's surface absorbed 100% of any light that fell on it. Once disintegrated, it was found that the inside of the rock had properties of regular rocks. Several extensive tests were carried out, but nothing spectacular was found. It all ended at the surface. Another fascinating property about the rock was that no matter how many tiny bits they broke it into, each piece would have the properties of the entire rock, including the light-absorbing surface. This was too rare an occurrence to pass up. For these scientists, it wasn't even about fame or glory. It was just plain, undiluted curiosity that drove them. Marty was beyond ecstatic that the government granted his museum an exclusive license to show the rock fragments, and he followed up on every single piece of information that was unearthed concerning the rock. A creature of habit, Marty walked in through the museum doors at exactly 8 a.m., greeting the doorman with his signature smile and a nod of his balding head. He didn't need to speak. He never had time to, unless it was absolutely necessary. His smile-nod combination was enough to make people know he wasn't a rude man, just a busy one. He walked as briskly as he could in his three-piece suit, standing regally straight despite his protruding stomach. He reached his office in exactly 15 minutes, then leafed through the correspondence left for him by his secretary. His assistant walked in 5 minutes later with his cup of coffee. "Good morning, Mr. Stevens." Nathan Eves was the only one in the world who called him that. "Good morning, Nathan," he responded with a small smile. "Here's your coffee, sir," Nathan said, dropping the cup at his boss's elbow even though he knew the man wouldn't drink it. Exactly 10 minutes after, Marty stood up and left the office for the lab. He shrugged off his suit and hung it neatly in a locker, changing into his golf shirt and slacks before pulling on a lab coat. It made Marty smile, remembering how his wife would nag him for wearing an expensive suit to work only to change into golf wear later. The truth was, he felt more at ease in his golf wear, but he had to look the part of a successful museum curator, and hence the suit. After he changed, he reached for the bottled water he knew Nathan always kept there for him. After taking a healthy gulp, he settled down to watch the footage of the space expedition that showed the arrival of the Dead Eagle rescue mission for what would be the umpteenth time. No one would disturb him. If there was anything wrong, Nathan was capable of handling it. It all worked like a well-winded clock, just as it had for the past 23 years, until the footage began to play, and voices filled the room. By now, Marty could recite every word in the footage. He knew what would happen with each second, and he already had the faces of the scientists etched into his mind, so it took him a good 30 minutes to spot something wrong with the footage. At first, it was just a feeling that something was off, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. He hunched closer to the screen, frown lines marring his face. Then, he saw it. He saw himself. One of the scientists in the footage was him, or at least it had his face. Marty had gone through the footage at least 3 times every day since he'd got it, so he knew that none of the scientists bore even the slightest resemblance to him. So how could this be? One of the others must have tampered with the footage. That was the only explanation. Maybe they were playing a prank on him. Was today's birthday? He always forgot the date and had to depend on his wife to send him flowers or organize a surprise birthday before he remembered. Now that he thought about it, Evelyn was just mischievous enough to have done something like this. He could bet his degree that she put Nathan up to it. The young man looked as innocent as a newborn, but he was as crafty as the devil. Still chuckling, he got up from his chair. He was going to let Nathan know the error of his ways, and then he'd call his wife. He didn't know what he'd do to her yet, but he would soon. He walked down the floor below where the offices were located, then got to Nathan's office. "Say, Nate, did you by any chance mess with the Black Rock footage?" he asked, with narrowed eyes and a voice he hoped was serious, even though he could hear the laughter in it. Nathan, however, kept his eyes on his computer, not even sparing him a glance. Marty was convinced now that his assistant was guilty as charged, and he smiled. "Ah, so that's how you want to play it?" he asked, approaching the man's desk. "Tell me, did Evie put you up to this?" He leaned on the table. "What's in it for you? How much did she pay you to turn on me?" Still, Nathan didn't look at him. There wasn't even the slightest indication that his assistant had heard him. A slight irritation worked through Marty, but he still tried to keep his voice light. It was a joke, after all. "Nathan Eves, your boss is talking to you," he said. Still, Nathan didn't turn to him. He opened his mouth to say something else when one of the other staff knocked and walked into the office. "Mr. Eves," she called, and he looked up. Marty turned to see that it was his secretary, but she didn't acknowledge him. "Your 9:30 is here," she continued. And Nathan frowned and looked at his wristwatch, then at the wall clock. "But it's barely 9:30. What's the hurry?" The secretary merely smiled at him in response. "Yeah, tell him I'll be down shortly. Oh, and have refreshments sent to him." "Okay, sir." She turned before Nathan stopped her. "Lisa?" he called. "Yes, sir?" She responded with raised brows. "You know you can call me Nathan like everyone else, right?" he asked with a soft smile, a smile that made Marty give him a suspicious look. "Or better yet, Nate. That's what my friends call me." "Oh, and Mr. Stevens," Lisa said with a smile of her own. "Well, yeah," he finished with a boyish shrug. There was a silence in the office for a while. Then Lisa said, "I hear you, Mr. Eves." Then she offered him an innocent smile and left the room, leaving Nathan grinning. "Is there something I should be worried about?" Marty asked, but Nathan just sat back in his chair, staring dreamily at the spot where Lisa had been standing a few minutes ago. "Hey, boy, I'm talking to you," Marty said, moving in Nathan's line of sight. But the man seemed to look straight through him. Marty decided he'd had enough. "Okay, I think this has gone on long enough, Nathan. Look at me, I'm talking to you." Nathan took a deep breath, and Marty thought he'd finally come to his senses. Instead, the man shut down his computer and stood up, put on his suit jacket, and started walking around his table while he fixed the buttons. Marty moved right into his path. "Where do you think you're going, Nathan? What sort of—" The words died in his throat when Nathan simply walked through him. Nathan walked through him. Like he was thin air, like he didn't even exist. Marty's heart raced and his mind went blank. He had to sit down for a bit, or he would keel over from the shock. What had just happened? Nathan had just... How was that possible? The wheels in his brain began turning, slowly though, but it was a start. Lisa had also been in the office, and she hadn't acted as though she'd seen him. What if she really didn't? And Nathan, the boy, had worked as Marty's personal assistant for over 7 years, and despite a few disagreements here and there, He had never disrespected him even once. His virtues were not the kind a person could hide for a long time. So did it mean that he really couldn't see Marty? He could see him just about an hour ago. He'd brought him his coffee, for crying out loud. So what had happened? His heart skipped several beats, and he had to work twice as hard to stay calm. He needed to think, so he needed to keep a clear head. Nathan had brought Marty's coffee for him in his office, even spoke to him, so there was no doubt that he could see him then. Then Marty had gone to the lab, exchanged his suit for something more comfortable, before he started watching the video and noticed himself in it. Marty sat up straight as a thought occurred to him. If he assumed this was all real, and it wasn't a joke, or some well-thought-out and well-delivered prank, his being in a footage from 10 years ago would mean that he was there when the footage was recorded. It would mean that he was part of the mission to retrieve the casualties from the dead eagle. It meant that he was there when the black stone was found. But Martin Stevens knew that he was not there. In fact, he was in the hospital, waiting for news of his newborn daughters. It was a thing amongst them now, relating the birth of the girls to the discovery of a special rock. It was an omen of how special they were. So why was he in the footage, and, most importantly, why was he invisible? He decided to take a walk through the museum. Maybe someone would see him, maybe one of the visitors. If this was a prank, there's no way they would be in on it, unless every single one of them was hired by his wife, and that was too extreme even for her. So he left Nathan's office for a walk through the museum, and in less than 20 minutes, he had gotten his proof. He was dizzy with shock and anxiety, and he knew that if he were to fall to the ground right there in the middle of the museum, no one would notice. They would simply walk over him without even noticing. More than a handful of people had walked through him already. He pulled himself to the nearest elevator, with people occupying his space as if he was just air. But he was, wasn't he? At least to them, he was just air. He would have found the whole thing amazing if he weren't so scared. Everyone now looked like they were from an old movie. If he wasn't still in the museum, he might have been lost or confused. Maybe it was a side effect of the whatever it was that was happening to him. During the elevator ride, he remembered the black rock. He remembered the awe and power he felt when he'd held it. It was like holding a vacuum in his hand, a very heavy vacuum. They told him that it was just floating in the air, suspended, since it didn't move around like the other materials in space. He remembered how he staggered under its weight, partly because he didn't expect it to weigh so much. The elevator stopped on the last floor accessible to visitors. He stepped out, and more memories of the fragmentation process flooded into his mind. Wait, how could he remember all of this? He'd never held the stone before. It was fragmented, now that he thought about it. He wasn't even there when the rock was fragmented. How could he remember? It wasn't just his mind. Every part of him seemed to believe the same thing. He could still feel the weight of the rock on his hands. He could still remember the thoughts that ran through his mind when he broke the rocks. And he could hear the awed gasps of his colleagues as they examined the black rock. Except it wasn't him. All these memories did not belong to him, so how could they be in his head? He hadn't even solved one problem, and he was already facing another. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he made his way up the stairs. When he reached the office door, he rested on the steps. Maybe it was best he knew everything at once. That way he'd know exactly what he was facing, and he could solve this once and for all. But first he would call his wife. She'd know what to do, or at the very least, she'd calm him down. As the thought crossed his mind, he knew that there was a very slim chance of success, but he'd try anyway. He drew strength from hope and made his way to the last floor where the laboratory was located. But as soon as he reached it, he found himself in a completely different place. It was a laboratory, but not like the one in the museum. While that one was just equipped for examining antiques and rocks to be sure of their authenticity, this one was a real laboratory. Even worse, he remembered this lab. It was where he'd analyzed the rock. No, it was where the man whose memories he now had analyzed the rock. fact, it had just been an instant since the rock was fragmented. So where was everyone? Marty at least expected to find someone here. Maybe they could help him explain what was going on, or maybe not. But he knew there were supposed to be people here. Did the other man also share his memories too? Or was this one-sided? He looked around to see that all the other labs were illuminated, but he didn't know where the light was coming from. It was dark outside, so it couldn't be from the sun, and it was of no artificial origin that he could see. "What is this?" he muttered to himself, not caring that his voice was shaking. "What's going on here?" He half expected someone to appear and give him an answer. He'd be happy with that, no matter how ridiculous the answer was. At least he'd have an answer and the company of another human. But when that didn't happen, he lost it. He started running through the building for the exit. He didn't know how, but he knew where the exit was, and he was going to get out of the building. As he ran, the corridor seemed to stretch ahead of him, but he wouldn't stop running. Marty gave it all he had until the corridor disappeared altogether, and he was on a deserted plain. It was dark, and Marty felt as though he was in a vacuum. There was a loud silence. Even his tinnitus was gone. The silence seemed to press into his brain, and he wanted to scream, not out of pain, but out of fear. But he couldn't scream, and he couldn't open his mouth to make the sound. Inwards, he was screeching and yelling, but outwardly, he looked calm, expressionless. The moon itself was like the dark rock pinned to the velvet dark sky, slowly increasing in size. He saw an astronaut looking at the Dead Eagle spacecraft that was stuck in the sand, the hatch open. Finally, someone who could help. Marty ran to the astronaut as fast as his legs would carry him, but when he touched the astronaut's shoulder, the astronaut collapsed on the floor. It was just an empty suit. At this point, he was past despair, and he was running on adrenaline and instinct. He decided to enter the Dead Eagle, but when he fell inside it, he found himself floating in a void. Looking around, he saw that he had a view of himself inside the laboratory, moving towards the light switch to turn it off. The dark rock was once again intact. It was at that moment that he had a glimpse of understanding. The dream is fading. The dream that one day we existed in an infinite universe. The dream that darkness was torn by light at the beginning of all things. He wondered if every single person in the world was also alone in this final moment. The light switch went off, and then he was no more. Devoid. "The end is nigh! The end is nigh!" The man kept yelling at the top of his voice, already made hoarse from years and years of yelling. He looked homeless, with his messy beard and ill-fitting clothes, but he didn't smell homeless. He didn't smell particularly nice, and while his clothes didn't fit well, they were clean, a clear indication that he took care of himself. He was a tall man with strong, long arms that held up a wooden board, showing his message, "The end is nigh." What was most peculiar about this man was that for well over 7 years, he'd been proclaiming the same message, nothing more, nothing less. Residents say that he's been at it for much longer. But while most messengers like him proclaim the rapture or the second coming of Christ, this man proclaimed an entirely different message, claiming that a cosmic entity was looking for what was taken from her a long time ago. With a message like this, it's no surprise that people mocked him. It was also not a surprise when people started taking him seriously. If one man could keep screaming the same thing over and over for years, maybe there was some truth to it. And this message definitely appealed to those who'd been in a lifelong search for their higher calling and true purpose. Soon it became a movement, gathering more and more members who called themselves followers of the messenger. These followers were devout people who all but lived on every word of the bearded man, whom they dubbed the messenger, for that's what he was. No one knew his name or anything about him. No one cared to ask, and this shrouded him in an aura of mystery that somehow endeared him to his followers even more. They started having gatherings in a small warehouse, but soon the crowd grew larger. One of the richer members paid for a larger space to accommodate the extra people. It was a whole new movement, a whole new religion. They didn't concern themselves much with luxury and comfort. The world was ending, after all. What they concerned themselves with was devoid, the cosmic entity that spoke to the messenger's mind. She was looking for the one who took from her long, long ago. So far that was all the messenger knew, and it was agreed that if they all quieted their minds and their spirits, they could hear more from devoid. Certainly she must be trying to speak to them again. Maybe she'd been speaking all these years, but the messenger had not been able to hear because his spirit and mind weren't at peace and in sync with the universe. For this reason, when the followers gathered, there was not a single sound to be heard. If someone was listening in, they would think all of them were dead or maybe asleep. But the followers were reaching for the voice of devoid with their minds. It was one evening, during their meditations, that the messenger heard the voice. It was like a soft breeze, a memory long forgotten. He instinctively reached for it, willing himself at the same time to block it out just to be sure it really was devoid. The voice, soft as it was, pushed through his resistance. It existed before and it will exist after all things, the voice whispered, coiling around his mind like a python teasing its prey. The messenger muttered the words in a half-unconscious state, completely unaware of himself. The followers hung onto every word. The absolute silence in the hall made it possible to hear the faintest murmur echoing off the walls. So when the messenger started speaking, despite how low his voice was, they heard him and gathered round to listen. One woman took it upon herself to write the words down, while the rest listened in awe. "He was once everywhere, and now is nowhere," the voice said again. There was a sadness in the voice, a deep, overwhelming sadness, underlined with anger that promised mad vengeance. The messenger, even in his state of unconsciousness, felt a chilling fear in his bones, but for some reason he couldn't run or scream or cry or even beg. He was frozen before the voice that spoke from the darkness. "He's mine, just as I am his, and without him I am not." Now there was an obvious agitation in the voice. It shook with each word. Devoid was scared, but of what? He wanted to ask. Surely if she could speak to him, he could speak right back. There must have been something that made her choose him in the first place. He tried to ask how he might help, but his mouth was full of cotton, his tongue glued to the roof of his mouth. Even his lips had been sewn shut, so speaking was now impossible. He felt devoid, slither to and fro in his head, and he knew she was pacing. Strange, since he couldn't see her, couldn't see anything but the deep darkness, not even the slightest shadow. But he knew. He could feel her emotions like they were his, see every action in his mind's eye, every cock of the head, every side glance, every narrowed eye. But he could never make out her face. Strange, strange indeed. She was angry, all right, angry enough to destroy the world, but she was worried. Beneath the thick and numerous layers of anger, there were even more layers of worry and anxiety. She needed to find him, whatever it was she was looking for. The messenger knew that it was this worry that kept her wrath at bay. Whatever or whoever she was looking for, she needed to know they were safe and that they were here before she did anything rash. And just like witch smoke, Devoid vanished, as if she wasn't even there to start with. Then again, she was never really there, was she? It was an old memory, one he couldn't even remember anymore now. It was all in his mind. He was suddenly out of strength, and he needed to lie down, so he opened his eyes and froze as he saw numerous pairs of wide eyes sitting in a circle around him. He stared at the woman sitting just before him, the one who'd written down his mumblings, and she stared back, not daring to speak until she was spoken to. When he made no move or said anything, the woman silently held out the piece of paper towards him with both hands. He took it from her and read. The words trickled into his head like dewdrops, and with each one he heard her voice again. He couldn't really tell where his voice ended and where hers began. Two streams were flowing into and through one another. So it was real after all. The void had spoken to him again after all these years. He froze instantly as a thought occurred to him. If the memory was not just a memory, then all the feelings, all those emotions, she really was going to destroy them all. He'd known this for a long time, of course, but now it felt so real. He'd felt her power, felt her rage, and he knew that whenever she found what she was looking for, none of them would have the slightest chance of surviving. The followers had noticed his reaction, and one of them finally dared to speak. "Tell us what's to come, messenger." It was barely a whisper, but it carried. The messenger sighed, then said clearly, "The end is nigh." The announcement was like a heavy rock thrown into a river. They'd all known that destruction was inevitable, but it wasn't until this point that they realized that they'd hoped it wasn't so. Hope that it would be averted, hope that there was a way to save the faithful, and hope that something, anything, would turn out in their favor. This was it. The end was nigh. The messenger stood up, like the stalk of an upturned flower, in the very midst of those gathered around him, and looked straight at the exit. His intention was clearly written on his face, and his followers began to part before him to make way. He walked silently, solemnly, and picked up the large placard just by the door before he stepped out. A short while later his voice could be heard, bellowing his first and only message. "The end is nigh. The end is nigh." And this time there was a passion to it, an urgency that could only be possessed by one who knew, one who had seen the end of which he spoke of. His followers gathered at the door and windows to stare at their leader, each torn between sadness and fear, and the bravery to take up a placard and stand beside him. The end be damned. Some passers-by pointed and mocked him. "Put a suck in it, will you?" one said as he walked past. "Go get a life," another said. Mothers pulled their children closer to them, away from the crazy man shouting nonsense. Teenagers threw half-eaten fruits and snacks at him, but the messenger would not be discouraged. Even the followers, who were there when the message came, couldn't muster such courage, and so they stared. "She's looking for what was taken from her long ago," he yelled again at the small crowd that was beginning to form. Some of them already had their phones out, recording videos. "Oh yeah?" one pot-bellied man asked. "What exactly is that?" Then he repeated all that he'd heard with such vehemence that he had spittle flying out of his mouth. Some people seemed convinced, those who'd known the man since he first took to the streets. Some were skeptical, some laughed at him, and others pitied him. Their reactions were not a bother to him. He'd gotten the word out. It was now planted in their minds. There was nothing he and his followers or anyone else could do but prepare and wait. They could only take solace in their loved ones and live each day like it was their last, for one of these days may very well be. "The rock, the black rock, belongs to Devoid," he kept saying. Of course, everyone had heard of the unique rock that was found in space 10 years ago. They'd heard that it was like no other. Pieces of it were in museums, while others were still being examined. But what did that have to do with anything this man said? People murmured amongst themselves, and he pushed on. "They didn't tell you everything," he said with a grave voice. "They didn't even know everything. They've taken what belongs to another that was never theirs to take in the first place, and now we'll all pay for it. Oh, you mark my words. Your children, your wives, your husbands, your friends, your mother and your father, uncles and aunts. They'll all be gone, and you won't even be here to feel the loss. But you'll be gone as well." While he still spoke, he looked up and saw the moon rising. Dread washed over him like a bucket of ice water. It was still too early for the moon to come out. With a recent message, this could not be any mere coincidence. He watched as the dark mass which was too dark to be the moon, grew bigger and bigger, casting its shadow over the horizon. "She's here," he whispered as he watched the darkness grow larger and larger. "She's here," he said again, louder now. But when he looked around, he saw that he was alone. He spun around and saw that all the followers who had gathered behind him were gone too. He was left all alone, and he knew that it was only so he could see the end come before it took him too. "Ah, shit," was the last word he got out. And then he was no more. The Capsule by W.B. Stickle. The pothole appeared out of nowhere. "Son of a bitch," Miles Freeman hissed, swerving to avoid the cavernous thing. "Whoa," his 12-year-old son Brandon said from the back seat. "Close one, Dad." Easing their RAV4 back into the appropriate lane, Miles glanced in the rear view and met his son's gaze. The boy's bleary eyes practically swam in their sockets, a result, Miles knew, of the pain meds the ER staff had pumped into him an hour earlier. "Yeah, sorry about that, bud," Miles said. "The road isn't the greatest." "It's okay, Dad. It's Syracuse." "Yes, it is," Miles agreed. "Pothole capital of America. Hey, how's the leg?" Brandon glanced down at his heavily bandaged thigh. "Achy. How many stitches did I get again?" 8, which you took like a champ." "Think I'll have a scar?" "Yeah, probably." The boy grinned dopily. "Battle trophy." Miles reached back and touched the boy's hand. "Hey, I want to talk about what happened. In more detail than you told the doctors, I mean." Brandon shrugged. "Okie dokie, doggy daddy." Miles smirked at that. One of his favorite lines from True Romance, that badass Christian Slater flick from the early 90s. The boy had never actually seen the movie. No, the violence in it was far too excessive to show a child. Brandon had simply heard Miles say it once, and thereafter adopted it for himself. "All right, knucklehead, do me a favor and shut your eyes." "Why?" "Just humor me. It'll help you concentrate." Brandon closed his eyes. "Okay, they're shut." "Good. Now think back to this morning when you got the ouchie in your leg." "Okay, I'm thinking about it." Now picture what happened and describe it the best way you can." "Well," Brandon said, "I was grabbing branches for the trail like you told me to. Saw a nice big one in the area that doesn't have any trees. Something tripped me as I went to grab it and I fell over. My leg went right into the metal thingy." Miles nodded. They'd been in the woods bordering their backyard, working on their big summer project, creating a system of trails in the dense underbrush that grew back there. Brandon had chosen to hunt for branches with which to line the trail, while Miles used a pair of hedge clippers to clear the actual pathway. After a time, Brandon had wandered out of sight into a nearby clearing. Next, Miles knew the boy was screaming bloody murder. Miles found him sitting on a log, palms pressed against his bleeding thigh. "The metal thingy," Miles said. "Sticking up out of the ground then, like at an angle or something." "Yeah." "I know you told the doctor you couldn't really remember, but think hard for me. Was the metal thing smooth or rough?" Brandon shook his head. "I don't know. It happened real fast." Miles pursed his lips. The ER doc that had treated Brandon couldn't say one way or the other either. What she could say for certain was that the offending object had been rusty, given the tiny rust flakes she discovered while abrading the wound. No worries," Miles said. "So, the thing poked you. What happened next?" Brandon cocked his head like a dog keying into an interesting noise. There was sort of a breaking sound, a snap. Then I fell down, and I saw there was a piece of it sticking out of my leg, so I yanked it out and dropped it. Now, that was new information. A snapping sound. You think you broke it off or something?" Brandon opened his eyes. "Uh-huh. Yeah, just remembered. Yeah, after that it hurt real bad and was bloody, so I did like you showed me to make the bleeding stop." "Oh, I'm real proud of you for that too," Miles said. "Yeah, quick thinking." It occurred to Miles then how fortunate they were that the object had merely pierced the boy's leg, versus his belly or chest, or, God forbid, his head. Oh, the very thought made Miles queasy. He truly couldn't fathom an existence without Brandon. It was hard enough losing the boy's mother in childbirth. If he ever lost Brandon too, he didn't know what he would do. No, that was a lie. He knew exactly what he would do, and it involved the Mossberg 500 shotgun tucked away under his bedroom closet. Miles brushed the awful thought away and ran a hand through his curly mane, which some people said made him resemble a taller Patrick Dempsey. "Hey, you hungry for lunch yet?" "Starving," Brandon said. "Mediterranean?" Brandon's eyes arched. Mediterranean was his favorite. "Yeah, sure." "Bitter Palace?" Yes. "All right, pal. Bitter Palace it is." By the time they finished chowing down, Brandon was in tears again from the pain. Miles gave him hydrocodone, as prescribed by the ER, and got him set up on the living room sofa. "Hey, Xbox or Oculus?" Miles inquired. "Xbox," Brandon said. "Minecraft Retro." "Shocker, but that's okay, you deserve it. Do all the mining and crafting you want today." Miles handed the boy a game controller. "If you're okay for a bit, I need to go out back and look around for whatever poked you. Make sure it's safe." "Coolsies," Brandon said, turning his attention to the living room's 65-inch TV. Before heading out, Miles hurried down to the basement and retrieved their walkie-talkie set from the workroom. "Yeah, here," he said as he returned to the living room. He placed one of the handsets on the end table next to the sofa. "If you need anything, use this to reach me. You remember how to use it." "Push to talk?" Correctamundo." Miles tousled the boy's hair and headed for the back door. During his youth, Miles had spent a lot of time outdoors. His own father had been an avid outdoorsman and took care to instill his spirit of adventure in Miles. Miles had wanted to do the same for Brandon, but the kid preferred exploring the wondrous landscapes of his imagination over those in the real world. If it wasn't written in one of his books or coded into one of his video games, well, he just wasn't interested. Fortunately, that all changed the previous summer after Brandon finished reading The Wild Folk by Sylvia Lindstedt. They'd been on the back deck at the time, letting their dinners digest while they gazed at the woods that lay beyond their property line. "Dad," Brandon had said, "I want to go into the woods, make a trail through the trees. I think I belong out there." Miles had been so happy he nearly cried. "Absolutely," he said. And thus the big summer project was born. Smiling at the memory, Miles stepped onto the back deck and eased the sliding glass door shut behind him. The afternoon greeted him with a sweltering embrace. "Oh, good Christ," he said, checking the weather stats on his phone. 92 degrees, it said, with 80% humidity. Already beginning to sweat, he wiped his face and vaulted off the deck into the backyard. It was marginally cooler once he reached the trailhead, as the wood's canopy provided plenty of shade, but the air was still stifling as hell. Wondering if he hadn't somehow been magically transported to the Mississippi Delta, he followed the path as it zigged and zagged its way through the dense cluster of oaks and pines that studded his little swathe of central New York. At the trail's terminus, Miles discovered the hedge clippers he'd dropped earlier when Brandon had cried out. "Oh yeah," he said, holding the clippers up in front of him. And he couldn't say why, but in that moment he found their slender blades oddly comforting. Comforting, he mused, unsure where the sentiment had come from. What? Did he think some sort of threat existed out amongst all the fern, ivy, and honeysuckle? Like a rabid fox or a killer rabbit? Sure, Miles said. Why not killer bunnies? I hear they're all the rage this season. Yeah, having a watership down moment, are we? A voice inquired behind him. Startled, Miles whipped around in a panic and instinctively readied the clippers for combat. "Oh, easy there," said Jacob Winslow, Miles's next-door neighbor. "I come in peace." As a show of good intention, the man raised his empty hands like a cornered bank robber. "Jesus Christ," Miles growled. "Where the fuck did you come from?" Sorry, amigo," Jacob replied, lowering his hands. "I thought you heard me approach." Miles lowered the clippers and glowered down at his pale, red-haired neighbor, who stood a foot shorter than him. "Yeah, I didn't hear shit." "Well, not sure what to tell you," the man said. "I wasn't being particularly stealthy." Miles drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Oh, fine, whatever. Is something I can help you with?" Jacob's brow furrowed. "Oh, I heard about what happened to your boy. Ted from across the street filled me in. I figured I'd see if you needed a hand with anything. You didn't answer your doorbell, so I peeked out back and saw you heading into the woods." Miles squinted at the smaller man. On top of being a prying snoop with little respect for other people's boundaries, Jacob Winslow was, bar none, the least neighborly neighbor Miles had ever had, especially when it came to helping out with, well, anything. If it wasn't his bad back or ulcer acting up again, he always seemed to have errands to run or relatives to visit. Conversely, the little shit had no issue asking for anyone else's help. Yet here he was now, offering his assistance. Well, it was strange to say the least. Even stranger, though, was the fact that Jacob knew anything at all about Brandon's injury. Other than the hospital staff, Miles hadn't shared what had happened with anyone. "Ted, huh?" Miles asked. "What did he say?" "Not much, just that your boy landed in the ER with an injured leg, and he was home now, doing okay." The shorter man observed the consternation on Miles's face. Ted only knows 'cause of Gina." "Gina," Miles echoed. "Right." Ted's wife, Gina, worked as a nurse at the Galisano Children's Hospital. He hadn't seen her during their visit, but he supposed she could have seen Brandon's name on the patient register and decided to check his file. Miles studied his neighbor for a length, thinking, then revisited the man's offer to help. "Well," he said, redirecting his attention to the clearing, "if the offer is serious, I was about to search for whatever jabbed Brandon in the thigh. I only have a vague sense of where it occurred. Well, I was busy whacking away at the weeds where we're standing when he cried out. Found him sitting in the clearing over there." Jacob nodded. "Well, not to be a nosy Nelly, but, why were you gents out here in the first place?" Miles told him about the summer project. "I gotcha," Jacob said. "You want to make sure the pokey bit isn't still a problem." Bingo." Jacob considered their surroundings and glanced down at his own attire, which consisted of a Budweiser t-shirt, cargo shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. "Well, I'm clearly not dressed for the occasion, am I?" Nope, Miles said. "The poison oak and ivy out here is downright evil." "Yep, enough said," Jacob replied, ambling back towards his house. "I'll be right back." He returned minutes later, garbed in a blue long-sleeve shirt, jeans boots, work gloves, and a fitted Yankees cap. That's a bit better," he said. "Let's just pray I don't die from heat exhaustion. God, I'm already sweating like a pig." Fresh rivulets of sweat ran down Miles' own back. Me too. Hey, ready to get started? Yeah, let's do it." 5 minutes into their scouring, Jacob came across a bulky wasp nest forged in the crook of a dead sugar maple. "Hey, check this out," he said. Miles stayed where he was. He wanted no part of the dozen or so wasps buzzing about the crook. "Hey, industrious sons of bitches, huh?" Jacob grunted. "Well, they've set up shop in a couple of spots around my house. I'm gonna hit up Home Depot for some supplies later and go on a killing spree." You don't use an exterminator?" Miles asked. "I'm more satisfying to handle it myself." If you say so. I prefer not being stung. We all get stung sooner or later, Jacob said. That's life. Maybe so. Luckily, I've never been allergic. The sound of his own words resonated queerly in Miles's head, and for an instant he was bombarded by a flurry of disturbing images. A beehive in an old barn, a curious little boy with a stick, a barking dog, angry bees swarming the child, the boy slapping and whimpering at them, silence and stillness, the child's dead eyes staring at him. "Hey, Jacob interjected. "You okay?" Miles glanced at the man. "What? No, it's nothing, Just then his foot landed on a thin, cylindrical object, which rolled with his stepping motion. Shit, he blurted out, stumbling backwards. He nearly toppled over, but somehow managed to keep his footing. Jacob couldn't help but chuckle. Gravity's a bitch sometimes, huh? Ignoring the comment, Miles squatted down and began rummaging through the brush for whatever he'd slipped on. "Hey, there," he said moments later, extracting the offending object from a thick clump of honeysuckle and lifting it into plain view. It was maybe a foot long, with one end badly corroded and the other dappled with ants feeding on a darkened substance. Jacob moved in closer to have a better look and frowned. Is that rebar? Miles turned it over in his hand. Looks like it, doesn't it? And you think that's what got your boy? I do, Miles said. I was thinking it was sticking out of the ground at an angle, maybe. Brandon went to pick up a branch, stumbled, and landed on it. I'm guessing his weight was enough to snap it where it was corroded. He stooped over and recommenced rummaging through the underbrush. Hang on. It's got to be here somewhere. What does? Asked Jacob. There we are. Miles switched from rummaging to pulling away large tufts of honeysuckle. A half-dozen pulls later, he stopped and moved aside. Look. Jacob looked. The center of the now bare honeysuckle patch stood a rather guilty-looking nub of rusted metal, its circumference matching that of the rebar Miles was holding. Well, that opens up a whole other can of worms, don't it? Sure does, Miles said. First in my mind is, how far does it go into the ground? He reached down, gripped the knob tightly, and attempted to move it back and forth. It moved a quarter inch in either direction, but that was all. Miles clamped his other hand on the knob and tried again, achieving the same result. Feels like it's in there pretty deep. Which means it probably didn't fall from something tall, Jacob deduced, looking up. I'm not sure what that thing would even be. Me neither, Miles said. From what I understand, the whole area wasn't developed until the Renfrew Company purchased it some 30 years ago. Before that, it was just wild land. Then what the fuck? Miles planted his hands on his hips. You know what? To tell you the truth, I really don't care about the why of it right now. Jacob removed his Yankees cap and wiped his brow. His short red hair looked like orange fire in the bright sunlight. You want to know if there's more of these things out here? Yep, Miles said. Once I have that figured, I'll move on to how deep they go, then try to solve the why. Roger that, amigo. Miles re-examined the clearing. If you're still up for it, want to help me look? Jacob flipped his cap back onto his head. Well, I'm already sweating. I don't have shit to do until tonight. I say let's keep the good times rolling. Later, after a long hot shower, Miles shuffled into the living room and plopped down on the sofa next to Brandon. What you up to, compadre? Brandon pointed at the TV screen. On it, Jake the dog and Finn the human were battling the Ice King, who'd once again kidnapped Princess Bubblegum. Adventure time, huh? Miles said. Where the fun will never end, Brandon replied. Gotta love the classics. Miles eyed the boy's leg. Yeah, how you doing? Brandon ran his index finger over the bandages. Bad biscuits. Interpreting that as a negative response, Miles got him another pill and a glass of water. Sorry, bud. That should kick in soon enough. In the meantime, want to hear something crazy? Sure. So, you know the spiky thing that poked you in the thigh? No, doesn't ring a bell. Funny, Miles said. Well, I actually found it out in the woods. Looked like a piece of rebar. Steel rod they put in concrete to help make it stronger. Anyway, in addition to the piece that got you, I found the bit it broke off from. I tried to pull that bit out of the ground, but couldn't. Oh, it's in there deep. Brandon giggled at something Jake had just yelled at Finn on the TV. Miles waited until the episode ended, then shut the television off. Hey, Brandon said. I want to keep watching. Well, you can, Miles assured him. I just want to discuss something first without any distractions. Brandon simpered but didn't protest. Great, Miles said. So listen, along with the rebar that hurt you, guess what I found? Princess bubblegum? No, 5 other pieces of rebar sticking up out of the ground. Brandon's face bunched up as the number sank in. 6 rebar thingies? Yeah, in that clearing, all hidden by bushes and tall grass. Weird, Brandon said. Why are they there? No clue. But I think they're connected to something underground. Underground? Like what? Again, no clue. But I'm gonna find out. Miles then sighed and sank back into the couch. After a few days' rest, though. Your dad isn't the spring chicken he used to be. He thought of the upcoming work week at his accounting firm, which looked to be a hellish one. Yeah, next weekend, most likely. Awesome, Brandon said, eyes returning to the TV. Can I watch more Finn and Jake now? Miles powered on the device and handed the boy the remote. Yeah, sure, bud, sure. The following Friday night, Miles and Brandon decided to have a pizza and movie night. Brandon suggested cloudy with a chance of meatballs as the main feature, and so Miles ordered a couple of meatball pies. Early the next morning, Brandon crept into bed with Miles, claiming he'd had a really bad dream. Miles asked if he remembered what it was about. Yeah, Brandon said. A bad man trapped me in the basement and stuck a spear in my belly. I was screaming for you to save me the whole time, but you never came. Miles held him tight and together they fell back asleep, rising again around 10:30. After breakfast, Miles got the boys started on his math homework and ensured both their walkie-talkies were good to go. Working on the trail some more? Brandon inquired. Well, sort of, Miles said. Like I said last night, I need to figure out what all the rebar connects to. I want to go with you to help. My leg feels a lot better. I know, and I love our team-ups. But the doctor prescribed 2 weeks with minimal walking. You can help by resting, and we'll see where we're at in a week. Brandon sighed. Fine. Miles gave the boy a walkie-talkie. Yeah, same channel as before. I'll be back in a while. The temperature outside was cooler than it had been of late. Mid-80s with a decent breeze. Right, I'll take it, Miles said. From the shed he gathered a bag of tools, shovel, spade, pickaxe, sledgehammer, and hauled it to the clearing. His plan was to start at the foremost rebar tine, the one that had injured Brandon. Dig down until he uncovered its origins, and then move on to the others. The shovel made quick work of the surprisingly pliable earth seated around the rebar. It was looser than he'd expected. It came up easier than store-bought potting soil. About 2 feet down, the shovel's blade struck something hard and metallic, and seemingly hollow. What the shit? Miles said. He cleared away 10 more shovelfuls of loose dirt and set the shovel aside. A jagged, square foot of blue-grey metal stared up at him from the bottom of the hole. The rebar tine, he saw, was welded to the metal surface. Puzzled, Miles tapped the surface with the heel of his boot and listened as it issued a dull reverberation. "No, definitely hollow," he said. He wondered if it could have been an old oil or septic tank for some home that had once stood in the clearing. If so, it must have been one whopper of a place, because oil and septic tanks weren't typically as big as this structure seemed to indicate. As to why it had rebar tines sticking out of it, no rational explanation came to mind. After radioing Brandon to see if he was okay, Miles moved on to the remaining pieces of rebar. The result was the same at each: rusty blue-grey metal and a welding joint keeping the rebar in place. He searched for words printed on the metal surface, but found none. Unsure what to think, Miles retreated to the unfinished pathway and enjoyed a well-earned break in the shade. As he rested, he came to the decision that he needed to unearth the whole top portion of the dam structure, see if he could locate any markings. He just wasn't sure he wanted to do that today or wait until tomorrow. He was on the verge of calling it quits when Jacob came ambling up the trail, shovel in hand. "Well, howdy, neighbor. Back at it again, I see. Need a hand?" Miles noticed the man was decked out in a flannel shirt, jeans, gloves, a hat, and boots. Sure. Well, looks like you came to the party." Jacob chuckled. "Just got back from visiting family in Utica and could stand to blow off some steam." He reached the clearing and appraised Miles's handiwork. "You've been busy." Miles filled him in on his theory about the oil/septic tank. "No shit," Jacob asked, kicking the metal surface with one of his steel-toed boots. The sound of it reverberating made him grin. The mystery literally deepens. "Hey, what's the plan?" "I was thinking I'd dig out the areas between the rebar and check for markings." Jacob moved to the furthest hole and readied his shovel. "Well, tally fucking ho," he said, and drove the shovel's blade into the ground. 4:15, Miles stopped digging and peered down at his boot. His shovel had just struck something about a half-foot down, something that had sounded more solid and less hollow. "What's that?" Jacob said, having heard it too. Miles levered his shovel 90 degrees, prying loose a hefty chunk of earth. Beats me. Come help me real fast." He tossed the chunk aside and repeated the process. Jacob joined him, and together they swiftly uncovered the irregularity. "Geez," Jacob said, staring at their new discovery. "Is that what I think it is?" "Yeah," said Miles. "It's a fucking hatch door." It certainly looked the part. Circular, 3 foot in diameter, robust hinge, full-on handwheel, like something off the International Space Station, or the Red October. Jacob fiddled with an object attached to the hatch's lower curve. He brushed dirt off it and held it in his palm. It was a padlock, a large and new-looking one at that. "Seems like someone doesn't want us getting inside," Jacob observed. "I have a monster set of bolt cutters in the shed," Miles offered. Terrific. Let's get that bad boy and see what's inside this bad boy." Miles peered at the padlock, curious why it looked so new when everything else seemed so rusty and old. When no good explanation came to mind, he said, "I think we're going to save that for tomorrow morning. I'm losing steam. I want to finish digging out the top part and then go hang out with Brandon." Saying the boy's name elicited an unexpected swell of emotion and anxiety. "You got more restraint than I do," Jacob said, resuming his shoveling. "That's cool. Adds to the mystique of it. Just make sure you come get me before you shear that sucker off. I'm dying to know what's in there." Miles transferred his gaze to the handwheel. "Ah, me too," he lied. He couldn't pinpoint why, but the prospect of discovering what lay within the buried structure suddenly filled him with dread. Something bad was in there. He was sure of it. Something to do with Brandon. He tried to expel the awful notion from his mind, but it refused to go. Distraught, he plunged his shovel's blade into the ground and extracted a large clod of dirt. As he cast it into the clearing, the first wave of mosquitoes arrived, targeting their faces and necks. Cursing, they both applied more DEET and did their best to finish as soon as humanly possible. As thanks for all his help, Miles invited Jacob to dinner, and Jacob graciously accepted. After a hasty shower at his house, he came over with a 6-pack of Miller Lite in one hand and a 2-liter of Coke in the other. In no mood to cook, Miles grub-hubbed a pile of KFC, and together they happily dined on the Colonel's famous recipe. While they ate, Jacob filled Brandon in on the hatch situation and its stalwart padlock. The boy was utterly fascinated by this revelation, so much so that he abandoned his meal and began limping around the living room like an agitated dog. "Why is it there?" he burbled as he paced. "Why is it locked? What's inside? Secret treasure? Monsters? Why is the lock new? Who put it there?" And so on and so forth. When, several minutes later, Miles finally intervened, he didn't bother using any of his gentler tactics. "Brandon," he said, using the nuclear option, "return to the dinner table right now, or I'm taking your screen time away for an entire week." As he suspected it would, the ultimatum did the trick. Brandon stopped mid-burble, processed the cost of not obeying, and promptly returned to his chicken and mashed potatoes. "Don't fret, kid," Jacob told him. "That's the stuff we've been asking ourselves. Me, personally, I'm betting on treasure, like in the Goonies." Brandon smiled at that. "I like that one." He switched his gaze to Miles. "Can I be there when you open it up tomorrow? My leg's doing okay." Miles considered it as he sampled a drumstick. His gut, which still churned the echoes of the dread he'd felt at the clearing, told him to keep the boy away from the hatch. His rational brain, however, told him to quit indulging irrational impulses and let the boy participate. It was just a stupid hatch, for God's sake. "Okay," Miles said, "but no funny business. I say, and you do, got it?" "Monkey here, monkey do," Brandon confirmed. "Well, that settles it," Jacob announced. "We're all going." Brandon clapped his hands in agreement. "Hey, we're all going." Brandon had already brushed his teeth and gotten dressed when he came tugging on Miles's comforter at 8:15. Dad, he said excitedly, like it was Christmas morning. "Wake up so we can open the hatch." Squinting at his alarm clock, Miles told the boy to go back to bed. "For an hour at least. 2's better." "No way, Jose," Brandon said, dancing around the bed like a whirling dervish. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Knowing the boy wouldn't be dissuaded, Miles sat up and swallowed his annoyance. "Okay, you win. I'm up. Now go fix me a cup of coffee before I eat you." Once he was showered and had a cup of coffee in him, Miles texted Jacob to see if he was awake. Jacob responded immediately, claiming he'd been up since 6 and was raring to go. They met out front 10 minutes later and adjourned to the shed, where they procured a sledgehammer and Miles's heavy-duty bolt cutters. "Yep," Jacob said, admiring the cutters. "These should work just fine." During the short jaunt out to the clearing, Miles marveled at how well Brandon's leg was holding up. He was barely limping and didn't seem to be in much pain. "Yeah, how's it feeling?" he asked. Brandon gave him a thumbs up. "No problemo." "All right, tough guy," Miles said. "Let me know if anything changes." When they reached the clearing, Brandon scampered over to the hatch and grabbed the handwheel. "Wow, Dad, this is so cool. What if it's like a submarine or something?" "Oh, then we're all going to be famous, kid," Jacob replied. He brought the bolt cutters to the hatch and looked back at Miles. Want to do the honors, or shall I? Miles motioned for Jacob to go ahead. The man beamed like an idiot and set the cutters on the U-shaped shackle. 1, 2, 3, he said, and clamped down hard. The cutters bit through the metal with ease, producing a loud, satisfying clink. A disorienting sense of déjà vu came over Miles as he watched this unfold. He was sure he'd seen something like this happen before, sometime in the past. Only it wasn't a lock that had been cut. It was a finger. His stomach churned with disgust and trepidation. He retreated a few steps and clutched his belly. He didn't want to see what came next. He didn't want to see what lay inside the tank. He wanted instead to run from this place. Grab Brandon and drive far, far away. "You okay, Dad?" said Brandon. Miles blinked at the boy. No, Tommy's upset. That's all, buddy." Jacob rattled the lock, turning it this way and that until it finally gave way. "Voila," he said with glee, wrenching it off and chucking it into the nearby underbrush. He turned to Brandon then. "Well, you're up, champ. See if you can turn it." Brandon smiled and approached the hand wheel. "Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey?" "Yeah, you got it," Jacob said. Brandon grabbed the wheel with both hands and tried to turn it. It didn't budge. He tried 3 more times without any luck. "I'm not strong enough." Jacob moved in to help him. "Here, grab it again, and I'll grab 2, and maybe the 2 of us can turn it." They each gripped the wheel tight and tried again. This time it turned, well, slowly at first, and then it spun with no issue. Jacob let Brandon finish turning it all the way. Once it stopped spinning, Jacob took over and pulled the hatch door completely open. "Good job, kid," Jacob said, gently setting the hand wheel against the metallic structure's rusty surface. "Now, let me just have a peek, then you can look." He dipped his face into the open porthole but promptly withdrew it. "Way too dark down there. Good thing I brought this." He fished a small tactical flashlight out of his pocket, flicked it on, and had another look. His head remained in the porthole for well over a minute. "What do you see?" Brandon inquired eagerly. Jacob pulled his head back out, his face ashen and somber. Brandon tried to have a look for himself, but Jacob stopped him. "Oh, sorry, kiddo. No can do." His eyes found Miles. "Yeah, you need to see." Stomach churning even harder, Miles reluctantly advanced to the porthole's edge, grabbed Jacob's flashlight, and stuck his head inside. The flashlight revealed a confounding and terrible sight. There were 6 rebar spikes, each about 4 feet tall, jutting up from the structure's bottom. Impaled on 5 of these spikes were 5 small corpses in various states of decay. The corpses of children, Miles realized. Tasting bile on his tongue, he yanked his head out of the porthole, dropped the flashlight, and stumbled backwards. After a few clumsy paces, he felt someone catch his arm. Jacob. "Oh, easy there," the man said. "Easy. Be strong for the boy." Miles glanced at his son, who stood near the hatch, staring at it uncertainly. "We have to call the cops," Jacob whispered. "But I didn't bring my cell. Hey, it's on your property, so it should probably come from you anyway." Miles collected himself and patted his own pockets. They were empty. He left his phone on the kitchen counter. Shit, me too. Hey, keep an eye on Brandon for a minute. I'll be right back." So saying, he bounded across the clearing towards the trail. "Yeah, will do," Jacob assured him. Back through the trees and into his backyard he sailed. Reaching the deck, he ripped open the back door and burst into the kitchen. The phone was there on the counter. He dialed 911, reported what they'd found, and gave the responder his address. After killing the call, he scrabbled his way back to the clearing. About halfway to the woods, he heard Jacob cry out. "Brandon, no, stay out of there. Oh, God." The panic in his neighbor's voice sent a jolt of adrenaline through Miles's extremities, compelling him to sprint as fast as he could. He reached the clearing in a matter of seconds and found Jacob leaning over the hatch's opening. "Jesus, kid," the man murmured. "Why'd you do that?" "What's happened?" Miles yelled, snatching the flashlight from the ground and shoving Jacob aside. "Brandon, where are you, pal? Answer me." After thrusting his head inside the porthole, it took a few moments for his brain to comprehend what he was looking at. His son impaled through the heart on one of the rebar spikes, the one that hadn't previously held a corpse. The boy was facing upwards, as if he'd somehow twisted as he fell, which didn't make any sense. His eyes were open, but devoid of light. Miles gasped. The world seemed to shift on its axis. He lurched backwards, falling hard onto his backside. Jacob stood over him, grimacing. No, not grimacing. Grinning. Why the hell was he grinning? "It was quick, man," his neighbor said. "Way too quick." A shot of vomit shot up Miles's throat. He ejected into the grass next to him. The full weight of what was happening struck him like a hammer to the chest. He'd just lost the only thing he loved. His boy, whom he'd cared for since the moment he was born. His child, who meant more to him than anything could possibly mean to anybody in the world. His heart and soul. "My Brandon," he whimpered. Somewhere in the distance, a bird screeched. The sound cut through the noise in his head, giving him a horrid sense of clarity. He clambered to his feet and trundled drunkenly back towards his house. "Where are you going, Miles?" Jacob shouted after him. "We got some tidying up to do." Barely registering the man's words, Miles retraced his steps to the house, tramped up to his bedroom, and grabbed his 12-gauge from its hiding spot in the closet. The all-consuming anguish he felt was too much to bear. He had to do something about it. He had to end it. He checked to make sure the gun was loaded and returned one last time to the clearing, where Jacob stood waiting for him, shovel in hand. "Well, we better get digging," his neighbor said. Miles cocked the shotgun and aimed it at the man. "What the fuck is wrong with you? My son is dead." "I know it, partner. Yeah, rookie move on my part. I tried to stick him through the belly, make it last longer so you could watch too. Yeah, I whiffed it. Straight through the heart. Dead in seconds." Before he could help it, Miles pulled the trigger and blew his neighbor's head in half. Jacob's body collapsed in a bloody heap. Oddly, he felt next to nothing about what he'd just done to the man. His colossal grief seemed to eclipse everything else. Letting it, Miles meandered to the hatch's opening and gazed down at his lifeless son. With the lack of light, he could barely see the boy's face, though he saw enough to discern his own failure as a father and as a human being. "Sorry, buddy," he cried, putting the shotgun's barrel under his chin. "Don't worry. You won't be alone long. I'm going with you." He pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Just a click with no bang. He pulled the trigger 3 more times with no effect. "All right, Mr. Edmund," he heard a voice say. "That's good enough." The voice seemed to come from everywhere rather than any specific direction. "We can terminate now." The entire scene around him seemed to undulate, and Miles felt a fiery, tickling sensation ripple across his skull. He shut his eyes involuntarily, and everything went black. When he tried to reopen them, the blackness remained. "Don't fight it," the voice said. "Few more seconds and you'll be back." A short eternity passed, and sure enough, things started to return. The darkness dispersed, and the scenery around him slowly came back into view. Only it wasn't the same scenery from just seconds earlier. Instead of a wooded backdrop, he now found himself in what appeared to be a small hospital room. Seated on a light blue vinyl chair, the kind cancer patients might sit in while receiving their life-prolonging chemo treatments. His clothes had been replaced with a hospital gown, and he noticed that an IV had been inserted into his left arm. "What the fuck is this?" he muttered. "Not much longer, Mr. Davis," the voice assured him. "Gentlemen, if you please." At the voice's bidding, two large men in hospital scrubs entered the room and positioned themselves at either side of the chair. One of them removed what felt like a bicycle helmet from Miles's head, while the other slipped a sleep mask over his eyes, returning him to darkness. "Davis," Miles murmured in confusion. "My last name is Freeman." "Where do you want him?" the man to Miles's left asked. "Recovery room 2, thanks," the voice replied. "Copy that," the man said. There was a clacking sound as one of the men did something to Miles's chair, and all at once he was moving. Following a jarring series of lefts and rights, his chair came to an abrupt halt. Soft fingers then removed the mask from his eyes, and he watched as the two men exited his new room, a slender whitewashed chamber with no furnishings. "Okay," a different voice said from the speaker mounted above the room's door. "Let us know when everything starts to return." Miles was about to ask what the fuck they meant, when a huge burst of memory flooded his thoughts, bringing it all back. His name was not, in fact, Miles Freeman. It was Edmund Davis. He was neither an accountant nor a loving father. He did not live in upstate New York. He lived in this unnamed facility ever since he'd foolishly volunteered for the capsule project. "I'm remembering," he said, quite bitterly, the grief of losing Brandon still heavy in his heart. "Good," the original voice said. "Now, how real did it all seem this time? Your life as Brandon's father, your interactions with others, your adopted history, all of it." Edmund clenched his jaw. "Very fucking real." "Elaborate, please," the voice replied with a hint of malice. Every iota of Edmund's being hated answering these questions, but refusing to answer wasn't really an option here. If he refused, they'd likely ship him back to Mohawk Correctional, where beatings and rape were part of the daily routine. It felt like my actual life. I was a single parent, a loving dad. "And Brandon?" the second voice inquired. "You genuinely perceived him to be your son?" Tears leaked from Edmund's eyes. A new sensation for him, one he detested. "Not perceived, assholes. He was my son." In reality, Brandon Freeman had been the second youngling he'd taken. "Excellent," said the first voice. "How does it feel now, after a little time has passed? Has that perception faded at all?" Edmund sneered. Well, he considered lying, but lying, like refusing to answer, was useless here. They'd proven that to him time and again during the control phase of testing. No fading. Not yet, at least. "How did it compare to your first session?" His first time in the capsule, they'd made him become Celia Blaylock, Teddy Blaylock's mother. Teddy was his first youngling, the boy he'd killed in the barn with the bees. No, not the barn, the shed. The barn was the fantasy they'd constructed in the first session. "Reeler," he said. More potent. Very good. Elaborate. The first session was more like a dream, Edmund replied. I don't think I really accepted being a woman. This time was more like a vivid memory. Memory versus dream, the second voice acknowledged. Was there anything that felt disingenuous about this scenario? Edmund lowered his chin and thought about it. Jacob was taller than me in real life, not shorter. In the real world, Jacob Winslow had been his killing partner, not neighbor. Prior to his suicide at Sing Sing, he'd stood 6'3". Anything else? Edmund stared at the speaker. What is it with the barn and the oil tank? It didn't actually happen that way. It was a shed and a footlocker. You never seem to remember that part, the voice said. It's the mousetrap. We aren't permitted to replicate the actual murders, so we need a mousetrap around which to build the scenarios. And you're helping us to build a better one each time. Not permitted, Edmund said. So, all of this is legal? Well, that's a fairly malleable word, Mr. Davis. But yes, it is. For what purpose? To torture people like me? You never remember that either, the second voice replied, sounding almost amused. No, not to torture you. To offer you a third option. Life sentence with no parole, execution, or the capsule. Edmund scoffed. And you think this isn't a cruel and unusual punishment? What will I even be after the sessions? A vegetable? Well, not for us to decide. And, we shall see. A spark of anger set off a cascade of fury inside Edmund, nearly as powerful as the sorrow he felt. You really think this capsule bullshit will be used this way? In America? Probably not. It's being tested for a myriad of uses, besides what we're doing here. Any other questions or statements before we wrap up? Yeah. Fuck you. Very well, Mr. Davis. You've had a long day. 12 full hours in the capsule. Get some rest tonight, and we'll revisit how you're feeling tomorrow. The day after, we'll conduct Session 3, the Lopez child. Sound good? Edmund didn't bother to respond. Splendid, the first voice said. Also, it's adorable you think you're still in America. Not a second later, the same two large men from before entered the room and got Edmund prepped for transport. This time he was grateful for the sleep mask as it covered his leaking eyes. As they got him mobile, he couldn't help but think that Jacob had been the smart one. He'd gotten out while he still had a say. There was no getting out for Edmund. There was only the capsule and the misery of dead children. The Last Bus by Wound Liquor. The first time I caught the night bus was pure chance. I'd heard the legends, of course, we all had. Urban legends are a big thing where I live. I suspect it's partly because I hail from an unremarkable and frankly dull provincial city and has little else going for it. Kids growing up around here don't have much to do, and so their imaginations tend to run wild, with escapism being all the rage. My friends and I were obsessed with urban legends during our formative years, gobbling up the tales whispered in the playgrounds and later posted by anonymous posters on online forums. We found the legends both frightening and exhilarating, bringing excitement to our otherwise boring lives. It'd be fair to say that I was quite naive back then. Some of my friends were more cynical, but I truly believed them all. The vanishing hitchhiker of Spencer Street, the South Side Troll Man, and the White Lady of Croft Manor were a few of my favorites. Well, my friends and I took on the role of amateur sleuths, investigating every site and searching for any evidence of these legendary cryptids and otherworldly entities. And to my extreme disappointment, we found nothing. No ghosts or ghouls, no monsters, and no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Eventually, I too became cynical, concluding that all such legends were just childish nonsense, and I was wasting my time pursuing them. The last bus was another of the local myths that we'd heard growing up, and I assumed it was bullshit like the others. Well, now I know better. Officially, the last bus out of the city centre leaves at 1:45 from the bus depot on High Street. That's the bus which sensible people catch if they want to get home safely after a night out on the town. The pubs and clubs close at 1 a.m, and the crowds of drunken revellers pile onto the streets, fighting over taxis, queuing up for late-night kebabs, attempting a last-minute hookup, or calling up friends in search of all-night house parties. Well, it's the same chaotic scene every Friday and Saturday night. Usually there are a couple of punch-ups and a few people who will injure themselves by falling over drunk on the pavement. It's all depressingly predictable. The police will be called out, as will the ambulance crews, and eventually the crowds will disperse as an eerie silence returns to the darkened streets. Then we enter the twilight hours when all sensible and law-abiding citizens are at home, safely tucked up in their beds. After hours, the streets are left to the vulnerable, like the homeless with nowhere else to go, forced to seek shelter in shop door fronts, wrapping their cold bodies in old sleeping bags and praying that they make it through the night. And then, there are the predators, the ones that your mother warned you about. The gangs of thugs who patrol the streets, their blood up as they search for a victim to violently attack. And the predatory men who lurk in the shadows, watching for vulnerable women who they can prey upon. On a Monday morning, you'll read the stories in the local newspapers. The homeless man beaten to a pulp. The young girl sexually assaulted in a back alley. Police will open investigations and appeal for witnesses. Sometimes they'll catch the perpetrators, other times they won't. You'll have sympathy for the victims, but secretly feel relieved that it didn't happen to you or somebody you know. But in these cases, the culprits are human monsters, made of flesh and bone, and not the otherworldly fiends I tried to chase. During my cynical years, I believed these human predators were the worst thing out there, that they owned the twilight hours before the dawn. But I was wrong, and now I know the truth. There are far worse things that lurk in the shadows. The first occasion I caught the night bus came during a difficult time for me. I just turned 21 and had split up with my partner of 2 years. Now, looking back, I now see that the breakup was the best thing for both of us. But at the time, I was devastated and so angry. My friends had taken me out for a night on the town in the hope it would cheer me up. Nice idea, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out that way. I drank way too much, starting on the beers and moving on to shots of hard liquor. We went to a club where I made several embarrassing and unsuccessful attempts to hook up. As if that wasn't bad enough, I then started a fight with my best friend, throwing a punch at him before I got thrown out of the club by the doorman and foolishly decided to walk the streets alone in a drunken stupor. Somehow I managed to avoid getting beaten up or falling on my face and cracking my head open on the pavement. Instead, I managed to stagger to a bus shelter, not realizing in my inebriated state that the official bus service had finished for the night, and there wouldn't be another one due till morning. I remember laying down to rest on the bench, and I must have passed out, because I woke up several hours later and saw the streets were empty. I was all alone. Or so I thought. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I saw the old bus driving down the street towards me, emitting black smoke from its exhaust pipe as it came, its noisy engine interrupting the previous quiet. The vehicle was partially illuminated by the streetlights, although I noted with some concern how the lamps flickered as the bus drove by them. The vehicle looked like a throwback from the 1960s, the kind of ancient tin can on wheels you'd expect to see at a classic car show. Unlike the modern vehicles we're used to, those that glide along the street quietly, This old rust bucket rattled along, noisily looking as if it could break down at any moment. But instead it kept coming, driving down the empty road and coming ever closer to my shelter. I noted how there were no emblems or motifs painted on the side of the bus, and no destination name was shown above its front windscreen. The vehicle's exterior was painted all in black, and even the windows were tinted, meaning I couldn't see who or what was inside. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I recalled the details I'd heard about the last bus legend, one of those I'd read and studied during my youth. The vehicle I was seeing before me matched the description of the coach in the stories, the phantom bus that appears on an abandoned street in the early hours, offering lifts to the weary and needy. I came close to panic in that moment, wondering whether I was dreaming or suffering from a paranoid delusion. I spent so much of my youth chasing these legends, searching for any evidence that could prove the existence of something outside of our own reality. But now that the truth was staring me in the face, a big part of me wanted to up sticks and run. But I didn't. Don't know whether I was frozen to the spot with fear, or if my curiosity got the better of me, but I held my ground and waited for the bus to come to me. I stood up on my shaking feet as the coach pulled in beside my shelter, and despite the amount of alcohol I'd consumed, I suddenly felt quite sober. It seemed to take forever for the vehicle to park up and for the creaking old door to swing open. When it did, I was confronted by a friendly middle-aged man wearing a neat blue uniform while he sat behind the wheel, driving his bus to an unspecified location. He smiled down at me, his eyes twinkling in an amicable and welcoming fashion. And then he opened his mouth and spoke in a soft, almost fatherly tone, saying, "Good evening, my friend. Are you coming on board?" I'd heard about the enigmatic driver before, but nevertheless his appearance and whole demeanor took me off guard. I struggled to find the words to respond, stuttering my way through my reply. Where will you take me?" I inquired nervously. "Home," the driver responded with a reassuring smile. "I'll take you home eventually. But life isn't about the destination. It's about the journey. Sometimes you need to take a leap of faith. So, what do you say, my young friend? Will you ride with us?" I'll admit to being scared in that moment, terrified in fact. Somehow I realized how important this was, how the decision I made right then could shape the rest of my life. I didn't know what exactly would await me if I got on board, but I had a good idea, and it was terrifying. But if I walked away, I would never discover the truth. And so, I took a deep breath, plucked up my courage, and stepped onto the bus, seeing the driver smile as the door finally shut behind me. When I saw the bus driver up close, I sensed something sinister about him and instantly started regretting my decision. But by then it was too late. Well, that was the first time I rode the night bus. Over the years, I've been on it 3 times in total, living to tell my tale on each occasion. Catching the phantom bus isn't as easy as you'd imagine. There's no set of rules that you can follow, and no set time or location. I don't know whether it's sheer chance or if the bus itself chooses its passengers. I have, however, been able to piece together common threads, using both my own experiences and those of others who've made the journey. We have an online forum which we use to tell our stories and exchange information. It's an issue of safety as much as anything else. Yeah, the night bus can be lethal if you don't keep your wits about you. Now, having accumulated this knowledge over the last number of years, I'll now share it with you here. Part 2. Once you step on board the bus, you'll see the rows of hard-back seats stretching back to the rear of the vehicle's interior. And there's nothing unusual about this, at least not at first glance. You'll see other passengers too, but you mustn't engage with them at this point. Oh, and don't look them in the eye. Now, take a seat on an empty bench somewhere towards the front of the bus. Doesn't really matter where exactly. They'll come to you in their own time. And the journey itself can last for hours, or at least that's what it will seem like when you're on board. Oh, you can see out of the windows from inside and look upon the scenery, such as it is. Initially, you'll see familiar sights, city centre streets, buildings, and businesses that you'll recognize. Nevertheless, you'll soon realize that something isn't quite right with the scene. The streets will be totally abandoned, with no traffic or pedestrians anywhere to be seen. There won't be any businesses open or lights emanating from anywhere along the road. But the further you drive out from the city centre, the more bizarre the sights you'll encounter. Soon the tidy streets and well-maintained buildings will give way to urban decay, crumbling structures and ruins like those of a lost city forgotten by time. Eventually the bus will leave the city behind and enter what appears to be a dense forest. The narrow road you'll follow will be shrouded in darkness, with the only illumination coming from the vehicle's bright headlights. If you glance into the woods on either side of the road, you'll occasionally catch a glimpse of shadows moving behind the tree line. Strange figures and unidentified animals with glowing red eyes glaring through the darkness. You'll see these unnerving creatures for only the briefest of seconds as the bus drives through, and then they'll be gone. Now, at first, you'll think it's just your fertile imagination playing tricks on you, but deep down you'll know that there is something evil lurking in those woods. By this point in the journey, it should become clear that you're no longer in the realm of the living. I don't know where the bus takes you, but I do know it's not wise to stare out the windows for too long. What lurks out there can drive you mad. And besides, your focus should be on those inside the bus, as they pose the more immediate threat. My fellow online sleuths and I think of the passengers as lost souls. It seems certain that they are no longer part of the world of the living. There's something lacking in them, an important piece that's missing. Once you talk to them, they will engage with you, whether you want them to or not. You'll see the sadness in their empty, dead eyes. They want to latch onto you because you have what they want: life. And that's why it's so important that you follow the rules. Don't let them get inside your head, whatever you do. Well, there are 6 entities you're likely to encounter once you set foot upon the bus, all of whom have their own unique traits and tricks which they'll attempt to use against you. Based on the shared experiences of our forum members, I've pieced together a description of what each one of these otherworldly entities is like. Firstly, there's the driver, whose physical description I've already covered. The driver's first job is to get you on board. That's why he'll appear to be so friendly and welcoming, enticing you to take a ride on his bus. However, once the door shuts behind you and the bus starts moving, you'll see the driver's smile falter ever so slightly as he breaks eye contact and focuses on the road. Despite this, the driver is a benign figure who plays a small but important role in the events which follow. His job from this point onwards is simply to drive, and he does keep his promise to you. He will bring you home eventually, assuming you don't fall foul of any of the spirits during the drive. Like I said, the journey will seem to last for hours, but when he drops you off on your home street, back in our realm, no time will have passed whatsoever. He lets you off, smiling once again and saying, "Have a nice evening. Hope to see you again soon." And you'll be left standing on the pavement outside of your home, bewildered and still in a state of shocked disbelief as you watch the phantom bus drive down the road before it inexplicably vanishes at the end of your street. After the driver, the first passenger you're likely to notice is the party girl. This is an attractive young woman who appears to be in her early to mid-20s. Her physical appearance will change on each occasion. Sometimes her hair will be brunette and other times blonde. Likewise, her skin complexion can either be pale or dark, depending upon the beholder. What's consistent is how she's made up and dressed, donning a cocktail dress and high heels, and carrying a designer handbag. Her fragrance is sweet and enticing, but you may also smell a hint of alcohol on her breath. You'll note how her mascara has run, indicating that she's been crying. Nevertheless, there's something in her deep and expressive eyes which will draw you in, an inner beauty and vulnerability that plays on your emotions. It's worth noting that you'll be attracted to the young woman in spite of your gender or usual sexual preferences. You'll be unable to take your eyes off her and will feel compelled to take a seat close to her. The party girl will engage with you during the early stages of the journey, distracting you from the bizarre sights outside of the bus's windows. At first she'll be flirtatious and fun, asking you about yourself and talking about her night out. But soon the conversation will take on a darker tone, as the girl tells you about a tragic event from her past. Childhood abuse, a violent ex-partner, or the death of a loved one. The story will vary each time, but will always be one of sadness and suffering. Your heart will go out to her, even if you're not usually an empathetic person. Once she's told you her woeful tale, the young woman will ask you to go home with her, to give her some comfort. You'll be tempted, but under no circumstances should you agree to go with her. It's critical that you remember what she is, and what she really wants from you. But my advice is to politely decline her offer without causing her undue suffering. The party girl may be a lost soul, but by all accounts, she still feels human emotions. She won't be angry when you reject her, but instead will sob softly into her hands. You'll feel guilty, but you must move on and switch seats, leaving the poor girl to her misery. The next passenger you'll encounter sits a couple of rows behind the party girl. We'll call her the OAP, or the pensioner. She's an elderly woman, probably in her 80s, her white hair in curls, wearing a shawl and a heavy winter coat, and with a shopping cart on wheels parked underneath her seat. Her face is wrinkled, and the perfume she wears is quite overbearing, but the OAP has kind eyes and a sweet motherly smile. She'll remind you of an elderly relative, like a grandmother or great-aunt, and you'll feel an affection towards her. A woman of her age and appearance is the last person you'd expect to find riding a night bus during the early hours of the morning, and yet here she is, another lost soul trapped on a journey that never ends. The OAP will speak with you in a kindly, wholesome fashion, asking about your life and your family, while also entertaining you with anecdotes from her long and interesting life. You'll feel at ease talking with her, but you mustn't forget what she really is. The conversation will end with the woman asking you to accompany her home to help with her shopping, or something like that. She'll offer to prepare you something to eat, your favorite meal or snack, whatever that may be, and she'll offer to put you up for the night. Now again, you'll be tempted, but you must say no. On this occasion, it doesn't actually matter how politely you refuse her offer. Whatever you say or do, she'll react with absolute fury, screaming every obscenity under the sun as her face screws up with anger. The last thing you'd expect from a seemingly sweet old lady, but this is what will happen. As soon as she launches into her hateful tirade, you should leave your seat and move further down the bus. You would be wise not to engage with her again for the rest of your journey. The next passenger you'll meet is a scruffy middle-aged man known as the drunkard. He sits close to the back of the bus and is perhaps the type you'd expect to find on a late-night service. I wouldn't recommend sitting too close to the drunkard, only because he smells pretty bad, his breath stinking of alcohol and cigarettes. You'll note how his old clothes are soiled and torn, and his unkempt beard will be badly matted. You probably won't wish to engage with him, but the drunkard will begin a conversation with you regardless, and against your better judgment you'll get drawn in. The drunkard will turn out to be surprisingly intelligent and insightful, seeking to educate you on such matters as religion, philosophy, and scientific theory. He'll tell you a story in the form of a parable or fable, one with a dark twist to it. When I first met the drunk, he recounted to me the tale of the frog and the scorpion, one that demonstrates the cruel and destructive nature of life. Next, he'll remove a silver hip flask from his inside jacket pocket and offer you a drink. Regardless of your alcoholic preferences, you'll be tempted to take a sip. Oh, the drink will smell so sweet and inviting, but of course you must refuse him. After you turn down the drink, the drunkard will shoot you an angry look before shaking his head and saying, "You're a damn fool. Stupid little child. You have no idea what you're dealing with." Now this is your cue to move on. Now you'll notice how the first three passengers are trying to draw you in, using whatever charms or supernatural powers they have at their disposal. Their ultimate goal is to trick you into leaving the bus. Needless to say, you must not do this. Not if you want to make it home. Nobody knows what exactly happens to those who fall into one of their traps. We do know that several members of our forum have vanished without a trace over the years, and my city has a long history of unexplained disappearances. The fourth passenger is different from the rest, though. He's a young male who sits on the back row while listening to headphones linked up to an 80s-style Walkman. We call him Headphones Guy, and it seems all he does is listen to music, his eyes closed as he taps his foot to the beat. The Headphones Guy will not attempt to engage with you or even acknowledge your presence. That's not to say he isn't dangerous, however. There was a member of our group who had a run-in with the guy. And to be fair, it wasn't unprovoked. Feeling bold, my friend got right up in the passenger's face, waving his hands and clicking his fingers in an attempt to gain the spirit's attention. When this failed, he foolishly grabbed the guy's headphones, physically pulling them off his head. Predictably, Headphones Guy didn't react well to this violation. In an instant, he jumped up from his chair, lashing out with his fist and knocking his assailant down with one punch. My friend remembers a sharp, intense pain in the back of his head before he blacked out. The next thing he remembers is waking up in his own bed the next morning with a broken nose and a nasty gash on the back of his head. He also found a note in his jeans pocket, crudely written on the back of an old bus ticket in what looked like dried blood. And it read, "Do that again, and I'll rip your fucking head off." Unsurprisingly, my friend never rode the night bus again. I don't know what the deal with Headphones Guy is. My advice is to leave him well alone. So, at this point you're probably wondering why one would wish to catch the night bus at all, given how you'll be transported to a terrifying alternative reality and encounter otherworldly spirits who wish to trap you there. Well, the short answer is that no sane person would, bar a handful of crazed urban adventurers and amateur paranormal investigators such as myself. Most of those who've boarded the Phantom Coach have done so by accident, not realizing what they were getting themselves into until it was too late. Most of those who ride the night bus once have no inclination to do so again. But those of us who do seek out the Phantom Coach for a second, third, or in my case, fourth occasion, well, we all have our reasons. Part 3. One reason above all others, in fact, is that we want to see the harbinger and ask him our one permitted question. I'll regret my first ride on the bus for the rest of my days. Although I was drunk, I had enough wits about me to see off the various tricks used by the ghouls, but I wasn't prepared for him. The harbinger is the only passenger who isn't already riding on the bus when you first get on. He comes later, after you've negotiated your way through the ghostly entities and you think the worst is behind you. The first thing you'll notice is the burning cross mounted on top of the darkened hillside, overlooking the road on the left-hand side. I remember the first time I saw that foreboding symbol and the immense fear I felt, as I knew something bad was coming. A moment after I spotted the cross, I was shocked to see the bus was slowing down, pulling over to the side of the road and parking up in a lay-by. Next, the driver operated the swing door at the front of the bus, opening it to whatever lay on the other side. The terror almost overwhelmed me as I thought of the horrors that lurked within the Shadowlands, of the creatures and demons hiding in the haunted woods and hillsides. I recall looking to the other passengers, somehow hoping these devious spirits would offer me some protection from whatever was coming. But instead their heads were down, as they all maintained a solemn silence. Realizing I was on my own, I glanced out of the window to witness a sight which chilled me to my very bones. There was a small, covered shelter by the roadside, almost covered by overgrown vegetation and only just visible in the dim light. And within this seemingly abandoned bus shelter stood a tall, hooded figure, a sinister individual with his face covered and his considerable frame hidden underneath a long and dark robe. The mystery man remained still and silent, although I soon spotted the animal by his side. A large black dog that snarled aggressively through a snout filled with razor-sharp teeth, as it glared at me with hungry and predatory eyes, only a thin glass pane separating me from him. I imagined the hound breaking loose, ascending the steps and charging down the aisle, before burying its razor-sharp fangs into my soft flesh. Thankfully, the dog's master retained control of his beast, although I was far from out of danger. I also noticed how hot and stifling it suddenly became, as an almost unbearable wave of heat hit me. Meanwhile, the bus remained parked for what seemed like an eternity, its door ajar as the driver awaited to see whether his passenger would get on. Now, I've since learned that the hooded figure we call the harbinger will do one of two things at this point. Either he'll remain rooted to the spot until eventually the driver will say something like, "Well, not tonight then," before he closes the door and drives on. And from what I've been able to gather from both my own experiences and those of my contemporaries, this is what happens most of the time. 2 times out of 3, the harbinger won't step out from the bus shelter, and that'll be the end of it. But sometimes he will step forward, marching through the mud in his heavy boots while dragging his hellhound along on a leash. And he'll come on board the bus, prompting the driver to say, "Good evening, sir. I trust you'll have a pleasant journey." The harbinger will not answer, instead gliding down the aisle with his faithful mutt following him behind. He'll take a seat near the front of the bus, pulling down his hood to reveal what lies underneath. Well, to this day I can't fully explain what I saw in that terrifying moment. It seemed like there was only a dark void where his face should be, with 2 burning orbs instead of eyes. He had no mouth that I could see, and so by rights he shouldn't have been able to speak. And yet he did, calling out to me in a booming godlike voice which echoed through the hollow interior of the bus. "Come to me, mortal child," he ordered. "Come sit with me so we may speak." As you can imagine, I was utterly terrified in this moment, so much so that I thought I might pass out. But, for reasons I can't explain, I obeyed the harbinger's orders, feeling like I physically could not resist him, as if my legs were no longer under my control. I remember looking to the other passengers as I walked down the aisle, hoping that one of them could help me. But each of the 4 kept their heads down as they muttered in unison, reciting a prayer in a language I could not understand. It became obvious that the harbinger held power over these lost souls, and they were all trapped under his spell. Perhaps they were once like us, falling victim to the phantom bus and the harbinger's godlike powers. In any event, they offered me no assistance in that fateful moment. I soon realized I was completely at the harbinger's mercy. I involuntarily took a seat in the road directly behind the harbinger, his head turned in an unnatural way to face me, as his dog snarled aggressively in my direction, but thankfully resisted the urge to bite me in the leg. I can't really describe how the harbinger smelt, other than to say he stank of death. The fiery orbs he had instead of eyes stared right at me. I couldn't look away, no matter how much I tried. I felt like I was on fire, my soul burning under his hateful glare. In my state of abject terror, I imagined what this monster might do to me. I reckoned he could kill me with ease. This was the least of my fears. Instead, I believed I may become like the others, another anonymous lost soul, riding this damned bus for all eternity. In any event, I was powerless to do anything in that moment other than remain frozen to my seat, waiting for the harbinger to speak. Despite his absence of eyes, somehow I could tell he was looking down on me, that he considered me with total contempt, like I was something he'd stepped in. To this day, I don't know whether he was speaking out loud or if his booming voice was only in my head. Either way, I found myself totally transfixed as he spoke his words. "I see another mere mortal has found its way into my realm," he began. I assumed he was referring to me. "I confess to having little time for your contemptible and weak race. Nevertheless, I must respect the bravery of the odd individuals such as yourself. Not many have the courage to come to this dark place. For this reason, I will grant you safe passage, and I will answer you one question. Ask me what you will, mere mortal, and I will impart to you my infinite knowledge." Now, this is a moment I've replayed over and over again in my mind over the years. I literally could have asked the harbinger anything. The winning lottery numbers, who killed JFK, the meaning of life. He sees and knows everything, and the possibilities are limitless. One of the guys on our forum asked the harbinger how he would die, and was told that his vices would kill him within 6 months. Well, this guy was an addict, but he laughed off the harbinger's warning and continued using. 6 months later, he was dead from an overdose. And then there's a young woman who, at the time of her encounter with the harbinger, was stuck in an abusive and controlling relationship. She asked the entity what would happen if she stayed with her asshole boyfriend. Well, she was told that her life would end unless she broke off the relationship. This proved to be the motivation she needed to leave him, and about a year later, the bastard was arrested for murdering another girl and ultimately sentenced to life in prison. But, of course, I didn't know any of this at the time. I felt nothing but pure terror as I sat frozen to my seat, quaking in my boots as the harbinger glared down upon me with disgust. In that chilling moment, I could only think of one question to ask, which I stuttered out from my trembling lips. "What are you?" I swore I could hear the creature scoff with contempt before he gave his answer. "Ah, my poor child," he bellowed. "Alas, you humans will never fully comprehend what I am and what I represent. Nevertheless, I owe you an answer, and so I shall explain in the simplest of terms. I am the past, the present, and the future. I see all from where I stand, and yet I have sworn not to intervene in the mortal realm." He paused momentarily, turning his burning orbs towards the darkened landscape outside the window. "This world you see before me is my kingdom, my domain. I offer sanctuary to those who have nowhere else to go, giving a home to those lost souls trapped between the mortal and eternal realms. Perhaps you will come here one day and become a permanent resident of my dark realm, or perhaps not. You could have inquired after your ultimate fate, of course, but you chose not to do so. I have answered your one permitted question and fulfilled my obligation. And now, my child, I will bid you farewell." With that, he rose from his chair and summoned his hound, gliding down the aisle as he made for the exit. Well, I was flabbergasted and in a state of shock. I still had so many questions to ask, and I opened my mouth without thinking. "Wait," I called after him, instantly regretting my decision to speak. The harbinger turned sharply, his orb-like eyes burning ever fiercer, his hound growling as it bared its sharp teeth, pulling on its lead as it tried to get at me. When the harbinger spoke again, his tone became angry and threatening. "Heed my warning, you damn fool. I have tolerated your presence in my realm thus far, but do not test my patience. I can inflict pain upon you which goes beyond your worst nightmares, and I will not hesitate to do so if you break my rules again." I felt all the blood drain from my face, and my whole body shook uncontrollably as sheer terror overcame me. And needless to say, I did not utter another word. Instead, I watched on in shocked awe as the harbinger glided down the aisle, dragging his snarling hellhound with him. The driver brought the bus to a slow halt to allow the godlike creature to disembark. I began to feel pangs of relief as I thought my ordeal was nearly over. But there was one last twist to this macabre episode. As the harbinger stepped off the coach, my fellow passengers suddenly shot up from their seats, all simultaneously turning in my direction. To my horror, I saw how their eyes had turned jet black, and their mouths were open wide, revealing gaping black holes. It seemed like they were all trying to scream, and yet no sound was emitted. And then I saw what was lurking in the darkened woods on either side of the road. Hundreds of fiery red eyes emerging from the tree line, belonging to unholy beasts that howled like wolves in the night, every one focused upon our bus. I screamed out in terror, fearing that the harbinger had changed his mind and was summoning his hellish minions to tear me to pieces. The howling rapidly increased in volume, becoming so loud that I was near deafened. What happened next remains something of a blur in my memory. I recall the horrific din and the pressure built up inside of my head until I thought my skull would explode. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light, forcing me to hide my eyes underneath my hands. A moment later I opened my eyes again, only to discover that the beasts had vanished, as had my ghoulish fellow passengers. I was on my own inside the bus, just me and the driver, as we continued down that lonely stretch of road. I have very little recollection of the rest of that journey. I don't think it was much longer before we left the dark realm and returned to the city streets I knew and recognized. When we arrived on my home street, I couldn't believe it, thinking this was another trick. I sat still in my seat for some time until eventually I needed to be prompted by the driver, who called out to me saying, "You'll stop, my friend. Come on now, please. I can't wait here all night." With some trepidation, I walked down the aisle and stepped off the bus, feeling the cool, fresh air against my skin as I returned to the realm of the living. I recall the driver wishing me good night and saying he'd see me again before he drove away. And so, that's my story. But it's not quite the end of it. You may well ask why I didn't abandon my obsession with the phantom bus after my terrifying encounter. Well, for a long time I did. But in the end my curiosity got the better of me. I don't like the uncertainty of life, of not knowing what lays before me. I used to think that's just the way it is, but now I know better. The harbinger is out there, and he can provide the answers I need. I won't waste my opportunity a second time. Oh, for years I've chased the bus, and I've caught it a further 2 times. On both occasions I boarded and avoided the traps set by the ghoulish passengers. And both times I waited for the harbinger to board, but he would not move from his shelter, and so my hopes were frustrated. It's been extremely disheartening, but I will not give up. Tonight I'll seek out the bus once again, and I'll keep doing so until the harbinger answers my call. I know the risks. One night I may board the phantom coach and never make it home, but nevertheless I need to do this. I must know the truth, no matter what the cost. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bus to catch. Nowhere Train by Ian Dean. A familiar sound, motion, and feeling hit me first, before I could even open my eyes and look around the dark room with blurry vision. That steady rhythmic chug, metal wheels over solid track. I was on a train I couldn't remember boarding. I panicked after waking up a bit, since I didn't know where I was, and I'd just left a sleepless darkness to find myself on a cold metal floor. The car was completely empty. Must have been a cargo hold, at least at some point. I was alone, the lighting was dim, and if not for the white noise of the train to give me something to just simply experience, I might have gone mad then and there. At least an hour passed, maybe more, before I was conscious enough to start thinking about my predicament, or try to recall what happened in the last 24 hours. One of the first few solid thoughts I had was that I couldn't remember my name, or where I was born, or who I might have pissed off. I was able to understand that I'd been drugged with something strong enough to give me amnesia. No telling when or if I'd get my memories back. I searched myself and my surroundings for a gun before I could walk, thinking I had one. But I had nothing on me other than a pair of jeans, a shirt, dark grey jacket, and a pair of sneakers. My abductors had taken my wallet, so I didn't have a license or other form of ID to give me back my name and maybe jumpstart the other half of my brain. My muscles still mostly asleep and feeling completely helpless, I laid there against the wall like a sack of potatoes. The movement of the train was all I had to give me any sort of comfort. That, and clinging to the possibility that I wasn't in any imminent danger. I think another hour went by before I felt like I could stand. My legs wobbling, I leaned against the side of the car and made my way to one of the doors. My sense of motion was also not quite there, as I didn't realize until I reached the door that it was the very last one on the train. It was windowless, but I could tell through sound that there wasn't another car being pulled behind it. Nowhere to go but forward. Well, assuming the other door wasn't locked. My strength still away from returning, I only barely managed to press down on the latch enough to open the door. Trying my hardest to stay upright and balanced, I crossed the coupling to the next car, getting no sense on the way if it was day or night, since the space between the cars was sealed tight. The next car held the train's kitchen cafe. It was just as dark and empty inside as the cargo hold. Whatever drugs in my system that were only now starting to wear off ruined any appetite, and I couldn't know how hungry I might have been. I took the chance to scour the fridge, cabinets, and pantries, not expecting to find much, if anything. But to my surprise, the place was well stocked, at least with non-perishables. Cans of soup and dry noodles primarily. Grabbed a couple of cans and stuffed them in my jacket pocket for later. Cold can of Coke from the fridge, and then drank some water from the sink. Wherever it had taken me didn't seem to mind me wandering around stealing food, but I had to figure that I was still in danger, and I wasn't going to take any risks by falling back asleep and letting more time pass. I wanted to continue going through the cars until I was stopped by a locked door. It would just be a good idea to wake up as much as I could before continuing that. It felt absurd to do so, but I made myself a pot of coffee in the kitchen, while I eyed the next door and expected someone to barge through it at any moment. It tasted awful. There was no cream or sugar, and in the end my queasiness made me throw it up in the sink and lose all of it anyway. After managing to hold down some water afterwards, I actually went ahead and made a second cup, which I barely kept inside my stomach. The surge of caffeine mixed with the dissipating drug in my body made me feel terrible, but at least I also felt more awake. As I sat and recovered at one of the tables where riders might have once had a quick breakfast, I looked around at my surroundings and explored the car. It was aged, but then again, so were most of the trains that operated in the country. The stylings of the furniture, counter, dusty cash register, and of course the food packaging, all told me that I was going down some track in America. So I was somewhere in my home country, if I was remembering correctly that I was American. Well, it felt like I'd been on a familiar train in the Midwest once, or maybe frequently. The car looked like it was from the 1970s, perhaps late 60s, built long after the glory days of rail travel, definitely. But the next car made this mysterious train suddenly feel very confused about what era it came from. The dining room looked like it belonged in an Agatha Christie novel. The tables and padded classical seats might have once served the wealthy back in the 1930s, and the ornate lamps, all of them lit up with warm, low-wattage modern bulbs, set an almost welcoming ambience, well, when compared to the cold sterility of the two rear cars. Almost. Because while the original burgundy-coloured window curtains were still in place, the windows themselves had been replaced by metal plates that blocked all outside light and reminded me that I was essentially on a prison train. The table lamps trembled as the train chugged along, subtly changing the lighting in the car every few seconds like a flickering oil lamp would. Not long after I'd entered the place, the lights lit up the face of a figure on the other end of the car for a split second, startling the hell out of me. I knew that it was quite possible that he was a threat, but on the other hand, he was the first other person I'd seen on board. Cautiously, I walked up to him, keeping my hands out of my pockets and trying to appear non-aggressive. Hello? I spoke up once I was close to him. Sir, are you... He was a thin, older man in a business suit with a 1,000-yard stare. It looked like he was off in his own world. I considered it rude to do so, but I ended up waving my hand in front of his eyes just to see if he was all there, or blind. He still didn't acknowledge my presence, but I didn't want to go on without making an earnest attempt to get some answers from the guy, or his opinion on our predicament, or, if nothing else, get to hear another human's voice grunt. I took seat at the table across the aisle, placed my hands on the tablecloth, and waited patiently for the man to do something. My eyes drifted to the two chairs on the other side of the table. They were dusty, made of old brass and royal blue fabric. The damask rose pattern that covered their cushions was unlike any I'd seen before. It was a strange thing to fixate on, but the lighter blue floral shapes on the woven fabric were intricate and almost foreign somehow. It came to me that my dad worked in a furniture store. I thought I'd spent hours a day roaming it as a kid. I'd grown up around new and antique chairs, tables, and everything else. Now looking at every little detail of the furniture and designs in the train car, from the carvings in the wood to the patterns on the aisle carpet, it was like... We're gonna die, you know. The old man suddenly spoke before I could finish my thought. None of us are gonna leave this train alive. Not anymore. You know something about this train? I wasn't sure if you were awake, even with just your eyes open. Why didn't you respond? He shrugged half-heartedly. I didn't see much a point in talking. It'd be like trying to get to know the man alongside you at the gallows. Well, look, talk to me anyway. I've never been on this train. God, my memory might be a mess, but I know that much. None of this is familiar to me. His eyes finally looked over to my face and swept over me up and down. I suppose you might be right. I don't recognize you, he said with a sigh. What did you do to get his attention? Did you make him angry? Go digging around someplace you weren't supposed to? You did something to make him go after you, I'll tell you that. Still obeying commands from the dead. Who are you talking about? Where are we heading? Nowhere. This train doesn't go anywhere, it just goes. Never stops. Bullshit. Even if it went past every station, it still has to refuel at some point. The man glared at me and responded. There's no need for such language. Have the courtesy to die like a gentleman. That's the only thing he seems to respect. Yeah, once a year it does stop. But I doubt we'll make it that far. About to give up on getting any solid answers out of him, I asked one more time. Who is he? Is he on this train right now? What does he look like? Oh, he's punishing us for all our many sins. Perhaps it's justified. I'm sorry, sir. Don't know who you are or where you came from. And with the chemicals he put in your veins, you probably won't remember enough to tell me before our end anyway. Best just to manage your thoughts, or write a note if you believe it'll make you feel better. It won't be long now. But why? I stopped, seeing that the peculiar man had sunken into his own world again, muttering something incoherently that was similar to, if only we'd been nicer people, spoken to each other more, unshuckled ourselves from fear. Figuring it was best to leave him alone and go on ahead, I left the table and went into the next car. Inside were 5 first-class cabins, partitioned from the corridor by dark red wood with more ornate carvings and brass embellishments. Like the dining car, it was a large moving antique in nearly immaculate condition, other than the dust. Even the crystal-like windows in the room's doors looked straight out of a Tiffany's catalogue. Every room was unlocked, and I checked them all to find that they were empty of both other passengers and any luggage. Again, the outer windows were all covered by metal, turning their glass into dark mirrors that reflected the warm wall lamps in the hall. Maybe it wasn't the best decision, but it felt like the cans of soup in my pockets were just weighing me down. I wouldn't need them anytime soon, so I hid them in the small closet in one of the rooms before moving on, just in case I'd need food later. The next car was basically a duplicate of the previous, except its carpet was red instead of blue. Now feeling a bit desperate to find someone else so I wasn't only sharing the train with the brooding businessman I couldn't rely on for help, I opened one door after the next, briefly peering into more first-class suites and feeling disappointed every time I found them empty. In the room at the end, just before the next car, I finally opened a door and saw someone on the other side. There was a middle-aged man with a greying moustache, hunched over on the seat with his forehead in his palms. His plain t-shirt and pants suggested he wasn't in the same social class as the guy in the dining car. I hoped that he'd be more willing to talk to me, but I was the one who had just barged in on him and must have looked aggressive about it. Who are you?" he muttered after looking up at me. I'm not sure yet." I exhaled back and tried to catch my breath. "I haven't seen you before. Are you one of the higher-ups? Can you help get me off this goddamn train?" "You think I... hold on. That older man, do you work with him or something?" "Well, I was just the janitor. I don't know anything. I don't belong here. I barely even saw any of you people. I came in late to clean the floors, for Christ's sake." I remember thinking to myself, God, am I trapped in an allegory? Was I on a train to hell with all the worldly characters out of the Divine Comedy or something? No, I don't work with those people either. I have no idea why I'm here, or what's going on, or where we're going. Nothing. Even when the sedatives they gave me wear off, I probably still won't know anything. Wait, you're not with the company? Then what are you doing here? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What company? Is this how it treats its employees? Its idea of a corporate retreat? Well, look, if you're an outsider, I can't tell you anything. What? He held his head in pain and grumbled. Oh, I want to. You might be my only chance, but it'll be hard to... Hey, are you all right? I asked him, honestly concerned about his health. Oh, you don't understand. They make it so... Well, to tell others causes agony. You mean like what? Mind control? Some sort of mental conditioning? I had no idea where that thought had come from. It just felt like I was somehow aware of some manner of government program that pursued such a thing. It's how they kept it all a secret. Underground, out of public view. He let out a painful laugh and said with a whimper, I was the janitor. I stayed out of the way. I shouldn't be here. Those sons of bitches, they can't do this to me. Worried that the guy was heading towards a psychotic break, and I'd be partially to blame, I shut his door and left him alone. I wasn't ready to press on or force information out of anyone if it put their life at risk. I had more train cars to check, and I figured I still had a chance to piece things together myself. If some shadowy corporation really was behind all of this, and owned this train, then surely there had to be information about them on board. I just longed for a weapon of some kind, anything I could use to defend myself. Unfortunately, the next door was locked. I was expecting it to be a coach car, seats only, and nothing of great importance, but the door latch refused to budge. I actually tried knocking, but got no response and quickly gave up and turned around. At this point, I was still hoping that I could find someone in charge to talk to and calmly explain that I wasn't supposed to be a passenger on this prison train, naive as I was. I knew that my life was at stake. My options of escape were dwindling or already non-existent. Thinking that maybe the older man had a key, knew of one, or there was one stashed away somewhere, I headed back towards where I woke up, double-checking each room on the way for anything at all. What a miserable place this was turning out to be. And the fact that no one could give me a straight answer why I'd been knocked out and forced on board was the worst of it. Yeah. You can't tell me anything either, can you? I asked the old man as soon as I was back in the dining car, finding him still lost in his own world at the table. I met the janitor. Well, at least he told me something. Oh, we were going to change the world, the man sighed. Yeah, I bet you were. But I've never heard of you people or your company or its troubles. So I'm guessing you were into something nefarious and got taken down by some other shady group or fell apart through inner strife. Getting warm? Can you not? Anything? Will your head explode the moment you do? You mock us, but you have no idea where we came from and what we were trying to do and how close we were to achieving so much. Now it sounds like you're all about to disappear without anyone knowing a thing about you. Is that how you thought it'd end? You're an outsider. You'll never comprehend what we... Well, then help me comprehend it. I'm not expecting you to tell me anything if doing so will give you an aneurysm in the process. Can you at least tell me how to get through that locked door up ahead? Give me a chance to find out why I'm here on my own. Well, he isn't far past that door. If you wish to prolong your life as much as possible, it'd be best to stay towards the back. I'm still waiting for memories to return, but I'm fairly sure by this point that I've never been one to sit around and wait for a bad situation to come to me. He looked up at me with those sunken, small, dark eyes of his, and without any further hesitation, he reached into his smoking jacket's front pocket and took out a metal keycard. Peculiar, I thought. I hadn't seen a slot for it. I had a more immediate need that came up just after I pocketed the key. My appetite had finally recovered over the last few minutes, and I had realized that I was starving. I felt like I hadn't eaten in days, and I was starting to feel the weakness in my muscles as a result. Not that I exactly trusted any of the food on the menu, but I didn't have any other options. So I instead headed back to the kitchen, not even getting a curious glance from the old man on the way. I'd come close to begging for the key, and here I was, going in the opposite direction. By this point, he probably thought I was crazy anyway. I was soon digging around in the pantry again, hoping that there was something else other than canned soups or stews, which I was never really a fan of. Looked like my only alternatives were vegetables or beans, so I'd have to go with something that, if anything, had some variety. I felt like I could inhale 2 full cans of the stuff. It's just a matter of picking a couple of favorites. The relevant memories came back, and images re-emerged, of one of the many nights where I ate home alone without my dad, having to pick another can out of dozens to heat up on the stove while he tried to make a living at the store. Yeah, that's right. I'd grown up poor, my father in constant debt, my absent mom living in another state. It all made me independent at an early age, and I eventually felt like I had to join the military if I wanted to be able to support myself as an adult. But what exactly I did for the government still eluded me. Perhaps I'd gotten into some state secret and wound up here for it. Soup cans lacked variety. Cream of chicken, tomato, onion. I mean, damn, where was the substance, the junky crap? These were all ingredients for bigger recipes, or at best side dishes. I began tearing into the pantry angrily, scouring every shelf for chicken noodle or even some alphabet. This whole act of looking at Campbell's cans was burned into memory, it turned out. Another night of grabbing red and white cans, just like when I was a kid. I would never forget the simple design of the labels. No wonder Warhol couldn't either. They were equally iconic and mundane. I settled down ever so slightly when I reached the bottom shelf. For whatever reason, it seemed to hold the top-tier soups, the premium recipes that actually almost felt like a meal. As I debated between a minestrone and a vegetable soup, I parted cans to reach the back of the pantry in my effort to find a good old chicken noodle to complement my other choice. Well, I found one quickly, but, well, there was something else that caught my eye during my search. In the back corner of the bottom shelf, even in the darkness, I made out a label that didn't match the others. I pulled out the can and held it in the kitchen's dim light. The label itself looked somehow ancient, but the can, while aged and dinged up a bit, didn't show any signs of rust, and the fading expiration date had a year of 1985. Wait, I still wasn't sure of the year. God, I was missing such basic knowledge. Maybe I wasn't sure of the current date, but 1985 didn't feel too long ago to me. This can of chicken noodle was expired, yes, but the label looked outdated, anachronistic, like it was something that had been printed over 50 years ago, and yet found its way onto a more contemporary can. But there had to be a more logical explanation. As my other two soups warmed up on the stove, I examined the label more closely, at first figuring it might have been some knockoff brand that hadn't got sued into oblivion before one of its products made it on board. And yet everything looked official about it. Made by Campbell Soup Company, General Office in Camden, New Jersey. It could have been a special occasion label. I could have been way overthinking it. The red on the paper took up much more space than the white, and the seal of quality, medallion graphic, was silver instead of gold or bronze. Strange. Maybe interesting at most, but nothing to waste time worrying about considering everything else. I'd mostly pushed it to the back of my mind minutes later as I was slurping down some grub, which tasted just like how I remembered. After my meal, the benign peculiarities about this train kept coming. The food was helping me on my way to feeling much better, so I figured I could give myself another boost by washing off a bit with the kitchen sink, just to wake up a little more. I still had no idea how long I'd been knocked out on a cold floor either, so all the more reason for a quick rinse. I turned the faucet and began splashing the cool water on my face and arms, anything to get some sense of cleanliness. But for some reason, the water started getting hot. Don't know how it was in other parts of the world, but if we were supposed to be on a train, an American train, then the knob to the right of the faucet was definitely not supposed to give you hot water. Turning the one on the left made it lukewarm, as expected. Now, either the train or its components were built incorrectly, or this was, for some reason, all intentional, purposely askew to contribute to the mind games being played on the passengers. These small details were unnerving, and the thought that I could easily discover more of them began to run rampant in my mind, when I should have been solely focused on just surviving the next few hours and getting off of these tracks. I gave the kitchen a quick look over for anything else out of the ordinary, but really didn't find anything noteworthy before I heard the train whistle go off, my first time hearing it. Moments later, the sound of a railroad crossing alert went by outside. We hadn't slowed down at all, so we must have been passing through a small town or a rural area. Hardly clues at all. Till I could get a glimpse of the outside, I'd never figure out where we were or even the time of day. feeling more perceptive to any other oddities that could provide the slimmest of hints about the train and its origin. I prepared myself mentally, tried to shrug off the lingering chemical effects of the drug, and started heading forward again. The old man was no longer in the dining car. I didn't expect him to ever leave his table, so I thought that he'd been taken away by the person who had put all of us on this train. Well, the idea didn't help my rising anxiety, but I continued to the locked door, and hoped for my sake that he had simply retreated to one of his first-class rooms, though I didn't bother checking them again on the way. But I did peek into the janitor's room again, to make sure he was still there. I didn't want to feel like I was suddenly alone. You again," he muttered tiredly when I opened his door, and saw that he was trying to get some rest. "You still running around? I told you, there's no escape. We're already at his mercy. My brother, maybe, he could be our last hope." "Your brother? Is he on the train?" No, he shouldn't be. You didn't see a guy who looks like me, right?" "No, but, well, the old man disappeared on me." Don't worry about him. He was always an asshole." "I get that, but he gave me a key to the next room." "There's no point in going any further. There's nothing ahead that'll help. The back half of the cars, if anything, they can make you feel somewhat safer." "Well, I'm not sitting around and waiting for us to get to our destination." "Well, there might not be one. If he wants the train to keep going, it keeps going." "Yeah, he said that too. I'm not buying it. Coal and diesel both run out eventually." He smirked and looked at me incredulously. You'd be waiting for a long time." "What the hell do you mean by that? Or is that something else you can't talk about?" "Just leave me alone and let me sleep." Well, I did as he asked, closing his door and returning to the locked one waiting for me. On closer inspection, there really was a semi-concealed card slot in the box that held the latch's locking mechanism. I dropped the card into the slot, heard the door unlock, and proceeded through without hesitation. There really wasn't a coach car on the other side. Seeing what actually took up the car's space took me by surprise. Its walls were lined with computer consoles, TV screens, radio equipment, reel-to-reel units, other unidentifiable data processors, and all manner of other monitoring tech, including a glowing map of the world like you'd find on a modern submarine. Some of the gear was vintage, other equipment was cutting edge. It looked like a mobile intelligence agency. This car was split in two by a grated metal partition, and familiar rock music was coming in through the other side. Upon passing through a flimsy fiberglass door, I entered into a room that was in stark contrast to the other half of the car. Where the first room was sterile and unprofessional, this one looked like it belonged in some tech geek's garage. Parts, wires, and disassembled electronics littered the floor or were hanging off of the racks on the walls. The middle part of the floor had been removed, its panel leaning against the wall. It looked like it had been taken off forcefully. Its corners were badly bent outward, and the large screws that had kept it in place were stripped and cut into. A younger man, maybe in his late 20s, was digging around in the car's undercarriage with a wrench and hammer, pulling out wires of various colors from a large cluster. He didn't even seem to notice me, nor was he paying any attention to the small television on the floor next to him or the nearby stereo blasting an audio cassette. I hadn't forgotten the music. "You, the new guy?" the electrician asked me. Not knowing how to respond to that, I replied, I guess so." "Met the man in the business suit already? He's usually in the dining car." Yeah, and the janitor." "I hated working with that guy. Wouldn't leave me alone, so I stole his key and booted him out of here. Don't let him in. And like those two, I'm actually trying to get off this damn train. Hey, feel free to follow me if you got the guts." "Do you have any names? Or is that also something you can't talk about?" "Figuring it out, are you?" He pulled out a wire that shot out sparks, let out a shit, and yanked it free from its other end and tossed it away like a snake before replying with a groan. "Yeah, that's something else they took from us. We can only share our names to other employees. Well, that's what they wanted. But I'm a little different. I can fight the conditioning somewhat. Why's that? He looked at me and answered as he cleaned his dirty glasses. I'm something of a masochist. Got the job without telling them that. While it's not a pain I enjoy, I can't tolerate it better than the others. Might even let a few secrets slip, if you think you're worth telling them to. Pain. Something that triggers if you try and talk about this company. Yeah, like electric shocks through your entire body. Feels like you're burning from the inside. Well, it worked too. No one in the world knows about us. You trying to pull those wires out until you force the train to stop or something? Nah, no chance of that. I'm trying to dig my way through the undercarriage. Thing's built like a tank, but this maintenance crawl space is the only weak point I have to work with. Got a backup plan if that doesn't work, though. Feels and sounds like we're going at least 50. Is that survivable? If you drop on the track straight on your back and don't bounce under the wheels, maybe. There should be a point coming up where we slow down. How do you know? You've been on this route before? I asked, half jokingly. If we're heading where I think we are, then trust me, we'll slow down. The audio cassette playing in the stereo seemed to be a mixtape, playing various artists and albums, mostly classic rock from the 60s and 70s. After a Led Zeppelin song ended, Back in the USSR began playing. For the electrician, it was all just background noise, even if they might have been his favorite songs. For me, though, these were the first sounds I'd heard on the train other than its rhythmic chugs and the dour voices of the old man and the janitor. Getting a chance to listen to some classics was a welcome reprieve and brought back the memories of my collection. This your music? I asked as I watched him work on more wires. Huh? He grumbled without looking back up at me. Oh, yeah, I used to make mixtapes of all the music we once had on this train. Now we're down to a few blank cassettes. Trying to make more tapes by recording songs when they play on the radio. But it means the first few seconds are always cut off. Don't suppose we can communicate with the outside world from this car. You think I haven't tried everything? If we have a ham radio, it's locked away somewhere. What's in the car is all surveillance. It's a sponge, not a faucet. A weird analogy, but I got what he was saying. As I thought about it, my ears picked up the latest skewed element on the train, and this one seemingly had no reason to exist. I couldn't understand why someone would put all the time and effort to pointlessly alter a song's lyrics. Now, I knew my White album, and Paul McCartney definitely does not sing, "You don't know how lucky you are, guys." It's boys. 100% goddamn sure. What is this place? I asked over the music. What do you mean? Why is everything slightly wrong? Soup, the faucets, even the Beatles is off. He exhaled and briefly stopped his work. You noticed. Is it some psychological crap or something? What's the point of it? Yeah, that's all it is. The company train is designed to be different. Just to mess with people. Look, don't waste time and energy thinking about it right now. Focus on getting off this thing. We weren't all drugged up and put on board at the same time. I've been here about 2 days longer than the others. And you, so my memory's probably better than yours. He made a mistake coming after me. I've run maintenance on this beast for too long. If I can't get through the floor, I know how to rewire all this to force the engine door to open. And, then you can hit the brakes, cut the power? Screw that. If I get in there, I'm derailing this thing, even if it kills me. The train gives him all his power, and he needs to be stopped. He's killed too many already. Jeez, why? This guy you're all afraid of, what's he after? Well, it's complicated, but he's been cleaning house for a while now. We might be all that's left, the people on board. We all thought we could get away. I never had the hope. I was mentally prepared to see this damn train one last time. Hey, Tell me something. Anything. I can't keep wandering around not knowing why I'm here, or where we're going, or why this train exists." He paused his wire work again, looked up at me, and gave it some thought. I watched as he grimaced and braced himself, before sharing with me the smallest of classified information. "The train is, He took a deep breath. "Nuclear powered." Just by saying that, he nearly collapsed into the mess of wiring and fuses that surrounded him as he closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead in agony. I asked a stupid question then. "Oh, shit, are you okay?" "I can tolerate it." "Oh, damn, that hurts." I didn't want to try and get him to elaborate for fear of what it might do to him. A nuclear-powered train, as absurd as it might have been, was something I had to accept as the truth. If it caused him so much obvious pain just by telling me, well, it would explain why it supposedly didn't have to stop to refuel anytime soon. Potentially it might travel the rails for months, or years at a time. I gave him some breathing room, grateful that I finally got even a small answer out of someone. My eyes turned to the nearby small television sitting on the floor. Its reception wasn't great, but I could see the ongoing news broadcast from Germany well enough. I watched for a minute or so as Berliners joyfully tore down a graffiti-covered wall. It didn't occur to me at first that it was the wall. "You seeing that?" My new acquaintance groaned and watched it from the pit at my side. "I ever thought you'd see the day? Soviet Union's losing its legitimacy, probably on its way towards complete collapse. Happened so damn fast." "Hey, is this real?" was my first response to the images on the screen. "Or is this just another trick?" "Oh, that's real. Feels like it came out of nowhere. At the same time, you could see it coming. Been keeping up on the story since I got here." And then heard him mutter, "If we had just... it was only 6 years." And he trailed off. Whatever he was saying, if only to himself, seemed to be close to triggering the pain again. Well, he shook it off and then stared at me. "You really think that that's fake?" he asked. With all these mind games, I don't know anymore. I worked in the government. Can't exactly tell what part of it yet, but I think it was in intelligence. The rares would have been a daily part of the job. I would have been trained to doubt at face value any story involving the East. "You're a Fed? Had no idea. Well, I admit I searched you for some identification when you got tossed on board. Thought you worked somewhere in the company. Some part of it where we would have never met. So now the old bastard's taking outsiders. Don't bother asking me about him. I'll tell you anything and it'll probably kill me. I'm sure you'll meet him soon enough. Small chance he might even let you live." No longer seeing much point in dwelling on the figure in control of all this, for the sake of my own mental well-being, I changed the subject and inquired about the nearby wall safe, its contents locked behind an imposing dark grey keypad. "Yeah, what's in there?" I asked, eyeing it. "Nothing that'll help free us. Think it's just a black box. Voice and data recording from the old train. You probably noticed that the cars are patchwork from various eras of rail travel. The engine's the newest part." Is there anything else you can tell me?" I questioned as pieces of Berlin's great separator were turned to rubble a few feet away. "Oh, not much that wouldn't rip my head apart. And if he's feeling generous, he might tell you something. He doesn't have the conditioning." "What about the next car? Is it safe to go in there?" "Armory. But don't get excited. Everything's locked away. After that, the rec room. That's as far as you can go. It's got a pool table, though. Only place you can really relax. You might want to try. Well, the stress from all the waiting isn't good for you." I got up to continue my exploration, and suddenly the train's movement slowed drastically. Within minutes, it was lurching forward. It felt like it was turning. "Crap," the electrician groaned and doubled his efforts in the hatch. We're going through the mountains. Won't be long now, running out of time. I didn't want to stress him out any further, so I got up and headed into the next car. As he'd said, it was an armory, and one of some size. To either side of a narrow aisle were grated metal cabinet doors, each of them sealed with a hefty padlock. They were full of weapons and ammunition, everything from pistols to rifles and shotguns, to blades and explosives. It looked like the company could wage war on a small country if they wanted. I was never going to get any of the guns in my hands, though, so I continued on to the recreation room. It was even older than the others. It seemed to be a refurbished 1920s train car, complete with the hard lines of Art Deco on the walls and a cold industrial metal floor and window frames, which was sealed off like all the others. It was in such good condition that it had to have been in a museum most of its life. The billiards table in the center also looked era-appropriate, with its green top faded and showing wear and tear. A small lounge featured old red leather chairs surrounding a marble table with a ceramic green ashtray. A weightlifting bench and barbells were off in the corner, with a rowing exercise machine nearby. The rest of the objects were a hodgepodge, both in the decades they came from and their condition. There was a modern darts board, a cigarette dispenser, probably from the 1970s, a cabinet stereo console from the 50s, and framed photos and hanging artwork from all across the century. This train really must have been running across the country for decades and acted as a mobile home to at least one person. Most likely the man the others feared so much kept on the move in the metal monster, only stopping to grab one of his targets. Hell, maybe it didn't need to stop. Could be that others did the drugging and kidnapping for him, then drove up alongside the train and tossed in the victims. Anyone who knew about this vehicle of future urban legends must have feared living anywhere near a railroad track. But they were taking a ride regardless of how much they tried to hide. Now, somehow, I was involved in their affairs. I examined the next door, which was locked and needed an old-fashioned key. With nowhere else I could go, I took a seat in the corner lounge, where I found a pack of cigarettes seemingly waiting for me by the ashtray on the table. Well, the cancer sticks were old, but I couldn't complain about getting my hands on some mood stabilizers. I used a provided matchbook that looked like it had come from a lodge in California, and lit up some decades-old tobacco, pocketing the matches just in case they could prove useful. Truth was, though, I was already feeling defeated by that point. Like the other passengers, I was starting to accept that I probably had no way off the train. My only chance now seemed to rest on coming to an understanding with the guy in charge, and hoping he'd be reasonable, or merciful. I couldn't remember getting on anyone's bad side recently, especially not someone powerful enough to own the world's only nuclear train, so maybe I'd only have to answer a few questions. There was a packed magazine rack by the table full of worn, dog-eared publications from throughout the years, like everything else on board, although I didn't see anything printed past 1983. They were mostly Time and Life magazines, with a few National Geographic issues and lifestyle rags in the mix. I skimmed through them to try and find any more oddities, like articles and stories on historical events that I had no memory of, or that had altered details, or flat-out incorrect facts. I even checked all the advertisements for anything off. But nothing really stood out. It didn't seem that they'd been messed with at all. Or rather, almost. I wasn't an avid weekly reader of any of the magazines, but I could remember always grabbing a newspaper on my way to work in whatever city I lived in, and that I'd kept up the routine for years. There were some covers on the issues that seemed unfamiliar. The headline stories meant to attract readers were the same, but it was like the editors had chosen a different photograph than the one I could remember seeing. Of all the things that didn't make sense so far, the seemingly meaningless changes to the familiar were turning out to be the most disturbing, and I was running out of excuses in my mind that could explain them away. As outlandish an idea as it might have been, I was almost starting to believe... "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," a female voice crackled on the car's speakers, one above each door. It sounded automated. "We are approaching our final destination and will arrive within the hour. Please be prepared to collect your luggage. On behalf of... The message suddenly cut off. My first thought was one of relief, that whatever was about to happen to me, at least the dreadful waiting would soon be over. But then the electrician came bursting through the door a moment later. I only recognized him by his grey jumpsuit, as his face was covered by a gas mask. "Put it on," his muffled voice told me, as he tossed me his spare. "Hurry!" I didn't ask questions until I did so, since I couldn't think of a way of putting on a gas mask could be harmful or a trick within the first few seconds. I couldn't remember having a need to wear one before, and I hated it. It was heavy, hot, hard to see through. It was old and stunk like hell. "I've heard that message before," he explained. "About a minute later, gas knocked me out." He looked up at the small air vents lining the ceiling corners and asked, "You hear that hissing?" Now that he mentioned it, I did. I could also see the faint distortion of the light near the vents as a colourless vapour was pushed into the room. He continued, "This is what he does. I didn't want to scare you too much before, but he's been disposing of my co-workers on this train for years. Makes us do some sick trust exercise. Oh, dumb luck I survived last time. Not doing that again." "What do we do then?" I replied through my air filter. "I can't get through the floor in time, but I prepared for this. When he comes out of that door to collect us..." I watched as he reached over to his back and pulled out a small pistol and showed it to me like a kid who got it into his dad's gun cabinet. I'll end the bastard myself. "How did you get a gun? Do you know how to use it?" "It doesn't matter where I got it. Yeah, I think I can get off a few shots into his chest before he can touch his watch," he said and put the gun away. "His watch? What are you talking about?" "It's our necks. He didn't have a chance to tell me. One second he was talking and the next we were both being electrocuted. Burning pain ripped through us, seizing up muscles and making removing the gas masks a painful but necessary endeavor. The damn things were rigged, or booby-trapped, and he hadn't noticed. Felt that the shock was originating from somewhere on top of the mask, shooting right down into my forehead. Before I managed to pry it off, I made the conscious effort to take in one last deep breath of clean air. It seemed odd that he didn't. Once his mask was off, he started coughing and choking on the noxious fumes in the car and quickly collapsed to the floor. It burned my eyes, but I managed to keep it out of my lungs long enough to make it back to the armory, which was also filled with the gas, as were the sealed connectors. I was making a run for the hatch he'd been digging around in, hoping to find an air pocket. I made it back to the comms car, ducked down into the maintenance hatch and looked around for some kind of crawl space. But whatever was being piped in was heavier than air, meaning that there really was no safe place to be. Thinking that there might still have been something that could help me along the wires, fuses and connections, I explored the work that the electrician had done before I would inevitably have to gulp in the gas. Nothing was officially labelled, but he'd left pieces of marked tape above several electrical sockets. It looked like every major system in the train ran through the hatch, and it occurred to me how odd a configuration that had to be, when usually you'd expect each individual car to have its wiring isolated and accessible on the exterior instead. Maybe it was the nature of the train, a necessity to reroute everything through a single car due to the age variety of the others. And if the train was almost always in motion, it would make sense to have wiring repairs and adjustments be done on the interior instead. Not that I had more than a moment to ponder all of this at the time. What I took away from the current configuration was that it looked like he might have actually done something big. However many hours of planning it likely took him, the end result was a wire getting plugged into the socket-marked engine door, leading from the central electric bus to the power-hungry surveillance car. I was no engineer, and I didn't know if that would just short the door or overload it entirely, but it was easy to assume that he knew what he was doing. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't make the run all the way to the front of the train, even if I did have a key for the next door. My lungs, desperate for air, forced me to gulp down the bitter gas now permeating the car. My throat was scorched as I coughed, and everything faded to black seconds later. I didn't lose consciousness completely. I could still perceive the passing of time as I passed in and out, and it didn't feel like more than half an hour had gone by before I was quickly waking up again. I'd actually been forced to. I got quite at the jolt. Smelling salts must have been used on me, well, on all of us. The other 3 passengers were with me, tied to wooden chairs with their feet and hands bound to the legs and armrests. As they groaned, fluttered their eyes and looked around, I studied the car calmly and tried to keep my racing heart under control. This one was a large suite with just about everything except a bed. It was dimly lit only by the gas fireplace on the right, casting an orange glow on one side of the older man in a pitch-black duster, taking his seat in front of us. Behind him was a dining table, 2 small rooms by the door, a bathroom and a closet perhaps, several bookshelves and dozens of framed paintings. Hanging above him was a chandelier, the many facets of its crystals reflecting the light of the fire. For a few moments, no one said a word. The others were reacting to this roundup in different ways. The businessman was placid, like he'd already accepted whatever fate awaited him. The electrician was feigning confidence, couldn't help but grin and even let out a snicker every few seconds. The janitor seemed furious, and was the only one struggling to break free of the tight, cutting ropes keeping him in place. "There you are," the electrician muttered snidely. "I was wondering when you'd show. We're doing this again, are we? Well, bring it on, I'm ready." "Shut up! Shut up!" the janitor barked at him, with fear in his voice. "Don't piss him off." He doesn't get pissed off. Look in his eyes. You weren't here last time. You don't know how much of a cold, unfeeling bastard he is until you're up close. "I'm not scared of you," the businessman said calmly as he looked our captor in the eye. "I've made my peace. Do what you will." "You're one to talk," the electrician scoffed. "You're as bad as he is. You can die first. You shouldn't get the pleasure of watching the rest of us go." That isn't up to us." "Nah, it still could be. See, he's going to make us play out a game. That's how he justifies what he's about to do to us. You'll see." "It's not a game," the businessman said with a sigh. "It's an agreement." Insanity's what it is. Excuse me, sir?" I finally spoke up once there was a lull among the others. I don't think I belong here. I've never worked for this company. Don't know any big secrets either, if that's what you're thinking." "You all assume," our captor spoke at last, his voice deep and gritty, but with a hint of a European accent, maybe German, "that I brought you here to punish you, to kill you. Now, in truth, I've only brought you here for the annual company meeting. 2 years overdue, yes, but the 3 of you chose to run and hide. I was beginning to think that we wouldn't get this chance again." "How'd you find me?" the janitor asked him. "I was careful, I contacted him," the businessman interrupted, and immediately got glares from his former co-workers. "And I told him how to locate both of you." "What?" the electrician exclaimed. "What the hell are you talking about? You backstabbing piece of... Hey, is he paying you? Is that it?" The businessman formed a sad kind of grin and replied hopelessly. "I thought that if the 3 of us were on board together and worked together, that we could end it all, put it to rest. The company, the train, the regrets, all of it. Like I'd ever work with you again, you sick asshole." Couldn't take it anymore. Hiding in the shadows, always looking over my shoulder, waiting for him to appear again, flinching at the sight of every railroad track. Well, I thought that, together, maybe. You were working on that demented kid's game with the stupid rabbit. Upon saying this, he seemed to experience a brief seizure and intense pain. He must have revealed another corporate secret, and in my presence it hurt him. I wanted to give him nightmares, he huffed as he recovered. Kids, man. I only sold the technology to a Russian company and supervised. Go to hell. That doesn't make it any better. Worse, more like. It doesn't matter now anyway. I was prepared. I'd made plans for how we could take control of the train. Yeah, by working together, sure. The last board meeting was a goddamn bloodbath. You were the only man to walk out of it alive. And you killed someone. Well, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The situation and everything I'd heard about this underground group terrified me. And now I was learning about a massacre. Some sort of round table gone wrong. But how? Did they just take out guns and start shooting? Something was, well, very ominous about all of this. You weren't there, the businessman said. You didn't see how it went wrong so quickly. There was no time to think. That came later. That was all I did while we hid. Please believe me, I wanted us to... All you did was let him fight us. Your plans mean shit. Just get it over with. You both know how this works. Why don't you just say it? Hey, say what? I shouted, fearing I'd be dead in the next few seconds. Will someone tell me what's happening? You, the host spoke to the electrician, are not the one who is vulnerable. Wait, what? He replied, now almost as confused as I was. I didn't want to, the businessman said remorsefully. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He has killed one of our own, the old man explained. Does anyone here no longer trust him, or will we hear that the death was justified? It was in self-defense, the accused stated plainly. Who was it? The janitor replied. When? Where? I thought there was no one left, the electrician added. I thought we were it. The businessman said meekly, we woke up in the same car, about the same time. I started telling him my plan as soon as I could remember it. Who? The janitor continued. Who was it? But he was enraged. Tried to strangle me. I didn't know what to do. I'm afraid that it was your older brother, the old man said to the janitor. Only briefly employed, perhaps, but I had to pick him up as well when he saw me approaching the door to your apartment. I am sorry for your loss. It is a shame that he couldn't join us. You... The surviving sibling looked close to sobbing. You did all of this. We're only trying to hide from you people. Bad enough just to live thinking that another war could break out any time. Now my only brother. I am sorry. Don't do it, the electrician suddenly pleaded. You'd be right to, but don't. He might be our only chance off this train. Let's at least hear his plan. I'm not stopping you, the old man said. After all, I'm only the mediator. Do it, the janitor ordered, tears streaming down the stubble on his cheeks. And the son of a bitch. Give him what he deserves. No, let's talk about it first. The electrician turned to the old man and tried to reason with him next. Haven't enough people died? What's the point of taking it any further? All of the bosses are gone already. Who are you even obeying? The old man ignored him and asked the janitor, Are you certain? The janitor nodded, replying barely audibly. He deserves it. Not trustworthy. I'm sorry, the businessman repeated. Without saying another word to anyone, the old man, with no hesitation, reached for the brass watch on his left hand, turned the crown with 2 fingers and pressed it back in. I heard a faint sound like a camera flash warming up, and then the businessman suddenly spasmed for a brief moment before going limp. He was dead in an instant, and I was too shocked for words. Simply by tapping on his wristwatch, the old man had taken his life. It is done, he said, and turned his focus to the electrician. I do believe that you are next in line, and now own the company. What company? He murmured. God's sake, man, there's nothing left. That is not for me to judge. That's what you've always said, but come on. You have to have some sort of conscience in that twisted head of yours. The old man turned to the janitor and told him. Your request was fulfilled. You're now... Just shut up, he shouted over him. I know, we know how it works. Enough with all the damn formalities. He's right, there is nothing left. But... He eyed his last remaining co-worker. You can stop now, right? All the company heads, the research department, everyone is gone. We were at the bottom. We can stop this now. He got what he deserved. I think we can all agree on that. Not trustworthy, the electrician said with a sigh. Let's just go home and leave this all behind. We'll all renew our NDA contracts and... Please, just kill him. Oh, you don't have to. Another turn of the watch, and the janitor was dead in his chair before he could finish his cry for mercy. Stop, I begged. No more. Well, there can't be more, the last survivor said, and looked at the old man. Right? Well, he doesn't work for us. He can't make a request. Tell me I'm right. The old man's gaze met my eyes as he replied. He could find out, if he desired. I shook my head listlessly. I'm not going to try. I don't know what to make of any of this. I just want to know why I'm here. Oh, you could always join us. And then your new friend here will be able to answer your every question about this fine business. Don't do it, the other man cautioned me. Even now, it isn't worth it. I wish I could wipe my memories of everything I have ever seen involving what we did. Well, you don't have to make your decision right now, the old man said, and held up a clear mask with a breathing filter to his face. We'll arrive shortly. Rest. The room's air vents hissed, and I instinctively tried to struggle free once more. But there was no way either one of us was going to break out of our binds. As the old man got up and left, and the bitter fumes hit my nostrils, I muttered out, "Oh, not again." I woke up not long after, like last time. I don't think I could have been asleep, not a long sleep, and the burn still felt fresh around my wrists. Once I came to, I realized that I'd been moved, upright, onto one of the seats in a first-class car room. The electrician was opposite me, looking like the gas on him had only worn off a few minutes ago. He grumbled some expletives tiredly and rubbed his eyes. Is that guy your boss or something? I asked, coughing since the gas had really burned my throat. He drugs us, knocks us out, and kills people. Knocks us out again? What the hell is he after? He's not the boss. Guess I am now. Inherited a dead company. Does that at least mean he'll listen to you? Obey your orders? He chuckled sardonically. It doesn't work like that. I still can't tell you much of anything. Then how am I supposed to help us escape all this insane shit? I mean, I could make you an employee. If you earnestly accept a position, I should be able to tell you, well, at least a few things without my head exploding. I don't know. I just saw how your meeting seemed to go. How did he just drop those two like that? Can he do it to me? That wasn't even a real meeting. More like a, social test. And again, Right, fine. If it's my only chance, right, how does this work? Technically, you have to sign an NDA at our headquarters first. We call it that, but it's really more like a vow of silence. Agreeing to a prison sentence, selling your soul even. Well, it's always began with a simple handshake. Well, I couldn't believe I'd have to join these people, who seemed to work as something more like an underground cult than a business. What the hell did they even make and sell? I held out my hand and asked, what positions are available? Well, I think you could start out on, senior vice president. We shook on it, his grip firm on mine. We did it for a good few seconds before he eventually exhaled and tested if he could reveal anything without pain. Call me Sam, he said, looking expectant for agony that didn't come. Not my real name, but we very rarely ever use those. All right, Sam, Good to finally have something to call you. What do your co-workers go by? Does that really matter at this point? If I survived this and they didn't, I'd prefer to be able to call them something other than the janitor and the businessman. Right, Hector and Beaumont. I never really cared for either of them. Well, I didn't want them to die. But after Hector made his request, I knew I couldn't trust him anymore. Beaumont was the last big shot left, the head of the R&D division. There were about 60 of us originally. Hard to believe I'm probably the last one. What do you mean, originally? When the company started, or... Never mind. Too complicated to get into. He pointed to the back of his neck and explained, all employees got a tiny explosive surgically implanted right here. It goes off, destroys a small part of your upper spine, you die. Jeez. Why? Also complicated. Short of it is, the business was doing some sick shit, and we all got more and more paranoid about being discovered and ratted out, betrayed by someone inside. Eventually, trust issues got so bad that we worked out this bizarre system where that man in black could drop any of us if we got out of line. And that was after the mental molestation they already did to us. Oh, God's sake, man. Why all the extreme measures? Who were you selling to? Oh, governments. Any country that could afford a technology only we could provide. We didn't have many customers, but they paid well. And these, kill requests. If you make one, someone else gets to put a hit out on you. So you just hope all the others don't dislike you. You got put on the list for acting against the company, harming or threatening a co-worker, attempting to share secrets. The rules go on and on. But someone still had to make the request to end another's life. In turn, no matter how guilty the other party might have been, the requester puts their own life on the line. Oh, that's madness. Well, it actually worked for a few years. Forced us back together. Till tempers and emotions got the best of us and we fell like dominoes. Half the company died in a single day. All the while our mediator fulfilled every request. Dialing in a time on his watch, each one sending off a unique radio signal that sets off the kill device. Memorized all of the times in that twisted head of his. I felt the back of my neck. I don't know if he stuck one in you. Sorry that I can't give you a solid answer. It's always been impossible to read. Guess it depends what his plans are with you. Think of anyone that would pay for your train ticket yet? I shook my head. But who is he? Some form of paperclip scientist or... He shrugged and sighed. I lost to time now. The guys at the top who hired him, set the rules, and gave him that watch are long gone. The train slowed down and its inertia changed. And Sam looked worried. We're on the last big turn before our arrival. You're running out of time. If he takes you down into what's left of our headquarters, you might never get out. He isn't going to take orders from me no matter what position I officially step into. I think, he has his own agenda concerning you. Is that surprising? He's never really acted on his own before. Now, you got any other questions? Because we need to get moving again. Yeah, two more come to mind. You're going to think I'm going crazy with the first one. I just have to know for sure so that I feel grounded again. I took a deep breath, thought about how best to phrase it, and asked, am I in some sort of alternate universe? Not just that so many things are off, it's also the news report I saw. Well, for some reason, I still can't actually believe that the Soviet Union is really collapsing. Or is this all just some elaborate joke? He stared at me for a few seconds, then smirked and assured me, everything on this train is designed to feel otherworldly and make you feel perturbed. That's all. Don't let it get to you. News was real, though. Yeah, hard to believe, sure. Well, what's the point? Who knows? Might be another part of the mental conditioning, making you question what's real when you ride and descend into the otherworldly cold hell that is our home. I worked there enough years to really get how it's designed to make you feel disconnected from the rest of reality. Sounds like your company belongs in a Stephen King novel. Does it actually have a name? That's my last question, for now. Yeah, but you've never heard of us. It's Neptune. What, just Neptune? Like the Roman god? Well, I think the reference is closer to the planet. Somewhere far away in a frigid, dark, distant corner. But something still orbiting the sun. Well, I wish I could tell you more, but all I did was replace fuses and repair cables until just recently. Yeah, but your headquarters must still have a library or company history. Maybe. Like I told you, you don't want to go there. Neither do I. Never wanted to see the place again. So, here's what we do. I still have my gun. Hid it away before I passed out so he wouldn't find it on me. I'll use it to blast off the locks and get us up to the front engine and derail this beast. Look, I already rerouted the power down in the hatch. I thought I might have had to make some last-ditch run if I got the chance. You think it actually worked? Oh, with any luck. Sam opened the door, peeked out into the hall, and turned to me with a question of his own. Hey, you trust me? Trust was central to us, as you've seen. Till it all fell apart. Still, it has to be worth something. Yeah, I do, I replied without hesitation. I have to. We stepped into the corridor and began walking towards the front again, wary of our captor. Once we got to the other first-class car, Sam briefly lamented about days gone by. It used to be nicer. Better kept, more lights. We would even take it on company retreats, half-drunken, days-long cross-country parties to help with the stress of always hiding and keeping secrets. It wasn't all bad. But how'd you get your hands on a nuclear-powered train? Prototype stolen from the government, actually. The cars were sourced from, all over. But the real tech is in the engine car. We can send out signals that override rail traffic systems, even let us shut down other trains temporarily if they get in our way. Quite something how we've kept it hidden but moving for so long. But it can't last. World changing, with privacy harder to come by. We entered the armory. Metal security shutters had been rolled down, blocking off the weapons entirely. And here it somehow felt like the lone pistol between us wouldn't be enough to take down the third man on the train. He'd directly killed so many others already. Felt like we were powerless against him. The surveillance car had been similarly knocked down, with shutters covering all of the monitoring and media equipment. Has he been through here? I asked quietly. The shutters always trigger when we get close to home, Sam explained. Closing up shop, we called it. It's security lockdown crap. And what do you call that? I exclaimed as we reached the maintenance hatch. Its metal cover had been hammered back into shape and welded on. There was no easy way to get through it again anytime soon. Hell, Sam muttered. Can only hope the door electronics really did get fried already. There's no way in otherwise. Doesn't he have a key for it? I can't count on it. The train can be remotely operated. Could be no one's even gone into the engine for years. Damn. Yeah, don't worry, bud. I swear I'll get you off the train. You're innocent as far as I can see. You never should have brought an outsider on board. Right, rec room's next. Why don't I just charge on ahead by myself? I shouldn't have a bomb in my neck. Don't feel a fresh scar or anything back there. Yeah, but it is still possible. He probably has other ways of killing you, too. Will he do that without a request? He's allowed to defend himself. Well, you think no one's tried taking him on because he offed one of their friends? No one likes that bastard. He barged through the next door, made sure no one was around, and then dug into one of the magazine racks for his pistol, buried in an old issue of Life. After he checked his clip and chamber, he looked at me and nodded in a reassuring way. He's going to be in the next car, or the one after that. I know you're unarmed, but be ready. If I don't take him out, then you do what you can. Pin him to the ground, knock him out. Hold his arms so he can't use his watch. Whatever you think you can pull off. He can't kill us both, but he'll go after me first. don't get fatalistic on me. Well, I'm just saying, whatever happens, I'll be okay. But I have too many regrets. Look, whatever they are, you're the only passenger that's held me. I've been trying to make up for everything I've been a part of. I always thought if I just worked up some courage, I could have done something. But our company could erase and alter memories, even implant new ones. It's too late to stop or take back what we've already put out in the world. But if it were possible to find and operate that tech, well, I'd like you to help me forget the past decade. Maybe give me a new life. I don't want to grow old with the secrets in my head. Well, if you really do get me back on solid ground and far away from all this, I'll owe you. Still don't even know your name. Remember that yet? Afraid not. Other details are coming back, but not everything. The mem wipes can be insidious like that. I'm sure it'll come to you eventually. All right, you ready? Though he didn't strike me as someone combat trained, Sam took up a ready position at the door and looked ready to rush in. But the door wouldn't open. He raised his gun and was about to try blasting off the lock when the lights suddenly flickered and shut off, leaving us in complete darkness. We held our ground and tried to keep quiet and calm. The lights came back to life several seconds later to reveal that a third person was now in the car with us. The man in black stood at the other end of the car, blocking the door, his hands clasped together in front. "Is there something I can help you with?" he asked plainly. "Stop this train and let us off," Sam ordered fearlessly, but kept his gun at his side. "I'm the boss now, aren't I? So, do as I say." "I am afraid that I can't. Not until you sign your annual contract. Until then, you retain no official position within the company." "I don't give a shit about the paperwork. I'm dissolving what's left of Neptune immediately. So you're fired. Position terminated. Whatever you want to call it. If that's your plan, then I will gladly resign immediately before you can make it official. Thank you. Now I don't have to answer to anyone." I whispered, "Sam, did you just—" He looked at me, then back at the old man. His grip on his pistol tightened. Our captor pulled back a sleeve to reveal his watch. "I may be out of a job, but I still made an agreement to handle the liquidation of all our assets should no one be able to handle company matters. All of the assets, including anyone that knows anything about us or attempts to find us." "All right, you go first," Sam shouted back and raised his gun. He fired 5 shots across the car. Couldn't tell where they landed. I heard empty casings hit the carpet, but his target barely reacted at all. It seemed unlikely that he'd just taken a bullet. "Disgraceful," the old man muttered and reached for his watch. My only companion looked at me as if to say goodbye, then fearlessly rushed ahead, gun still in hand. "Sam!" I heard the high-pitched sound once again. A moment later, he seemingly tripped as life left him in an instant. He ended up running into the pool table, the pistol flinging itself from his hand and hitting the rack, where it knocked about the pool balls. For the next few seconds, I watched as he steadily slipped off of the table and crumpled onto the floor. Poor guy was fully prepared to go down fighting. He wasn't afraid of death. Maybe he hadn't been for many years. But I still retained that fear. Even so, acting out of emotion, I angrily reached across the green of the pool table and grabbed for the handgun, my fingers barely touching its metal. I wasn't thinking straight, and it didn't even occur to me to go around the table instead. Not that having a weapon would have made much of a difference. "Don't," the old man said threateningly. "I may have a time on this watch for you as well." I retracted my hand and kept my distance behind the pool table, feeling just as helpless as I did when I first woke up on this god-forsaken train. Sam was at my feet. Couldn't make myself look at what was left of him. I never worked for the company," Are you sure? Maybe you haven't, but does that mean your life isn't in my hands? He tapped at the glass on his watch. Could be that I replaced the bullets with blanks. Maybe I'm wearing body armor. Or perhaps I simply can't be harmed by conventional means. Either way, do you want to tempt fate? Don't screw with me. Your new friend there was no angel. He may have found his conscience again at the end, but no one I worked with held on to a sense of morality at all. Just get to the point. Why did you bring me here? He dug into his duster pocket and took out a pocket watch. I grimaced and took a step back, taking it for another lethal tool. But he merely opened it and checked the time. I still had no idea what it might be. We've just about reached our terminus. It looks like we're also at the optimal time to start asking you a few questions. I'm not telling you shit. You wouldn't even know what's important to keep a secret right now. The cocktail I gave you makes you open to suggestion and alters hormone production so that sharing information actually gives you a rush of dopamine. You must have felt it by now while getting to know the others. He was right. Thinking back the moments I talked to those on the train and shared what little I could remember about myself, it felt like the only bright spots of this nightmarish ride. But I wasn't about to give in to its conductor's demands. If he brought me here to interrogate me, I'd be sure to disappoint. You had a partner, he began. You must remember her by now. I said nothing. I prefer to be speaking to her right now, but she has eluded me. You are my only other option, and not as difficult to track down. Still, I said nothing. Several years ago, the two of you had an assignment in the cold barrens of Alaska. I need to know about your involvement and what you may have seen there, Isaac. At the risk of espousing patriotic duties and other trite nonsense, I can earnestly say that this is a matter of national security. What the hell do you care about anyone's security? I've heard about a few of the sick things your company did to itself and put out into the world. I wasn't involved with any of those projects, but our downfall was brought upon by those that employed me as their only arbitrator. What does any of that have to do with the bureaucratic field work out on the ice? I hated that job. Felt like I was being punished. And afterwards I had to force myself to stop. The goddamn drug really was effective. I was spouting off crap that could endanger a friend I promised to protect, and whose daughter I'd failed to. That's right. Her kid was in some sort of custody now. Might never get to see her mom again. Didn't matter how little I actually knew about any of that. Even the smallest detail might help him find her. For her sake, I couldn't say another word. Well, if I could help it. Specifically, she may have been in contact with someone. He continued after a few seconds of silence between us. And it is likely that their conversation resulted in his death. He was a very unique, valuable individual, and I can't let what they may have said to one another be lost to time. Does any of this ring a bell, as they say? Did she mention anything before vanishing? She was very upset after her last visit to the early warning station, Liz 4, yes, I know. But you both were never meant to go there. I can't explain why you were sent. For all I know, it could have been an egregious clerical error, perhaps as simple as a Pentagon lackey tapping the wrong number on his keyboard. Did she happen to give you a journal, a diary? No, but... I stopped again and felt my willpower strain. But it was like I'd become addicted to telling the truth, at least as much as I could. The drug's effects were insidious and hard to resist. It was as if I were already moments away from betraying her. What did she tell you? Did she leave the country? Did she have any friends or family that might have sheltered her? Have you had any contact with her child? I gripped the edge of the pool table so tightly that my fingers began to bend the wood inward and leave an impression. All the while, I slowly made my way along its side, did everything in my power to keep my eyes off of any of the game's hard, round objects that could potentially be used as a weapon. "You're going to tell me something now," he continued. "The most useful piece of information you believe you can provide. If you refuse, then I can promise you that I have access to more invasive techniques at our arrival point." Yeah, she told me she was going to roam Canada's back roads for a while. It's easy to see that you're lying. Where did she really go, and what did she tell you? Give me the name of the officer that sent you to Alaska. I'd bought myself a few more seconds, time I needed to get closer. He was so invested in his interrogation, desperate even, that he seemed to fail to consider just how much of the distance between us I'd closed. "I always learn what I need to, Isaac. Within the next hour you... Hey, stay back." He'd finally noticed that I was almost in striking range, and he was fast. He already had a finger on his watch crown and was adjusting the time. I couldn't tell if it was a scare tactic. I couldn't say for sure that I wasn't some deep undercover agent for these people. I didn't have the time to ask. I hit him with a pool ball just as he was about to press down the crown back in his finger. Feeling like a cornered animal, I struck him again, knocking him to the floor. I got down and hit him a third time, as hard as I could, and the bloodied 8-ball cracked in my hand. Panting, I stared at his motionless body and the blood dripping from his head. Never so much as hit someone before, and now I might just have killed a man. Even though my own life was in danger, the act almost made me feel sick to my stomach. Without checking his pulse as I did so, I carefully removed his watch. The time had been set to 12 o'clock. I tried not to dwell on the idea that I could drop dead simply by pressing in the crown. I twisted it around to advance the hours far ahead, smashed the durable watch as much as I could with another pool ball, and then dropped it into one of the pool table's holes, where it disappeared into the game table, thinking that was a good enough hiding spot. I then searched the old man's pockets, found a brass key, took Sam's gun and headed towards the exit. I didn't give either Sam or his killer another glance before leaving the car. My focus was solely on surviving. Regrets and reflections on this bizarre turn in my life could be had later, during late-night benders while alone in my apartment. I passed through the suite car, barely giving its details a second look. The train was starting to slow down again, and I had doubts that it would speed back up before the end. I was almost certainly out of time. The old man's key opened the way to what appeared to be his bedroom, taking up the length of the next car. It was a drab, almost ascetic place, featuring little more than the bed itself and a small kitchen and dining area. In the back corner was a writing desk, warmly lit by a flickering oil lamp. There was a bulky, old suitcase-shaped computer running atop it. I got close and examined the machine. An Osborne 1 from the early 80s. It was portable but had no battery of its own. Seeing a chance to get some quick information despite the risk of spending time on anything, I took a look at its postcard-sized screen and saw that it was locked and needed a password. I wasn't even sure if the old clunkers normally had that feature. There weren't any floppy disks to be found nearby either, so I'd get nothing from the machine other than the thought that it must have been in use for quite a while and was likely modified. No matter though, it would only have been a dangerous distraction. As I approached the next door, I could hear the hum and feel the vibration of a powerful engine. I was nearing the front of the train. One more car separated me from having a chance to fulfill Sam's mission. And that next car was the worst of them all, one that I wished I hadn't had to pass through. It was metal, with no furniture, and its only feature was a large industrial incinerator, currently dormant. A crematorium on wheels, a way to dispose of the bodies and make passengers disappear from the world forever. I barely kept from retching upon seeing the 3 body bags on the floor, resting in the car's low light. One of them must have belonged to the janitor's brother, who I never had a chance to meet. The door out of the death car wasn't locked. but the following one looked formidable. The engine was strong but strangely quiet, shaking the air in the sealed connector but running no more loudly than a diesel engine on low power. The last obstacle was a windowless thick metal slab with an inactive keypad. A faint smell of ozone lingered in the air, possibly indicating that something had just recently been burnt. I dug my fingernails into the thin crack between the door and the frame and began to pry as hard as I could. Several of my nails broke in the process, but after a few seconds it began to grind and groan open. Once I could stick my entire arm through, I was able to force the door open enough to slip inside. Sam's efforts had worked, and I felt obligated to survive and one day tell his story so that he wouldn't vanish completely. The engine cabin was quite small, but every inch of space was used, filled with consoles, dials, levers, gauges, and all sorts of other indicators, including temperature readings for the dual nuclear reactors deep inside the beast. The cabin also had the only 2 remaining windows on the entire train, one on each side. It was dark and cloudy outside, with nothing but distant rural lights to illuminate the night. An LED clock put the time at about 4 in the morning. The engine car was much different than all the rest. It wasn't only the newest and most advanced of them all, it was also cold, lifeless and sterile, with no sense of use or history. I didn't even see any dust or scratches. And in the cabin was one final aspect of the entire train that didn't make any sense. A tiny computer screen that monitored the reactors had a date on it that read July 10th, 2002. There should be no purpose for more mind games in a place no passenger was meant to see. My rational side tried to explain it away as a result of a possible system reset that put the date on January 1st, 2000 for some reason. Or maybe there was a system error at some point. It could be that leaking radiation had damaged the hardware, or that there had been too much voltage and it had caused severe clock drift of more than a decade. Whatever the reason, my attention had to be on figuring out how to derail the train. There were dozens of controls to look at, this being both an engine cabin and a nuclear power plant. But there was a surefire way to run it off the track, so long as there was at least one more turn coming up. I searched for the throttle. I caught light in my peripheral vision and gazed out the window again. The light pollution of a major city was on the right, and its glowing skyline was becoming closer. I assumed we'd soon be turning toward it. The horn blared on its own, and I watched as a flashing rail crossing sign passed by outside. It looked like I was going about 30 miles an hour, which I confirmed once I found the speed gauge. High-speed derailment would be bad enough and put my survival in question, but I had another worry. I was about to possibly cause a major radioactive leak. I couldn't put tens of thousands of lives at risk by jumping track close to the city. That meant I was truly out of time. I had to prepare myself and get the speed up immediately. I stayed focused and quickly found the main throttle. It was moving on its own since the train was still on autopilot. I couldn't get it to budge, so I had to waste another few seconds looking for a button to engage a manual mode. Outside to my right, I saw blinking red lights in the distance. Another crossing was close. I thought about shooting into the controls or bashing them with the gun, anything to release the throttle. Because, well, I didn't see how else to do it. Then I found something that barely stood out on the dash. A small key slot, labeled lock. With nothing else to try, I stuck in the old man's brass key and gave it a twist. A warning chirp went off, and the throttle began to steadily drop. I pushed it up to full, and the train reacted, accelerating so quickly despite its size that I could feel it in my gut. But then one final challenge showed up. The throttle worked as a dead man's switch, would slow the train to a halt if an operator didn't stay to hold it. Well, that wasn't going to work for me. Luckily, the space under the lever was just the right size to accommodate Sam's pistol, which had yet to serve a purpose. It was a tight fit, but I managed to jam the firearm and keep the throttle at full. The more traditional steam engine deep inside the car roared as the fuel rods blazed, and the MPH indicator lit up in bright red. It would soon reach a dangerous speed. I gave the cabin one last glance to burn it into memory, then ran back into the crematorium to do what sounded like the stupidest thing possible. I opened up the incinerator's door and hopped right into the oven. But I figured as long as it didn't activate in the derailment, its sturdy and confining walls, built to tolerate intense heat, would provide me with the safest place to be in a crash. I closed the door and hunkered down in the small space, and the old car began to wobble from side to side as its wheels struggled to keep on the track. It happened about a minute later. As the engine noise became deafening, I suddenly took to the air and hit the roof of the oven before slamming back down. All of the train's sounds changed in an instant. It was no longer chugging on metal rail, but rather tearing through dirt as a cacophony of twisting metal and shattering wood erupted further back. I was jostled about in my life pod, hitting the sides hard, but not hard enough to break bone. The lights went out, and gravity changed as the car toppled onto its side. The entire oven was torn loose, and I was flung forward inside of it, with a hefty industrial piece of equipment bursting through the front of the car. Taken to the air briefly, before slamming into the ground and cratering into the earth. Behind me, the other cars eventually came to rest after slamming into each other, breaking into splinters, and tossing deadly debris in all directions. All of those old cars were not designed to take the brunt of a modern high-speed derailment. Most of them were completely demolished into unrecognizable scrap heaps. Once I was certain nothing remained in motion, I kicked open the dented oven door and stumbled out. Fires were spreading and illuminating the impact craters in the early morning darkness. Bits and pieces were strewn all over, most of it too small to remain familiar. Shards of furniture, the internals of the old man's computer, one of the reels from the surveillance car, soup cans leaking their contents. But I couldn't find the old man's body in what little time I had to search. I didn't search anyone else's body either, but this was the only one I really cared about. Part of me still doubts that he died that night, because I never fully confirmed it. Now I regret not letting myself be absolutely certain while I had the chance. The engine itself was the only part of the train that had substantially survived the wreck, well built that it was. The thing didn't even seem to be leaking fluid, but I didn't linger around in its presence. Before I ran off, I looked for something, anything at all that could be used as proof of all that had happened, of the company existing at all. The wall safe stood out. It was in one piece and was just small and light enough to carry. I'd have to get it open, but it felt like I had all the time in the world if I could just get away from the crash site before anyone showed up to ask questions. I also felt like I couldn't trust anyone at the moment, including the first responders who were flashing their vehicle lights on the horizon. I grabbed the safe and disappeared into the night. I didn't ask for help. I didn't knock on any of the doors of the nearby farmhouses. Everyone nearby must have been woken up, and most of them would have likely helped a survivor of such a disaster. But I didn't want to get anyone else involved or stick around to see news vans. I found an unlocked pickup truck, hotwired it, and as my adrenaline finally started to dissipate, I drove to the nearest town. As dawn broke, I left the truck by a diner and swapped it for another, then later one more, each time quietly apologizing to the owners and hoping they'd be reunited with their property. I didn't stop until I was in the next state over, by around sunset, and was able to use some of the money I'd also acquired to get a motel room for the night, and finally get a deserved night's sleep. I'd lost my wallet on the train, and having no identification made it difficult to get to safety, but by the next morning most of my memories had returned, and with them the phone numbers of a few old friends who could help me out. Suffice to say, I did eventually make it back home, though I quickly thereafter moved and didn't feel safe until I'd done it several times and some years had gone by. I made sure each new house was a good distance from any railways. News of the derailment never made it to the television. I'd later find out that the area surrounding the train wreckage was closed off for a week, and the blame was placed on a chemical spill, but word didn't reach far past local newspapers. It sounded like a good old-fashioned government cover-up. Rumors about a nuclear-powered train weren't a thing that you'd want spread around. A little over a year after that night, I finally cracked open the safe with a torch and retrieved the black box inside, which had been taken out of a previous train for some reason. His voice recording isn't something that most people should ever need to hear if they value their grip on reality. But creators and editors of the Cold Relics website, considering the nature of its stories, which have spanned decades, well, I'll share it with you. I spent years writing and rewriting my recollection of that night. I've left out sensitive details about the location of the derailment and some information about the people I met just before it happened, but I'm presenting the rest as best as I can remember. One of the side effects of the drug I was injected with seems to have been increased memory sensitivity while under its influence. In other words, the events wrote themselves solidly in my head, and I can still freshly recall most of what happened, even down to trivial conversation. Assuming all of your other stories are true, which I've read after finding out about your group, and before sending this to you, then I can easily say that I agree on how dangerous these people were, or possibly still are. Be careful in any future investigations. I do hope that you've left it all behind, and that this document has answered some of your lingering questions without you putting your lives at risk to find the answers yourselves. I suppose it's better that this is out there, instead of rotting away on a floppy disk that I've kept in a safety deposit box since 1995. Good luck to all of you. Don't put yourselves in further danger on my behalf. Thank you for finally giving me a way to read her journal and understand what an old partner and friend went through a long time ago. I've already changed the name I originally gave myself to Isaac, for continuity's sake. Also, medical scans never revealed anything in my neck, but I still worry sometimes. Now, the following is an edited transcript from the recording, which lasted about 5 minutes before ending abruptly. System check complete. How's it look out there?
Not good. Says we're running out of time.
Are the tracks clear?
All rail traffic cleared to the tunnel.
Can we cover 3 miles?
If we get moving, is everyone inside?
Everyone who got to the station. Still missing 5 or 6 others.
Well, they're not gonna make it. Close the doors.
Yes, sir.
Are the company assets secured?
Since this morning. Christ, it's really happening.
Get everyone in their seats. We're gonna start moving.
Right, you're all in the clear. All civilian service has been suspended.
God forgive us.
Cincinnati was just... Say again?
It's nothing. Look, I'm seeking shelter. Good luck out there. Signing off.
Are we gonna make it?
Well, if only barely. If everyone embrace positions until we reach the tunnel. I can see it. 9 o'clock on the horizon. Come on, go.
Well, imagine how I felt when I got this story in my inbox at 3 a.m. after a long, boring day. Well, I reread it several times and went to bed at dawn. Well, the thing is, I have no way to confirm its validity. Sent to me through an obvious burner email. How compelling as it is, it could very well be an elaborate fan work. What this sequence of events is suggesting, with a bullhorn, is understandably difficult to accept. I didn't want to write anything at the start. As the story progresses, I thought it would be best if I just let the reader figure out the identity of its narrator and the time period on their own as they're taken for a ride. I couldn't think up a good preamble to all this anyway. If this is real, actually real, and I'm putting it up to you guys and the other readers to decide, then, well, damn. The origins of the Umbrella Man, a name for the company, possibly even the reason for the train tracks by the fake Kittyland. And of course, the out there idea that there's an alternate reality where the Cold War ended a little differently. Well, the more I thought about it, the less sleep I got over those past few days. This story blows open so much. It's easy to get why anyone would think it was too good to be true. Not that anything good will come out of this sort of experience. Until we prove or disprove the events in this submission, I'm going to leave it up as an official story. Tell me what you think, guys. It's not like there's much else going on right now, other than real life for the rest of you, maybe. I'm going to try and get a response to Isaac, or whoever's claiming to be him. Try to find out where a train might have derailed back in 1989. I respect the advice he gave us, but you all know I could never let this go. At some point I know I might be alone in this old pursuit. You all may have gone dark and are lying low, or just trying to live out your lives. But I still feel like I have a calling to find the truth. Well, I've never actually been on a train, not even a subway or a tram car. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. Really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams, and bye-bye.